morning, everybody. Hi, my name's Debbie. Welcome to my channel. We are starting something new today. Spike just walked in the room and yelled at me because he wanted me to get his bed. Yesterday, he was not having it. He didn't want in the bed. He didn't ask for the bed. He wanted no part of it. I got the bed. He wouldn't stay in it. And then when I finally got him to get in the bed, the spike cam glitched. So he's in the bed now. I'll see if I can get the spike cam to work in a little bit. Hey, Mischief Makers United. I know who you are. Hey, Judy. Hey, Nancy. Okay. What do I want to talk about first? Here we go. Judy did the math on the Clinty sentence. With the time she has already served, she will serve less than 2 years that is remaining on her 6-year sentence. Is that with the 85%? Because if it's without the 85%, she only has 1 more year. If it's with the 85%, then it's 2. Which, like I said yesterday, I would have taken a plea if I'd been her. I absolutely would have. And the fact that she's already got so much time in that it's only 2 more years, yeah, absolutely I would have taken that plea. I do not, Nancy. I've been doing this for 4 years, but I didn't start with trials. I started doing videos. So, I remember my first premiere, I think it was just me and you watching it. So, I don't know. But I do know the first trial that I covered was back before I was live streaming, and it was similar to the Clinty case in that she was waiting and waiting and waiting for a trial, and things kept happening, and then she ended up pleading, and she'd been in jail for so long, it was only like another couple of years, and then she was out. And that was a cold case. That was a Sheila Keene Warren case. And the thing with that one was that I found educational for myself. And the reason why I understand the Brady violation issue is because that was the killer clown case. And the prosecution held back a list of clown sightings. And once they finally found it, miraculously, when they got threatened with a Brady violation, I guess the defense then looked for investigated all the clown sightings, and they realized none of them could be somebody they could blame. Then she took a plea, and she only had like another couple years. And I was really upset about it because that would have been the first trial that I tried to live stream, and I'd been wanting to do that for a long time because I'd been following that case for a long time, and it was weird because it happened in Florida. Then they moved to Virginia, where my mom is from, and Virginia and Tennessee butt up against each other. They had a restaurant in Kingsport, Tennessee. That's where my brother was born. And because they were running from the law down here, she took a fake name, and her fake name was Debbie. So I was following that case because it was just bizarrely coincidental. All these places that were connected to me. And then she took a plea. I was very upset. Okay, so today we're starting the Lychwick. Okay, well, wait, before we do trivia and stuff, I have a couple videos. So, first, 2.5 minutes. This is the people that paid for Ace's vet care.
Polk County Sheriff's Office K-9 being shot in the line of duty. We've seen the community step up to help in numerous ways, including a local nonprofit that's covering the cost of K-9 Ace's medical care. Ace had to have his leg amputated, but he is now enjoying his retirement at home with his handler. Fox 13's Carla Byron talked with the founders of the Wiltsey Family Foundation, who explained how their love for animals helped inspire their mission.
Husband and wife Steve and Marianne Wiltsey of Tampa started the Wiltsey Family Foundation back.
Uh-oh, I didn't mean to do that. Shoot. It's all Spike's fault. I did that trying to set up the Spike cam. Hey, Jill. Oh, darn it. Hang on, y'all.
In 2019, just
Polk County Sheriff's Office K-9 being shot in the line of duty.
Wiggles.
We've seen the community step up to help in numerous ways, including a local nonprofit that's covering the cost of K-9 Ace's medical care. Ace had to have his leg amputated, but he is now enjoying his retirement at home with his handler. Fox 13's Carla Byron talked with the founders of the Wiltsey Family Foundation, who explained how their love for animals helped inspire their mission.
husband and wife Steve and Marianne Wiltsey of Tampa started the Wiltsey Family Foundation back in 2019 to support their community's heroes. Late Thursday evening, co-founder Steve Wiltsey saw on the news that Polk County Sheriff's Office K-9 Ace had been shot in the line of duty. His foundation had already sponsored 2 canines for the department, so he and his wife Marianne felt like a member of their own family needed help.
That's what the foundation is there for. So it kind of makes it an easy no-brainer. I mean, that's exactly what it's there for. It's for events like that so that Natalie can just worry about Ace. Like, that's it. She doesn't have to worry about where is he getting money, where is he, what. She doesn't have to worry about nothing. That's kind of where my head was at. I think Marianne's head was at as well. Is just make it as easy as possible for her.
The Wiltsey Family Foundation supports local first responders and law enforcement by raising funds for whatever resources they need, including canines, technology, or equipment, so they can go home safely at night. They raise money every year through their annual golf tournament at Southern Hills Plantation in Brooksville. Marianne says they love dogs and wanted to show their support for those who put their lives on the line to save others.
They keep us safe and protected, and if we can facilitate that with a tool that helps them do that, then, you know, it's fulfilling.
The Wiltseys covered the cost of Ace's surgery while he was being treated at the veterinary hospital. Ace's left front leg had to be amputated, but he was released over the weekend and is now back home with his canine handler, Natalie A.
There's a litany of emotions that you go through, grief, you know, sorrow, you know, excitement, you know, happiness, because, you know, he's going to be okay. And his life didn't end, and that he was able to, you know, save the lives of 3 officers.
A sacrifice that has earned Ace a well-deserved retirement. The Wiltseys have also agreed to pay for K-9 Ace's replacement. In Polk County, Carla Byron, Fox 13 News.
Okay. Okay, are you guys ready for the next one? I wish you guys had seen me when I found this video. I laughed and laughed and laughed. We now know he lost his front left leg, but other than that, he's fine and he gets to retire. We now know James Franco's endgame. Are you ready?
The secret is out. This might look like it says pies, but the people that know that this is backwards, done on purpose. 2, 3, 1, 9. Now you can get your own 2319 Messenger merch. You know what's up. Let's break this down. Messenger, look out. They're coming. It will control you, right? Are we in control? Are we being watched? What is happening? Everybody is curious. Only the few can see. 2319. Pies. 2319. Now, I do a little signing. The lucky 10.
Oh, that's
James
cool.
Franco. The messenger. 1. Secret messages in these sweatshirts. Pre-order now. Now. Get it now. You're gonna want these things. This might be the only time this design comes out. Get it now. Pre-order. The link is in the description.
Oh, you would be surprised, Nancy, who was going to buy that. You would be surprised. $120. Oh, yeah, you haven't been here. You missed it. James Franco has done these series of alien videos. And at first, people were worried about him because he said he had an alien in his garage. So we've been following. I've done some of them, not all of them. He captured him. They've been hilarious. And there are some people on the internet that have taken them far too seriously. There's some that have believed him 100%. But what it all has boiled down to, I've been waiting to see what his end game is. And at first I thought it was something, some actors like are character actors and they'll do these weird side projects when they're doing a movie. Like you've seen actors go on like talk shows and stuff and act really bizarre to the point that the host of the talk show's like, what are they doing? Right? And I figured it was something like that. But no, actually it's this. There's a longer video that's like 6 minutes long and it tells, it says the project is done and it tells exactly what he's doing. He goes into a Goodwill, warehouse, I guess. So when there are clothes that are donated and they can't sell them, they wrap them up in giant pallets and they go out in bulk and get sold in bulk, not for people to wear. I don't know exactly what they do with them. So this is what he's doing. He's getting recycled clothing, which makes this even more egregious. They're recycled clothes and he's selling them for $180. Yeah, exactly. I don't know about that, Judy. I can look it up, but no, aliens aren't monsters. Not in the Disney universe. But yeah, that's his end game. He's selling these clothes. The hat is 60. The t-shirt is 80. One white vintage tee. That is not white. That is gray. Vintage. They're vintage. Oh my goodness. There he is with Alan. Join our email list. Vintage crew neck for $100. Good Lord. UFO hunter, that's a tiger on a shark. Oh my God. Good Lord. No, he's being a douche is what he's doing. He can't get any actor roles, so this is the way he's getting money. Oh, you're right. I forgot about that. And I shouldn't have. Because the wall that they have up where they're making Monstropolis at Hollywood Studios, it says 2319 all over it. Like, how did I not catch that? You are absolutely right, Judy. Duh, I need to turn in my Disney card. No, he's doing a bit. He's being a jerk, just like he is. I mean, I like his acting, but he's not right. Well, I guess, yeah. He's not right. You're right. No, I think he knows what he's doing. If I had $180 for a shirt, it would be a Disney shirt, Nancy. I'm not buying one of those. Okay, so today, I did not watch, excuse me, I didn't watch this trial. I think, can't quit burping. I think Judy did. And I did watch an itty bitty teeny tiny piece of an interaction between the defendant and the judge. Because Judy told me about it and I couldn't resist. This guy represented himself. And it's in WAUKESHA, Wisconsin. Unfortunately, Judge Darrow is not the judge for this one. That would have been amazing. She would have been going, why me? Why do they keep doing this to me? That's probably why she didn't get it. They probably were like, oh no, let's cut her a break. She already had one. Kevin Lychwick represented himself in a trial from June 2026 for the red rum of his neighbor. Lychwick faced charges of first-degree intentional homicide and hiding a corpse, pleading not guilty to both. Prosecutors allege Lychwick shot 56-year-old Carlos Maldonado in April 2024, hid his wrapped body in a nearby wooded area, and left it there until it was discovered that October. Police found what they describe as a hit list with Maldonado's name on it. He claims police altered video/audio evidence. Good old WAUKESHA. Not as bad as Brooks, but close. He seems to be doing okay. Doing better than I am. Yes, I know, and we are going to do it. Yay! Thank you. Oh, yay! It lets you keep your old membership with your new membership. Oh, I had a question. What are you excited about? Oh, Tupac? Why? It did the same thing it did yesterday when I added the spike cam. Are y'all still frozen? Are you still frozen? Like yelling's gonna unfreeze it. Okay, you're not frozen anymore? Okay. Okay. That's weird. It did it yesterday and it totally kicked the spike cam out. Oh, shoot. I did it again. I was so excited about the James Franco thing. I forgot to pull the trail up. Oh, we got another puppy court. Hang on.
Welcome to Puppy Court.
I want to watch Puppy Court first.
We have several cases to discuss today. Please be seated. First up is Pork. We have evidence to suggest that he refuses to poop in mown grass. Fortunately for him, that is not a crime, just very weird. Next on the stand, we have a dog who let a raccoon into the house while their human was at the hospital giving birth. We can only assume the dog misunderstood when they were told they'd soon be welcoming a new addition to the family. Next on the stand, we have Britt. At first glance, this is hard to defend.
Hannah! Oh, Britt!
We did get confirmation that the child forgave Britt, so why shouldn't this court? Next on the stand is Bear and Bull, on trial for their actions in June of 2018. Apparently, they ate a delivery driver's lunch. The driver, named Mary, left a note that read, "Hey, I drove up to deliver a package and both of the dogs crawled in my truck. They got into my lunch and ate an egg and some carrots and pumpkin seeds. I don't know if that will upset their tummies, just FYI. The dog's human, Carol, said that she would have never known because they always look guilty of something. However, we do have evidence. 2 small carrots in the grass next to the driveway. Carol did leave Mary a $20 Subway gift card and a note from the boys that read, "Sorry we ate your lunch. Thank you for sharing." That apology satisfies the court. Next on the stand is Egg White and Egg Yolk from Taiwan. They live in a factory where temple statues are made, and they recently decided to take one for a walk. It weighed 176 pounds. We're told it was Egg White's idea, and egg yolk was simply an accessory. They did return it though, and were unsure what they used it for, so we're confident a jury would never convict. Lastly, on the stand, we have Hugo.
Aww. What is he doing?
This is our first, but certainly not the last time reminding everyone that a lack of intelligence is not a crime. Please let us know if we should turn Puppy Court into a series. I already bought a gown and a gavel, and it seems there are a lot of dogs that need defending. Welcome to Puppy Court. We have several cases to discuss today. Please.
Okay, I love that. I gotta find the trial. I'm sorry, guys. I did the same thing I always do. I get all invested in the pre-show and forget to find the trial. What? I try to start off the day with something funny, because this is absolutely not. Sometimes I do it after, because I need a palate cleanser. I think that's what I did yesterday, because I was so mad at the trial yesterday. Oh my gosh. That, like, I'll never understand that one. That goes up there with Casey Anthony and O.J. Simpson with what the heck, jury?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before the trial begins, there are certain instructions you should have to better understand your function as a juror and how you should conduct yourself during the trial. Your duty is to decide the case based solely upon the evidence presented at trial and the law given to you by the court. Anything you may see or hear outside the courtroom is not evidence. Do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all of the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communication. Do not use any electronic devices such as mobile phones or computers, text or instant messaging or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. We will stop or recess from time to time during the trial. You may be excused from the courtroom when it is necessary for me to hear legal arguments from the parties. If you come into contact with any of the parties or the witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties and the witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversation about this case. Do not research any information that you think might be useful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate the case on your own or visit the scene either in person or by electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about the trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading.
That's how they would determine whether a restaurant was a good one or not.
From all the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent for himself. The defendant has decided to represent himself for himself. The defendant
About who, that on April 4th,
the parties an opportunity to tell you what they expect the evidence will show so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial. I must caution you, however, that the opening statements are not evidence.
What are you talking about, Wiggles?
Because the state bears the burden of proof, the state goes first in most phases of the trial. Attorney Tom Bosco, you may give your opening statement.
thank you very much, Your Honor. Madam Court Reporter, can I, or Madam Clerk rather, can I please have the TVs on so I can project the PowerPoint? Thank you. Thank you very much. May it please the court, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is why we're all gathered here today in this courtroom, for Carlos, to figure out what happened to Carlos, because the evidence is going to show that on April 14th, 2024, this defendant, Kevin Lychwick, murdered him. He shot him twice, once in the torso
I realize that
and once in
now.
the center of Carlos's face. This is a picture of Carlos. This was a much better day for him than April 14th, 2024. And I think it's important before we talk about the facts of this case to give you a little bit of information about who Carlos was as an individual in life before we talk about what tragically happened to him. Carlos lived in an apartment at 1512 East North Street here in WAUKESHA. It's actually just a stone's throw away from this courthouse. It's just down the hill. Some of you may have even driven past this apartment complex when you came to court a little bit earlier this morning. Carlos was just 55 years old on the day that he was murdered. He had goals in life. He was planning to start his own business, and he was very, very close with his daughter, Talisa. In fact, him and Talisa enjoyed going to different restaurants together. They enjoyed going to different Mexican restaurants. They enjoyed trying chips and salsa from every single Mexican restaurant that they went to, and that's how they would determine whether a restaurant was a good one or not. The relationship between Carlos and his daughter had never been better at the time of this incident, before he was tragically taken in this case. April 14th, 2024 is the day that the evidence in this case is going to show when this homicide took place. What you're going to hear is that on that particular morning, the evidence will show that Carlos got up that morning and went to a hardware store where he made a purchase. We know this because there was surveillance footage that captured him at this particular hardware store. We also know from his bank statements that he made a purchase on April 14th, 2024. We also know that after he finished his transaction at the hardware store, he returned to his apartment. And we know this because there was an apartment manager. Her name is Glenda Rose, and you're going to hear from her very early on in this case. She'll be one of our first witnesses. She actually witnessed Carlos in the garage area of the apartment complex cutting wood, and she actually greeted him. So we know that he made it back from the hardware store to the apartment complex where he lived. Unfortunately, after Glenda saw Carlos in the garage area, Carlos was never seen alive again. And despite many family members, including Talisa, his daughter, trying to figure out where he was, nobody heard from him. Talisa actually reported him missing, because it was out of character for Carlos to actually not contact his daughter. This was something that whenever Talisa called Carlos, at this point, Carlos was always very prompt in terms of getting back to her. So the fact that she had attempted to call her father and he hadn't gotten back to her, that was very suspicious. So there was a period of time in which several months nobody knew where Carlos was, nobody had heard from him. We were trying to find him. And October 30th, 2024 is when we made a very startling discovery. What happened on that day and what the evidence will show is that there was a gentleman named Nathan Poley. Mr. Poley is a resident at 1512 East North Street, the same apartment complex that both Carlos and Mr. Lychwick lived at the time of this murder. And Mr. Poley was also a maintenance worker at that particular complex as well. And so what Mr. Poley was doing on this particular day was he was doing some yard work in the wooded area behind this particular apartment complex. So to give you a little bit of a sense of what this complex is like, this is a 2-level complex. There's
Don't be suspicious. No, don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio?
Come to take his standards off! Come to take his standards off! To take his standards off!
units on the ground floor, and then there's a second level, and then there's additional apartment units on the second level, and then bordered to the back of that complex is a giant hill with some woods in the back area. So Mr. Poley was in this wooded area. He was doing some yard work, and he came across this blue tarp that you see depicted in this photo. And at first, Mr. Poley didn't think anything of this blue tarp. He thought it was just something that somebody had thrown away. But as he got a little bit closer to it, he made a shocking discovery.
Oh, we had another blue
Underneath
tarp.
the tarp
Yay.
was Carlos's remains. And the tarp was covered, you're going to hear, in sticks, branches, and other foliage, almost as if the person who had set it there did so intentionally in order to hide what was under that blue tarp. The police get called because Mr. Poley reports what he found to the apartment manager, and the police are called, and the police respond to the scene, and ultimately Carlos is determined to be the individual whose remains were found under that tarp because dental records were able to positively identify him as such. His autopsy was performed on November 1st. There's going to be a medical examiner that's going to testify in this case for you as well. The medical examiner is going to tell you that she found trauma associated with Carlos, that she found a firearm projectile that was located attached to Carlos's scalp. There were entrance and exit wounds, and that there was a second projectile that was found under Carlos's torso area as well, and that he had an injury to his lower vertebrae that was consistent with a gunshot wound as well. Given the length of time that Carlos was missing from April to October, his body was in a very severely decomposed state. And unfortunately, we'll have to show you some pictures of that, but that's what happened in this case as well. So now we have this homicide. We have this body in the woods, and the WAUKESHA police are now involved, and they're investigating this. And they're at a disadvantage, you know, is what you're going to hear, because of the length of time between when Carlos disappears and when he's ultimately discovered. So the police are really behind the eight ball here. They have to hustle to really uncover evidence and follow leads and make sure that they're identifying the person who's responsible for this. They start to investigate. They interview several people at the apartment complex. They canvass the area. And to be frank with you, for a while there, wasn't looking very good. They were having some difficulty figuring out who did this, what were the circumstances surrounding this. They knew it was a homicide, but they didn't know who actually was responsible for this. And then what you're going to hear is they caught a huge break. And the break came in the form of a gentleman named Anthony Lefebvre. And for the court reporter, that's spelled Lefebvre. Anthony, you're going to hear, was a resident at this particular apartment complex as well. And Anthony had a trail camera. And Anthony had been given permission by the apartment complex to build a garden in the wooded hill area behind the complex. And in order to keep tabs on this garden that he was building and to show the progress with family members, Anthony also set up a trail camera with the apartment complex's permission. And the footage on the camera dated all the way back to April 29th, 2024. So just a couple of weeks after Carlos went missing, and the evidence will show he was murdered on that particular day. The police came out and they saw the trail camera. And then they said, hey, we'd like to take a look at that footage just to see if there's anybody on that camera. And Anthony was very cooperative. He gave the police the footage, as you're going to hear, and the investigators reviewed it. And what they found on that trail camera was the defendant, Mr. Lychwick, walking around the area where Carlos's remains were found at very odd hours of the night. They saw the defendant carrying a white trash bag. They saw him suspiciously looking in windows of the apartment complex as if he was looking to see if somebody was watching what he was doing. He was seen in one clip, and you're going to see this as well as part of the state's presentation of evidence. He was wearing boots. At one point, he was kicking an item off his boots after he was seen walking in the area where Carlos's body was ultimately discovered. And he also was carrying some sort of tool. We don't exactly know what tool it was because of the quality of the video footage, but he's definitely carrying a tool as well. So the police now start to look into Mr. Lychwick because, you know, this is suspicious, right? And we're trying to see if this is the individual who's responsible for murdering Carlos. And once they start to look into Mr. Lychwick, they make many shocking and incriminating discoveries based on the evidence. So what Detective Stern and I did last week in preparation for this case is we sat down and we highlighted together, we came up with a list of what we think are going to be the most compelling pieces of evidence that you're going to hear. It's not all the evidence that you're going to hear in this case, but this is what we believe are the most compelling pieces of evidence that you're going to hear that point towards Mr. Lychwick's guilt in this case. First piece of evidence that the police found in this case was a note. The police went and got a warrant. They got a search warrant to search Mr. Lychwick's apartment to either confirm or dispel their suspicions that he may have been involved in this homicide. What they found, and you'll hear more about this during the state's presentation of testimony, was several documents that were handwritten with several quote-unquote operations listed on them. One of these pieces of paper, and you see it depicted here on this photo as well, contained information about an operation named Operation Slop Shop. You'll see it at the top of this exhibit as well. Specifically, as it relates to Operation Slop Shop, the piece of paper that was found in the defendant's apartment, where, by the way, he lives alone, he does not have a roommate, specifically names Carlos as a, quote, threat. There was an additional piece of paper as well describing another operation. This particular piece of paper indicated that Operation Slop Shop had been completed and that the threats from that first stop had been, quote, neutralized. There were additional pieces of paper as well found in in the defendant, Mr. Lychwick's apartment as well. There were several other operations listed with many other individuals. The important piece is that those individuals you're going to hear had connections to Mr. Lychwick. So if the idea is that he didn't write the note, well, you're going to hear that several of the individuals listed on these notes, again, were connected to him. And then when the police were serving the warrant on Mr. Lychwick, at Mr. Lychwick's apartment as well, you don't always get Perry Mason moments, in the middle of trial. But this case, we actually have one of them. Because when the police were serving the warrant, Mr. Lychwick was given a copy of the search warrant for his particular apartment, a courtesy copy, if you will. What we do in Waukesha County is we try not to include victims' names in court documents because they have a right to privacy. We want to make sure that we're not unknowingly exposing their name or their information to the public for their own protection. So the search warrant that was given to Mr. Lychwick only said victim A. That's all it said, victim A. Yet, you're going to hear that when Mr. Lychwick was given a copy of that warrant and he looked at it, he exclaimed, quote, "Carlos Maldonado, I had nothing to do with that." At that point, we had not made public the fact that Mr. Maldonado's body was the individual that we had located on the grounds of 1512 East North Street. The evidence is going to show that only the killer would have known that Mr. Maldonado was the individual who was on that grounds when Mr. Lychwick made that statement. Another compelling piece of information that we found in this case was a storage unit. Now, during this investigation, the police looked into a bunch of different things as it relates to the defendant. We looked at his purchase history. We looked at how he was spending his money to see if there was anything that was suspicious as well from an investigative standpoint. Mr. Lychwick was on a pretty tight budget. This is what we found from looking at his banking records. He was living on SSI. Yet, the evidence is going to show that on November 1st, 2024, just 3 days after we discovered Carlos's remains at the apartment complex. Remember, he was found on October 30th. So just 3 days later, what we found is that the defendant drove all the way up to the Fox Cities area. He drove to the Kimberly area, and he took advantage of a 1-month free promotion to rent a storage unit in Kimberly, Wisconsin. We know that on November 1st, from what we found in his phone, that he was spending hours searching for storage units here in Waukesha County. We know, as I stated, he was on a tight budget. He was budgeting about $50 for gas. This trip, round trip to go from Kimberly back to Waukesha County would have greatly blown through his gas budget. Yet, we know that he went all the way to Kimberly, and you're going to hear from the representatives from the U-Haul as well, and he rented that storage unit. Okay? But he didn't rent it for very long, because 1 month later, after the free month had expired, and you're going to hear evidence to this effect as well, the defendant is seen on surveillance footage going back to the U-Haul storage facility and closing out that U-Haul unit that he had rented. Again, you're going to hear from an employee who helped him with that process. You're going to hear that the defendant was in a rush. He wanted to get out of there as soon as possible, and he cleared out the entirety of that storage unit as well. And then he made his way back to Waukesha County. What he didn't know at that time was that the police had obtained a GPS warrant for his car. So when he left Waukesha County and traveled to the Fox Cities, the police were following him. They wanted to see what he was up to. And so what they ultimately did was they effectuated a stop, and then they seized the vehicle that he was driving as well, from Outagamie County all the way back to Waukesha County. And then they found the holy grail of evidence. The evidence is going to show in the defendant's vehicle. They found in the trunk of his vehicle, after they went and got a search warrant, by the way, so they seized the vehicle, but the police then went and got a search warrant. They searched the trunk of his vehicle, and they found, and you see it depicted here at the bottom of this picture as well, a 1939 Luger firearm. And the police did two things with this particular firearm. They're going to be very, very important in this case. The first thing they did is they packaged up this firearm, and then they mailed it to the state crime lab, in Milwaukee. And there's an individual who works at the crime lab by the name of Jessica Crawford. She's a firearms and markings expert is her title. And so what she did, and you're going to hear from her as well throughout this case about her process as well, you're going to hear that Ms. Crawford tested this firearm and found, despite it being a very old firearm, that it was fully functional. It was working just fine. It was capable of recycling rounds through and firing bullets. But the other thing, and this is perhaps even more important than the fact that the Luger was fully functional, Ms. Crawford took two projectiles that we recovered from Carlos. The one that came out of his head from the autopsy, and then the one that was found under him in the tarp where his body was discovered at the apartment complex. She had both of those projectiles. And then she had, in addition, her own library of ammunition that she had in the lab as well. So she test fired the rounds that she had from her library of ammunition, and then she compared those rounds with the two projectiles that we know went through Carlos. And what she found, and what she's going to testify to, is that both projectiles bear markings that are similar. And when a gun is recycled through a firearm, through the barrel of a firearm, it leaves certain markings so that you know that it came from that particular firearm. Never has it happened in the history of firearms that a bullet has bared the same markings, and she will tell you this, that came from two separate guns. So the bullets that we pulled out of Carlos came from the weapon that we found in the defendant's trunk of his car. But we're not done, because not only did the police send the gun for testing, they also swabbed the gun for DNA. And they sent the they sent the DNA swabs that they tested. And they also had Mr. Lychwick's DNA as well. That was obtained pursuant to a buccal swab as well. They sent that to the lab as well. And what they found, there was a DNA expert that actually tested this as well. And each person has their own DNA profile, right? The only exception to that is if you have an identical twin, which is not true in this case. Mr. Lychwick's DNA profile was found on that murder weapon that was in his truck, or it was in his vehicle, excuse me. And what you're going to hear is that it was a single source DNA profile, not a mixture where multiple people are contributing to this profile, but a single source DNA profile. And that the lab's conclusion was that there was very strong potential for inclusion, that Mr. Lychwick's DNA was the profile that was found on that murder weapon. That is the highest support, that you will have the highest probability of standard that the lab has in terms of DNA. And the DNA expert will explain more to you this as well. We also, as part of this investigation, obtained Mr. Lychwick's phone. We wanted to see what he was searching on his phone. People search for all kinds of things on their phones, right? And we found some very incriminating searches on his phone as well. First and foremost, a brief just housekeeping matter regarding the email address. Conrad Lychwick, you're going to hear a testimony in this case that although the defendant's legal name is Kevin, he prefers to be called Conrad. In fact, you're going to hear that he would correct people when they would call him Kevin rather than Conrad. So not only do we know that this is his phone, because we wrote a warrant and were able to look at what he was searching, we also know that that's his email address. And so that was associated with his phone as well. And what we found when we looked at his phone was some very suspicious findings. 1 week, just 1 week after Carlos was never seen again, was never heard from, we have the defendant searching carcass movement, processing and disposal. How can I dispose of spoiled food safely? Large plastic bags and where to find them. Maps of landfill in Wisconsin. This is very suspicious, and from the state's perspective, we believe the evidence will show that this is because he was making certain measures to see how he could dispose of Carlos's body after he had killed him. And there were additional certain things on his phone that were incriminating as well. November 25th, 2024, he went to Google, his phone went to Google and searched Waukesha news for November shooting. There had been no shootings in Waukesha County at that time, and we hadn't made public the fact that Carlos's death was by virtue of a shooting as well. Once again, much like the comment that he made during the execution of the search warrant at his house, only the killer would know this sort of information. So, ladies and gentlemen, there's 2 counts, as Judge Maas just explained to you. There's first-degree intentional homicide, and then there's the second count of hiding a corpse. I'm not going to spend a great deal of time on this as well. You'll get the full jury instructions at the conclusion of the case with the evidence. But I just wanted to define a couple of these terms for you as you listen to the evidence. So the term cause, the first word in that, means that the defendant's conduct was a substantial factor in causing Carlos's death. Well, the evidence is going to prove to you that he shot him twice. Shooting somebody twice, once in the face area, pretty obvious, right? That's going to cause somebody to die as a result of that. And then intent to kill, again, you have the mental purpose to take the life of another human being, or you're practically certain that your conduct is going to cause the death of another human being. Again, I've already touched on this. We have the notes from the apartment talking about operations and neutralizing specific targets. I didn't use the word motive, and Judge Maas already explained this to you. I'm not going to repeat that. Motive is different from intent. We have to prove intent to you, but we don't have to prove motive. Now, that's stated more simply, we don't have to prove why he did it, but we have to prove that he did it and he acted with intent. And you'll get a jury instruction on that as well. And then we have the second count of hiding a corpse. You see the elements up there as well. You're going to hear from Detective Stern in this case. I've already touched on this about the location of the pile that had Carlos's remains in it. You're going to hear that it was Detective Stern's conclusion that that pile was deliberately set there. We will show you a number of pictures. You'll be able to see that there were twigs and other things and branches and things over top of this pile, almost as if the individual who put it there did not want this pile to be found. And again, we'll show you evidence on that as well. And again, the fact of the trail cameras that I've touched on earlier as well, the fact that the defendant was seen walking around in this area at very odd times of night, okay, when there was nobody out, again, evidence of that as well. So that's the second count. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to conclude with this. You're going to hear from a number of witnesses. You're going to hear from police officers. You're going to hear from specialists. You're going to hear from eyewitnesses. You're going to hear from people who worked on this case. We have a DNA expert. We have a firearms expert. We have a medical examiner, a cadaver dog expert, a botany expert, and even a forensic anthropologist. So this is going to be a lot of experts that's going to come in and testify. The evidence is going to show that this investigation was not a rush to judgment. This was not a giant conspiracy. This is not an attempt by the Waukesha Police Department to railroad Mr. Lychwick. The police put a lot of time and a lot of effort into this case, and it was ultimately the conclusion that they had by following the evidence that Mr. Lychwick was the individual who was responsible for murdering Carlos in this case. It's the conclusion that is only supported by the evidence that we're going to present to you.
Don't you have to
And
sign
if we were
in,
sitting
though?
down and thinking about what is the most proper or perhaps the best framework to present
There's
this,
still a paper
we
trail.
came up with the idea of a puzzle. When you sit down to do a puzzle and you put the first couple of pieces in this particular puzzle, you may not be able to see, the full picture of the puzzle. But as you add pieces to it, and in this case the pieces would be the evidence that we're going to present to you, and you hear more and more about the evidence that we have and how we present it in, then you start to see the bigger picture emerges. The puzzle starts to come in full focus. And that's what this case is. So Googling, for example, how to dispose of food safely, spoiled food safely, may seem pretty innocuous.
Use a computer
but when you
at
consider
the
all of
library.
the other evidence that we're going to present, what it is it shows, it's one more piece of the puzzle showing that Mr. Lychwick is the individual who's responsible for the murder in this case. And I'll leave you with this. When you've heard all this evidence, and we've had an opportunity to address you in closing, and we're going to come before you and ask you to find Mr. Lychwick guilty of both of these serious counts in this case, I want you to keep in mind all the evidence that we're going to present to you. Because for all this evidence that we're going to show you, and I haven't shown you everything, right? We've just shown you some of the most compelling pieces of evidence. For all this pieces of evidence to be true, and for Mr. Lychwick not to be the individual responsible for murdering Carlos, he has to be the unluckiest man in the world. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Attorney Tombasco. Mr. Lychwick, would you like to give an opening statement at this time?
Yes, I would.
All right, you may proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, quite simply, I am not guilty of this crime. I feel sorry for my poor neighbor, but I did not know him well enough to have any animus against him even, and I have never killed anyone in my life. The largest warm-blooded animal that I've ever killed was a skunk that walked in front of my car by accident years ago. I am not a killer. The police in this matter have a largely circumstantial case. I don't know how exactly they circumvene on me, but I simply did not do this. I am unprepared for this trial. I am in poor health. I was in poor health and doctoring at the time that they arrested me, and they knew that. The police have made gross exaggerations in their reports, and I do not recognize that firearm. This is the first time I am seeing a picture of the firearm used in this murder, and I do not recognize it.
He didn't get discovery?
That was not in the trunk of my car when they stopped me. They did not have a warrant when they stopped me.
Objection.
The objection is overruled at this time. The warrant was discussed in the state's opening. Mr. Lychwick, though, I will remind you that you're venturing a little into argumentative territory. So I want you to just focus on what you believe the evidence will show, and you can infer arguments in your closing arguments, okay?
All right.
Go ahead.
I caught some gross exaggerations immediately with the prosecution's opening statement here. They're telling you that
He's arguing again.
Detective Stern had presented me with a copy of the search warrant, which he did when they went and destroyed my apartment. And in the search warrant, Mr. Carlos's name was on the search warrant. And I knew everyone in our building there, down at the bottom of the hill here, knew that Mr. Carlos was being looked for, that he was missing. Detective Pavlik of the WAUKESHA Police Department took an initial statement from me the night that they were examining the crime scene when I was returning from a social engagement. I gave my statement to him, and he asked me if I had seen Mr. Carlos around anywhere recently, and I told him, of course, that I had not. This is a gross exaggeration. I don't know how the detective can wear his badge with honor and blow something like this out of proportion and use this as an excuse to center on me in this affair.
What's the evidence?
I was never walking around in the area where the poor man was found. I was never in that area. And yet the state is telling you that I was walking in the area
This is why
where the
you
poor
get a
man
lawyer,
was found.
guys.
I was not. I was never in that area. Quite the contrary. The man who discovered the
that was
body
a
and
rhetorical
initial
question,
suspect
Judy.
of his crime, Mr.
I know
Polly,
he has
who is now
discovery.
missing.
Objection, relevance.
Mr. Lychwick, I'm going to sustain that objection. I'm not sure how the testimony is going to come out regarding that, but I think that's something that's outside the scope of this trial. So I want you to focus on the evidence that will be shown in this trial. You may proceed.
I would like to say that Mr. Polly was the one who was...
Objection.
I don't know what his next statement's going to be. What were you going to say, Mr. Lychwick? You want to say that Mr. Polly is...
Mr. Polly, a very suspicious character in this building to begin with, was seen quite frequently in the area where the poor man was found, where the remains were found.
I
of
object.
this poor man.
Hang on one moment. Attorney Tombasco, are you objecting to that statement?
Absolutely.
Why is that?
Because it's contrary to this court's pretrial rulings regarding Denny evidence.
Mr. Lychwick, I'm sustaining that objection. At this point, I want you to focus on the state's opening, your opening, and the evidence that you believe will be presented. And I'm reminding you of the scope of some of my pretrial rulings about what can come in and what cannot come in into evidence. You may proceed.
I don't think he cares.
The defense, in my defense here, you know, the prosecution is maintaining that Mr. Lefebvre's camera captured me walking around in the area that I lived in.
Let me guess. Was
I
it
have
Jim
reasons for being
McIntyre?
out the few times that I went out at night.
We have missed you, Wiggles. We haven't talked about Jim McIntyre since
living in
you've
a
been
wilderness
gone.
area, we're not allowed pets in my buildings. I put food out for the rabbits. I carry a rake to clean up the area under the tree where I leave the lettuce rinds that I give the rabbits. I also curious as to where the local possums that are supposed to hang out in our pine trees live. And I was accused by the prosecution here of carrying a firearm when I was out. As you'll see in the videos that Mr. Flauber took with his trail camera, that is not a firearm, and it has been recognized as not a firearm. And if the state maintains that it is, I will object to that because it is a flashlight in an old camera case on my belt. I did not walk around with a pistol. I did have a pistol in one of the bags that they found during their illegal car stop, and it was
Objection.
The objection?
Again, he's violating the court's pretrial ruling.
Okay. Mr. Lychwick, there were motions heard before the trial about legality and illegality of any searches. The court has made a ruling that the searches in this case were valid and they were constitutional. So I'm not going to permit arguments that the searches were not legal. You may continue.
Well, the police did not have a search warrant at the time that they took my car.
Objection.
Again, that, Mr. Lychwick, is something that would be ruled on pretrial. It's not a trial issue for this jury to determine whether or not there was a warrant present. You may continue.
Oh, I'm up against a lot here, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I am a God-fearing man. I'm telling you, I did not know the poor victim. I did not even know him to where if I saw him in a store or he saw me, we would have said anything to one another. It is a 16-unit apartment building. We have multiple people living in each unit, and I have my lady friend, and I spend a lot of time away from my 16-unit building, doing my own business, minding my own business. We all are good people in that building. We mind our own business. As I told the Channel 4 reporter who interviewed me shortly after Mr. Carlos was found, and this whole thing blew over. And as I told Channel 4, Leslie Clough of Channel 4, who interviewed me, this whole thing was bizarre. Right around Halloween, they find the poor man, and nobody heard anything or saw anything. It was just bizarre. And as I told Ms. Clough, we're all good people in the building. We mind our own business. We're on different schedules. Again, as far as me and the victim go, I really never saw him that much. The closest look I've ever had of him was at the picture they just showed on the screen this morning. There was another misstatement made by the prosecution, and
Is he actually going to call witnesses?
That, that I wrote some, that they had evidence of the victim's name in my apartment written on a piece of paper. That is totally false.
Well, I've seen the paper.
I had nothing at all with the victim's name on it. I did not know the victim that well. I'm sure he was a very nice man and everything, but I would have liked to have known him probably, but I simply did not.
Who has a noisy pen?
I say again, different.
Y'all know how much I hate a noisy pen.
Different time frames and timelines. I am acting as my own defense because...
Objection.
Why are you objecting to that?
Mr. Lychwick, I don't know the jury needs to know the reasons for that. It is your decision to make. You have exercised your right to represent yourself. The court has granted that request, and that's the end of it. The reasons for that or behind that is not anything the jury needs to consider.
It was an excruciating decision, Your Honor.
Mr. Lychwick, that's not anything the jury needs to consider in trying this case. That's not for the jury to consider in their deliberations, okay? So move on, please.
Okay, that's good to know.
Well, I enter these proceedings on the protest as well because I am not an attorney and I have no access to my assets right now, and I had no access to telephone or computer.
Judge, I'm objecting to this. I don't see the possible relevance to the evidence.
The objection is sustained. This is all not relevant, Mr. Lychwick. You are in court now representing yourself. You are held to the standards of an attorney. And you, if you have anything else regarding what you anticipate the evidence to show in this case that's relevant, you may present that.
I have developed evidence through the discovery process in this case that strongly will prove that the WAUKESHA Police Department, namely 5 to 7 of these officers and detectives involved in this case, have compiled this evidence on their own. That they have falsely introduced this evidence against me. It is not just. It is not legal what they are doing. I came across hard evidence of their abilities and their intents and their lack of ethics when I received discovery evidence in the form of Axon body cameras from the night that they took my car on 1st December 2024. I found that there were sections missing from the body camera footage, including audio sections that were reworked and redubbed. I have not been able to get the state public defender to provide for the minimal cost to analyze the footage and the audio section of the footage to prove my point and to prove tampering and tainted evidence in this case, which should have resulted in this case being thrown out at least 8 months ago. It should not have come this far. But I have not been able to get my only source of defense, which was the State Public Defender's Office, who I took at face value, owing to their title, to provide me with the minimal, I say again, the minimal amount of cost to develop the evidence, which is a very cost effective and relatively easy method that an amateur could process this evidence and show from the body camera footage and pulling it apart on a video editor, which is present on any computer. The fact that the Waukesha Police Department had doctored this film footage and doctored the audio portion of the film footage. What they cut out was the fact that they bumbled the car stop. It was completely contrived. As soon as I was pulling into the gas station from Appleton, Wisconsin, where they followed me apparently, they stopped me at the driveway of the gas station, and Officer C.D. Baca was exiting his police cruiser along with Officer Tyndall, trip over each other and start laughing. One says, "Stopped going 35 and a 25," and they start laughing. And the other one says, "Stopped going 35 and a 25." And they cut that out. And then I was offered a ride home when Detective Stern over here offered me a ride home, because he said he was going to seize my car and have a warrant typed up at the police station so they could search the car. And I accepted the ride home down the hill from the Quick Trip gas station here on Pewaukee Road, because it was quite cold and I wasn't feeling well. And Officer C.D. Baca of the Waukesha Police Department offered to take me home. And we made I tried making some small talk with him in the police cruiser. I just asked him if he'd catch any of the football games on recently or anything. And then when he let me out of the police cruiser in my driveway, which was dark and foreboding at that hour, being winter going towards 6:30 in the evening, Officer C.D. Baca did proceed to threaten me. He stated that I had better back them up on the fact that they're stopping me for speeding, going 35 miles an hour in a 25-mile-an-hour zone, which, by the way, does not exist on Pewaukee Road in the area where they stopped me. And I looked at he was standing in the shadows with another officer behind him, who also pulled up in a police cruiser in my driveway. And they were holding onto their pistols. They had their hands on their pistols in a threatening manner. And I didn't know what was going to happen. And I looked at them, which you'll still see on the body camera footage if they show it to you, my reaction to C.D. Baca's threats are, yeah, all right, God. And I just wanted to get out of there and get into my apartment at that point. That they left into the body camera footage, but otherwise they have me saying, sure, the words coming out of my mouth were not those that I actually stated that night, which is tampering with the evidence, which is fraud. I was made to say, as you'll see on their version of the body camera footage, definitely, I agree with you. You know, have a good night and all this kind of stuff. That was not in.
He doesn't sound to me like he's lying, although I know it's not true. He sounds like somebody, I don't want to say with dementia, because it's not nonsensical. But it could be like a form of dementia where there's an altered perception. Or he could be a really good actor. I don't know which. It doesn't sound like somebody telling lies, if you know what I mean.
That was not in the original Axon body camera footage filmed that night by the two police officers. That is tampering with evidence. I have tried to bring that before the court. I wanted to. I have the chain of custody of that evidence here, which shows considerable attention to Officer C.D. Baca's Axion body camera footage and Officer Tyndall's body camera footage. I can show that according to the jargon used with digital technology now, they call the data acquired by the filming and the audio portion of any body camera footage, and indeed many of the footage that we ourselves are prone to photographing when we use our cell phones and everything is called checksum data. And in the evidence that I have in my disposal, which was presented to me on discovery by the prosecution and the police. I'm assuming they didn't think that me and my defense would come across this, but I did, and it clearly shows that they have changed this checksum data at least twice on C.D. Baca's body camera footage. Again, I strongly urge the jury to consider the tampering of evidence in this case. This case should have been dismissed at least 8 months ago when I discovered this evidence, which was given to me late by my first state public defender attorney, who was grossly inadequate and not providing me the correct defense that I needed, and I was forced to terminate him as my public defender. I emphatically deny any involvement in this crime. I am a law-abiding citizen. I am a good Christian of the Lutheran faith. I am a responsible citizen. I am an ex-police officer myself. I served as a security police officer in the United States Air Force. If this trial proceeds in a manner which should deny me the justice that, in a large part, I am really not qualified to oversee, as I am not a trained attorney, this will be a travesty of justice. I ask you to please consider the fact that a serious wrong is being perpetrated here. It will serve nobody if the state and the police, the several police officers of the many good police officers in the Waukesha Police Department have their way here. For one thing, the victim and his family will not receive justice. And they should definitely receive justice. The killer or killers, in my personal opinion, I think more than one person was involved in this homicide.
Objection.
Mr. Lychwick, consistent with the court's pretrial rulings on Denny evidence, the court will sustain that objection. It's also, well, the court will sustain the objection. Anything else, Mr. Lychwick?
Well, yes, Your Honor. Is that Denny evidence?
Yes.
And I must ask you to consider the fact that a person is considered innocent until proven guilty in this country. And I certainly am not guilty of this crime. And if the travesty of justice is allowed to take place at the culmination of his trial, the perpetrators of this crime will be allowed to roam free and perhaps kill again. You should consider that. The police should be put on the track of whoever did this to this man again, because while I'm in custody here, the state is under the false impression that they have their man, if you will, and they're not looking for the killer anymore. That is a serious miscarriage of justice in itself. That is a serious safety issue for public at large. I ask you to please weigh that in here as well.
What are you doing, Shadow?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I ask you to do your best, and I thank you for coming today and doing your duty as a citizen. I would have done the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I will remind you that opening statements are not evidence. At this point in this case, you have heard exactly zero evidence. There is no evidence in this case yet presented to you. The only thing that's been presented is opening statements, and those are not evidence. So as you take a break for lunch, I will caution you to not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Don't come to any conclusions yet. You can certainly call to loved ones and check in and just state that you got selected for a jury. This is the trial you're on. but otherwise don't say anything about the case so far or this process. Also, do not seek out any information on social media or news or Twitter or X or anything like that while you are on break. It is 12:27 right now. I want to give you time to take a break and get lunch. Let's reconvene at 1:40 p.m. and we should be ready to start the evidence at that time.
All right, the jury.
You may be seated. We are now outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Lychwick, I just want to caution you on one thing. You made the statement that you are here in custody. Great efforts are being undertaken here to make sure the jury doesn't consider the fact that you're in custody. So it may be beneficial to you if you try to refrain from making that known to the jury. I know the state probably was on the verge of objecting to that, but didn't want to call undue attention to it, and I didn't want to interrupt and cause undue attention to it. It seemed more of an offhand comment, but nonetheless, it is for your benefit and your protection during this case to not have the jury know that.
Your Honor, I think it's an important facet of this case because it shows the fact that it's part of the fact of the reason why I'm having trouble defending myself and don't have counsel and am so unprepared to defend myself.
And it's not. It's not. It's not anything the jury is to consider. It should not sway their decision one way or the other, whether or not you're in custody. And you are your attorney, and you are held to the standards of an attorney. And whether that attorney is well prepared or not prepared at all, nonetheless, the trial's going. So that is not to be considered by the jury either. Any further statements about your preparedness, this being a travesty of justice, you not having sufficient time to review discovery, things like that, I'm not going to let that go any further. That's not relevant for the jury, it's not evidence, and it has no place in the trial. Understood?
With reluctance.
Okay. We are adjourned until 12:40. Anything else from the state?
I would also ask that the court admonish Mr. Lychwick to not make any more statements regarding his prior counsel being ineffective. That's quite frankly his opinion. There has been no finding by this court or Judge Shaneborn for the time that she presided over this case that any counsel has been ineffective. And so I think that is completely inappropriate for Mr. Lychwick to be arguing that as well.
Attorney Thompson, Attorney Jones withdrew at the defendant's request, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So, Mr. Lychwick, I think that's a fair point, too, that the state makes. Both of your prior attorneys withdrew at your request, and you've made the decision to represent yourself. So calling your prior counsel ineffective or saying that, or implying that the public defender's office hasn't met your needs, things of that nature are also irrelevant, too. And that goes to the court's finding that you are competent to represent yourself, and I granted your motion to represent yourself. That's as far as it goes. All the jury needs to know is that you're representing yourself pursuant to the Constitution. All right, we are adjourned until 12:40.
Okay, guys, so far so good. What, Shadow? What? Can you wait a minute?
The property owner.
Exactly.
Okay.
Just one moment. Ms. Rose, I know you might be nervous. That's fine.
It's an understatement. Sorry.
Just want to make sure that
Can I hold you while I pet you? That'd be easier.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I could see that as all of you came into the courtroom, you've already been provided a notepad and a pen. Has anyone checked the pen to make sure it works and writes okay?
All right, I see a bunch of nods. Then we are going to get started with the evidentiary portion of the trial. The state may call its first witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Glenda Rose.
Ms. Rose, come all the way up to the witness stand right here. When you get up to the chair, please stay standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by my clerk.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Okay, you may have a seat, ma'am. I'm going to have you start by pulling yourself up nice and close to that microphone. That black bar with the red dot is our microphone. Get situated nice and close to that and start by stating your name, spelling both your first and your last name.
My name is Glenda Rose, Glenda, and the last name is Rose.
Attorney Thompson?
Thank you. Ms. Rose, where do you currently reside?
At 1512 East North Street.
Is that located in the city and county of Waukesha, state of Wisconsin?
Yes.
And how long have you lived at that location?
36 years.
Okay. And is that located right at the bottom of the hill here from the courthouse at the intersection of Moreland and North?
Correct.
And is that an apartment building or a condo building or something else?
16-unit apartment building.
Are there any common stairways in this building?
Yes.
How many?
The two side stairways.
Okay. And is there a parking structure at all on the property?
Underground parking, yes.
Does each resident have access to that underground parking structure?
Yes.
Is each resident assigned or given a parking stall?
Yes.
In that garage, the underground garage, are there also any storage units associated with each apartment unit's parking stall?
Yes.
Can you describe for me what those look like?
It's a storage bin above where the people park their cars.
And is it created out of wooden slats or
Yes.
something else?
Yes, I should have said that.
No, that's okay. You can't be expected to read my mind. Now, having lived in this apartment building for 36 years, is it fair to say that you are able to maintain some familiarity with the residents who live there?
Yes.
And over 36 years, you've seen residents come live there and then subsequently move out. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Do you have any particular role or responsibilities at the property at 1512 East North?
As things break down, I'm notified, and then I contact Jeff, the owner.
So is it fair to say then you're kind of the middle person between the residents and the property owner?
Exactly.
Okay.
Just one moment. Ms. Rose, I know you might be nervous. That's fine.
It's an understatement. Sorry.
Just want to make sure that because my court reporter sitting right in front of you has to take down everything that's said, it's important that you wait for the entire question to be asked before you begin your answer. Just that way people aren't talking over each other, okay?
Sorry.
Thank you. Attorney Thompson, you may continue.
Thank you. Is there an official on-site manager position with the apartment building, or is that something you have kind of taken upon yourself over the years to assist with?
That's me.
And how long have you been in that managerial role?
10 years.
Madam Clerk, if you could please put the screen on just in front of the witness for now. And Ms. Rose, while this is loading, I'm showing you a few exhibits and I'm going to go through each one and then I'll have some questions for you about them when we're finished, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Here's the next one. Okay.
Could you show Exhibit 1 again? I don't know that the screen was up by that time.
It's not on Mr. Lychwick's screen either. Okay, now I can see it's on Mr. Lychwick's screen at council table. I'll go through them one more time just so everyone can see them. Okay, Ms. Rose, having viewed each of those 4 documents, are you familiar with what those documents show?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you did not take these photos or create that floor diagram?
Correct.
But is it a fair and accurate depiction of where the building is located and what the property looks like?
Yes.
I would move exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 19 into evidence and ask to publish to the jury.
First, as to admission of the exhibits, Mr. Lychwick, do you have any objection to those coming into evidence?
No.
All right, those exhibits are received. And Mr. Lychwick, do you have any objection to those exhibits being used with the jury?
No.
All right, the state may use the exhibits with the jury.
Now, looking at what is marked as State's Exhibit 1, Ms. Rose, are you familiar with the application of Google Maps?
Yes.
Have you seen that used or used it yourself in the past?
Yes.
And what does Exhibit 1 show us then?
The building.
At 1512 East North?
Correct.
And at the intersection here at Moreland and North?
Yes.
Then moving to Exhibit 2. Are you familiar with a former tenant at this building named Carlos Maldonado?
Yes.
Do you know how long Carlos lived there?
I want to say 2 years.
And did you know Mr. Maldonado? And by that, that's kind of a vague question, so I'll rephrase that. How well, if at all, did you know Mr. Maldonado over the time that he lived there?
In passing in the halls, in the laundry room, saying hello and stuff like that.
Okay. And do you know a resident of 1512 East North by the name of Kevin Lychwick?
Yes.
Did you know him by any other first name?
Conrad. Oh,
Well-
sorry.
No, that's okay. Exhibit 2 then, can you describe for me what you see here?
The layout of the apartments.
Okay, and so Carlos lived in between both Mr. Lychwick and you, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Now, when you are looking outside your windows, what part of the property do you see?
The back hill.
Looking then at exhibit number 19, do you recognize this picture then?
It's the back hill.
Okay, and if we're looking where my cursor is, it looks like a little hand right now, if you can see that. Did you and Mr. Maldonado and Mr. Lychwick live on the first or second floor of this apartment building?
Second floor.
So if you are watching the cursor go back and forth on exhibit 19, is that where your apartments would be in relation to this back hill?
Yes.
Now, I had just asked you if you knew an individual or a resident named Kevin Lychwick, and he also went by a different first name. Which name did you call him?
Conrad.
Is there a particular reason why you called him Conrad versus Kevin?
He has to be called Conrad.
Was there ever a time when you called Mr. Lychwick by Kevin and he demanded that you call him by Conrad?
Yes.
Can you describe for me the tone in which he wanted you or told you he wanted you to call him that name?
It was just very abrupt and said, call me Conrad.
I know you talked about how you were more of acquaintances with Mr. Maldonado and you saw each other in passing and you would say hi. Did you have any kind of relationship with Mr. Lychwick?
No.
Did you ever say hi to him in the hallways?
I would always say hi.
Did he ever reply back to you?
Sure.
Did you ever have conversations or interactions with him in the laundry room like you did with Mr. Maldonado?
Not very often.
Okay. When you did see Mr. Lychwick in passing, was there ever any thought on your part that he wanted to engage in conversation with you?
No.
Did you feel ever in passing with him that you wanted to engage in a conversation with him?
No.
Do you know how long Mr. Lychwick has lived in this apartment building?
I think it was 5 years.
Going back then to the reason you're here today, and I'd like to direct your attention to October 30th of 2024. On that date, were you at the residence at 1512 East North?
Yes.
And in the afternoon hours, did you get a phone call that led you to go outside of the building?
I did.
Can you describe for me what happened when you got that phone call?
Nathan called, actually it was Terry, called and said Nathan found a body outside.
And from there, what did you do?
I went downstairs to go take a look.
And when you got outside, did you go through that back stairwell that we talked about, or did you go through the underground garage or something else?
The back stairwell.
And where did you go from there?
Across the parking lot to where Nathan was standing.
In looking at exhibit number 1, can you see the driveway off of East North Street leading to your apartment building?
Yes.
Actually, that screen in front of you is a touch screen. If you wouldn't mind just kind of drawing a line over that driveway for me.
That's the driveway.
Okay. Now, when you exit out of the stairwell and you go to where you said Nathan was, can you circle for me on exhibit 1 the approximate area in which you saw Nathan? When you go up the driveway, and we can see on exhibit 1 it's slightly curved, is there a retaining wall to the right-hand side when you're driving into the underground parking structure?
Yes.
And above that retaining wall, is there a path?
I don't know if I'd call it a path.
What would you call it, please?
Broken down trees and kind of a walkway, you know, I guess a path, yeah.
No, that's okay. If you call it something different, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I mean, it's I guess a path.
Okay.
It's a walkway.
And we can see on exhibit 1, this property is surrounded by trees where it's not surrounded by roadways. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And those woods, are they thick with vegetation and brush and bushes and trees, or is it more of a stark type of wooded area?
Correct, yes.
And when you go on top of that hill that we observed in exhibit 3, I'm sorry, exhibit 19.
Before we change off of exhibit 1, if you don't intend for the witness to make any further markings on it, let's capture that with the witness's markings. She's drawn a green line on the driveway and a green circle to signify where she met up with Nathan. We'll capture this. This will be 1A.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Ms. Rose, going back to exhibit 19, we can see the upward slope of this hill. On top of that hill area, is there also still trees and brush and vegetation up there as well?
Yes.
Is there a slight clearing at the top of that hill where some of the residents might do some gardening?
Yes.
This back area here in exhibit 19, is that open to all of the residents that live at 1512 East North?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you come outside, you go to where Nathan is standing, and what do you see?
A pile of twigs and a tarp, and then it was opened where I could see a body.
Objection. Not facts of this case. The body was found at the bottom of the hill, not the bottom of the hill, but rather at the end of the driveway.
All right, the objection is overruled. The witness can testify about what she saw. If there is additional evidence through another witness, that may be presented as well. But the answer was responsive, so it's overruled. You may continue.
Now, Ms. Rose, I'm going to show you what you previously looked at and what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 3. What does Exhibit 3 show?
Pretty much what I found.
Pretty much what you found, or what you found, or
What I
something
found,
else?
Yeah. Yeah.
One at a time, please. You can just finish your question.
Yes. Exhibit 3, does that show exactly what you found when you walked out of the garage? I'm sorry, the stairwell, or something else?
Something else.
Okay, then what does Exhibit 3 show?
Well, that's not how I saw it at first.
How did you see it then?
It was opened up. Nathan had opened it up to find a body.
Okay, now, is there, on the opposite side, is that where you saw that it had been opened, or something else?
Possibly, yes. Yeah.
Okay, now, when you walked up to it, you said you saw a body. What specifically did you see?
I saw the middle of a body and legs and knees and shoes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm finished with the screen. You indicated that once you were out there and you saw this pile, you saw what looked like a body. Did anyone call police?
Jeff, the owner, did.
Okay. And did you stay with this pile until police arrived?
Yes.
While you were standing with that pile, did anybody else or any other residents, or did you touch that pile or start taking off those branches?
No.
Now, you indicated you were familiar with a resident named Carlos Maldonado, correct?
Yes.
And with this discovery being on April 30th of 2024, when was the last time you remember seeing Carlos Maldonado?
Do you mean October 30th, 2024? I believe you said April 30th.
I'm sorry, October 30th of 2024. When was the last time you saw Carlos Maldonado?
April 14th.
Of 2024?
Correct.
And since that date then, you had not seen him at all around the property?
Not at all.
Was that unusual?
Yes.
What did you see Mr. Maldonado doing on April 14th?
He was in the garage cutting up some wood.
And then after that date, he just disappeared?
Yes.
Did you ever have any phone contact with him?
I tried.
Did he ever answer?
No.
Was his apartment ever cleared out?
Yes, but not for a while.
Okay. Now, I'll ask a more specific question then. So from April 14th to October 30th of 2024, had any of Mr. Maldonado's family members come to the apartment building looking for him?
Yes.
Did you allow any of his family members into his apartment?
Yes.
Did you go inside with those family members, or did you stay outside?
I went in.
And when you went in with the family members, was the apartment still full of items, or was it completely bare?
Full.
Was one of the family members that you allowed into the apartment Talisa Maldonado?
Yes.
Had you been sliding Mr. Maldonado's mail under the door or anything, or
Yes.
you had been? Okay.
That was a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Ms. Rose, you indicated that you saw Mr. Maldonado cutting wood the morning of April 14th, correct?
Yes.
Was there a mess of sawdust left behind in that area?
Yes.
Did you clean that up?
Yes.
Do you know about how long after April 14th you realized that pile was still there and you took it upon yourself to clean it up?
A couple weeks.
I do not have any other further questions for this witness. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lychwick, cross-examination.
Yes, please. Glenda, you simply could not have found the remains of poor Mr. Carlos at the top of the hill there because he was not found there. He was found at the bottom of the driveway.
Mr. Lychwick, you have to, hang on, everyone. Mr. Lychwick, you have to ask a question, okay? So you can ask her to confirm her statement about where she found the body, but this is not a time to testify about what you think the other facts are. So go ahead and ask a question if you would like.
Where was Mr. Maldonado laying, Glenda?
Halfway down the hill on the right-hand side.
Where was he in relation to the driveway?
Halfway down. Almost to the bottom of the driveway.
Thank you. So he was found almost at the bottom of the driveway, across the wood from the edge of the driveway where it meets the road.
Is that correct?
The entrance of the driveway where it meets the road, Glenda.
It was not close to the road, I mean, not as close to the road as what you're saying. In the middle of the hill, if you halfway down.
But the hill is not to be confused with the hill that is perpendicular to the stairs that you took to get into the driveway when you left your apartment. Is that right?
Right.
So we are talking about then at the end of the driveway, that area. Are we not?
No.
How can that not be? Because the
Because the end
driveway...
of the driveway is here, and the body was up here. The end of the driveway is the end of the driveway. This was the middle of the hill.
Hang on. Okay, finish your answer. Are you finished?
I think so.
Okay, Mr. Lychwick, what were you saying?
Can I please have the diagram of the property again?
Sure. Attorney Thompson, can you put up exhibit number 1, please?
Yes, I will.
Now, Glenda, I want you to take a look, please. If you look where East North Street begins and the driveway ends, Mr. Maldonado was found not too far up in the area, still at the edge of the driveway. Not too far from the edge of the driveway, I would say. He wasn't found up on the hill that you could see from your window.
Mr. Lychwick, again, I remind you on cross-examination, you need to ask the witness questions, not testify on your own.
I'm asking you, Glenda, was Mr. Maldonado found more towards the edge of the driveway there than where you could see out of your window at that other hill near the cement stairs that go up the other staircase, the north staircase that is on the other side of our building there, the one that you came down to meet Nathan?
I didn't get the question.
Okay, hang on. You can repeat the question. Just try to ask simple questions, Mr. Lychwick. Straightforward questions.
I'm trying, Your Honor. Glenn, Mr. Maldonado was not found within eyesight of your apartment window. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, if we go back down to the end of the driveway, he was found closer to that area than he was to the top of the hill that you can see from your apartment window. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions of this witness.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No.
All right, Ms. Rose, you are excused. Thank you. You may step down.
The state calls Specialist Nichelle Nelson.
All right, ma'am, you can come all the way up to the witness stand. When you get up to the chair, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by our clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat. That black bar with the red dot in front of you is our microphone. Get yourself situated nice and close to that. And start by stating your name, spelling your first name and last name for the record.
Nichelle, Nichelle, Nelson, Nelson.
Ms. Nelson, how are you employed?
As a specialist for the City of Waukesha Police Department.
As a specialist, are you also a sworn law enforcement officer?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been a sworn law enforcement officer in the state of Wisconsin?
Currently in my 29th year.
What is the difference between an officer or detective or a specialist, which you are?
It's a promotional process from an officer to a specialist.
And do you have a specific role as a specialist in the City of Waukesha Police Department?
Currently, I'm assigned to the forensic unit.
And what is the forensic unit responsible for?
Currently assigned to process crime scenes, in charge of our property room, fingerprints, and making sure things get sent to the criminal bureau for identification purposes.
To be a crime scene technician, do you have to go through any specialized training outside of that standard police academy that we're all used to hearing about?
Yes, additional training including forensic or basic evidence technology schools, as well as some additional courses that we choose to, such as maybe a death investigation course or additional photography courses.
Have you been to a death investigation course?
Yes.
More than one?
I just believe I took one course.
Okay. And as a crime scene technician, do you have to do any kind of continuing education?
We do throughout our career. Sometimes we attend the State Crime Lab, puts on a once a year training, and sometimes we attend that.
The death investigation training that you just spoke about, is it specifically focused on homicide investigations or something more?
It's a variety of death investigations, so not just homicide.
Okay. Now, do you have another specialty within the City of Waukesha Police Department?
I also have a canine. He's an electronic search detection canine.
And what's his name?
His name is Canine Riker.
When it comes to crime scene investigations, is it fair to say that each person or each law enforcement officer that responds to the scene has a specific duty or role assigned to them?
Yes, but I would also say that we also work in collaboration with each other.
Okay. What would be the purpose of having individual roles for each person?
We're able to divide up tasks and get things done more efficiently.
When you arrive at a scene, and let's specifically focus on a death investigation, what is one of the first things that law enforcement will do in terms of protecting the integrity of that scene?
First thing we would do is we would like to make sure the scene is secure. Make sure that nobody outside of law enforcement comes into that scene.
Is that generally where we see that yellow crime scene tape around the area of the investigation?
Correct. And then to take it one step further, we also have red tape that sometimes breaks it down even to a smaller area.
Is there an officer who is assigned to keep a log of everyone that goes in and out of a crime scene?
Yes.
Are there times where, as a crime scene technician responding to a death investigation, you may not know if the death is suspicious or not at that time?
Yes.
When you are responding to the scene as a crime scene technician, and let's say your role is to take photos of the scene, is there a methodical way in which you do that, or do you just randomly walk around and take pictures?
I generally start large and work small.
And why do we do that?
So that you can generally gather what you're focusing on so that you can see the overall photos of what you're taking that picture of, and then generally then you can focus in on exactly what you're looking at.
Okay. And what is the importance of taking photographs at a crime scene?
Once we leave, we can never get that crime scene back. So we have to see the crime scene as it was when we get there.
If you are searching, let's say, a vehicle as part of your training experience as a crime scene technician, do you just start opening doors and taking things out, or is there a different way in which you do that?
No, we would also photograph that vehicle prior to doing any search of that vehicle.
As a crime scene technician, are you ever responsible for, once photos are taken of an item on scene, placing that item into police property or inventory?
Yes.
And is there a particular way you are trained in taking items from a crime scene and placing it on property inventory?
Depending on what type of item it may be, it would go into paper or plastic. Those items would stay in my care or possession until I would place those items onto our property management system, which is Phoenix Property.
And when I say placing an item onto police property, is it just a big property room, or can you describe for me what that is?
So our logging system is that I would actually take it back to the police department. It may require additional photographs of that item close up. It then would be packaged. We then create a report, and from that report, a label gets generated and placed onto that individual item.
Does the property room at your police department at the city of Waukesha, does that allow everybody inside, or are there only particular people that have access to that room at any given time?
It has restricted access. Myself, my two partners that I work with, our clerk and our two computer forensic also have access to it, as well as our boss.
When we're talking about items located at a crime scene, do you know right away if that item has evidentiary value?
Not necessarily.
Are there times where you seize items that you might want swabs taken from?
Yes.
And when I say swabs, what would be the purpose of swabbing an item?
For DNA.
And are there ever times where you take items where you might want to process that item for fingerprint analysis?
Yes.
When you are taking these items and when you're processing a scene, are you wearing gloves?
Yes.
Is there any other protective gear of that nature that you wear on scenes, or does that depend on the scene?
It depends on the scene.
When you are photographing a scene, are there department issued cameras that you use?
Yes, we each have our own department issued camera.
And is there a particular way that you label each photo that you take from a scene?
Yes.
How do you do that?
Mine have my initials of NMN, and then they're labeled sequentially.
Every time you finish at a scene and you go back to the police department with any property that you may have packaged, Do you empty that SD card on the camera, or is it just, there could be multiple scenes on a camera at once?
That would be uploaded. I save it on my computer. I upload it into evidence.com, our retention system for digital evidence. Once I know that they have all been uploaded, I then format that SD card.
What do you mean by format that SD card?
It would erase all the images from that particular scene, and then it would start back when I go take photos the next time at 001.
Okay, so you're not going to run into a situation where you have photos from two different scenes mixed into one?
No.
I'd like to direct your attention, please, to October 30th of 2024. On that date, were you already on duty?
I was.
And were you called to a scene at 1512 East North?
I don't think I've ever heard that question asked before. I wonder if he's claiming that there was like a double exposure or something from previous photos. Because I don't think I've ever heard that question asked before. Do you guys remember it ever being asked?
North Street?
I was.
What was the reason for that call?
We got a call that there was possibly a body.
A body?
In a tarp.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead and finish.
Okay. Under some brush.
Now, when you arrive on scene, do you immediately go to that area?
We didn't initially approach it. We saw it from a distance.
And why did you stay back from a distance versus immediately go to that area?
We didn't know if there was possibly evidence around where the possible body was.
So that was intentional?
Correct.
Once you arrive on scene, what is the first thing that you do?
I spoke to one of the detectives that was there, Detective Condon, advised him that I was going to start taking photographs of the scene.
And at this point, did you know what kind of death investigation this was?
I did not.
We've talked about the purpose of taking photos and preserving the scene the way in which it presents itself to law enforcement at that time. Where did you start taking photos on this property?
I don't recall if I went to the top of the hill to start or if I started down in the parking lot.
Okay. And can you, when you start taking these photos then, do you kind of follow a path through the property so you can almost follow it through your photos?
Yes.
And you start with the overview of the property, is that correct?
Yes.
And then do you make your way back to this pile where the body was reported to have been found?
Correct.
Yeah, I thought I told you. Yeah, they caught him. He was a 22-year-old.
Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen in front of the witness? Okay. Specialist Nelson, I am showing you a 52-page PDF packet that contains exhibits 3 through 54. Had you reviewed the photos you took of the scene at 1512 East North prior to your testimony today?
I did.
And were they a fair and accurate depiction of the photos that you took on October 30th of 2024?
They are.
I would move exhibits, well, number 3 has already been admitted, so I would move exhibits 4 through 54
Bad way to
into
start
evidence.
off your life.
And 19 has also already been admitted.
Attorney Thompson, could you just slowly page through those exhibits, please?
Yes, starting with exhibit 3.
Go ahead, you can do it. I shouldn't have said slowly. You can moderately scroll through the pictures, please.
Moderately, and you shut up completely.
Now I went too fast and it's thinking.
That's fine, you can let it catch up.
I think 25 was the last one that was really buffering. All right, let's hold up here. This is through Exhibit 31. Attorney Thompson, are you intending to go through each of these sequentially?
I am, yes.
Okay, so Mr. Lychwick, so far, what was the number that it started with, Attorney Thompson?
Exhibit 3 through 54.
Okay, so Mr. Lychwick, so far 3 through 31, any objection to those photographs being introduced into evidence?
No, not at this time, Your Honor.
Then those will be admitted. 19 has already been admitted. And Mr. Lychwick, any objection to 3 through 31 being used to publish with the jury?
No.
All right, they may be published. Attorney Thompson, as we go through and show these exhibits, perhaps the others will buffer while we're waiting.
Oh, I hope so. Thank you.
Yet, so she must be gone.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen for everyone, please? Now, Specialist Nelson, looking at exhibit number 3, is this the possible body in a tarp that law enforcement was called to investigate?
Yes.
Exhibit number 4, tell me what exhibit 4 shows.
A different view of the same photo from farther away.
Now, I'm showing you what's previously been marked as exhibit number 1 and received. So when we compare exhibit 1, which is a Google Map overview of the property, and exhibit number 4, where are you standing in exhibit 4?
Can you show me exhibit number 4 again?
Yes.
I'm not sure if down here is the pathway from the driveway that we walked up, if that's the bottom of the path. I think that is.
Okay.
So I was looking up the hill, I believe.
And as we continue going through these, I'll be asking you if you can kind of help orient the jury as to how you're walking through this property.
For the record, the witness has placed a couple of green markings on exhibit number 4. Attorney Thompson, do you want to capture that as 4A?
No, I don't think that was intentional.
Okay. We'll clear it.
Moving on then to exhibit 5, are we starting to get closer to the pile of the branches and the tarp?
Yes.
Now, exhibit 6, obviously we don't see the blue tarp anymore, so have you switched your positioning as it relates to this pile of sticks?
Yes.
At this point, are we continuing to go further away from the driveway to the top of a hill area in the back of the building?
That would be correct.
Exhibit number 7, what are we looking at here?
More towards I'd be facing towards North Street. So once again, I'm at the top of the hill looking down.
Okay, and up here where my cursor is towards the top and middle of exhibit number 7, is this the driveway of the apartment building?
Correct.
And is that maybe one of your detectives right there speaking with someone?
Yes.
Okay, now moving on to exhibit number 8, what are we seeing here?
Another view of the pile.
And why are you taking so many photos of the pile?
Just to get different angles and just in case I didn't capture something in one of my other photographs.
Moving on to exhibit number 9. What is this?
I went around the back side of the pile looking more now towards kind of like the garage of the apartment building.
Okay, and these wooden planks here, if you're following my cursor to the top left of exhibit number 9, is that kind of like a retaining wall?
Yes.
Moving on to exhibit number 10, where are we now on the property?
They had like a garden area near the top of the complex, and there was different piles of debris and branches up there, so I went up there and photographed that area as well.
Were there any other tarps or bodies under these sticks?
Did not locate any.
Okay. Exhibit number 11, what is this?
More of the debris piles near the garden area.
Exhibit number 12?
More debris in the garden area.
Exhibit 13 then, what is this?
The garden area.
Is this a pretty wide area at the top of the hill?
It is.
Okay. Where are you in this angle of exhibit number 14?
You can kind of see in the background there, the apartment complex. If I draw in here, that's the apartments. So kind of looking down towards the apartment complex.
Okay, and I do not need that to be captured.
Okay, it'll be noted that the witness placed a green X near the center of exhibit 14, but we will not capture 14A.
Thank you. Now looking at exhibit number 15, are we still at the top of the hill here?
Yes.
Have we started coming down the hill back towards the apartment building?
I believe so.
Okay. And these logs that we see, they appear to be in a square shape. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is this, well, actually, no, strike that. Moving on to exhibit 16, what do we see here?
I think that was the beginning of the garden area.
And exhibit 17?
Just a marker from my purposes to kind of give a demonstration or a location as to where I was photographing.
This one doesn't have a number, but it should be exhibit number 18. What are we looking at here?
The back side of the apartment complex, the hill up, and if you were to look straight ahead through that, that would be Westmoreland.
Okay. And exhibit number 19 has previously been admitted. What are we seeing here?
The back side of the apartment complex, and you can see the garage door that's open.
Okay, and that garage door leads out to the driveway that leads out to north. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now exhibit 20, what are we looking at here?
The top of the hillside.
And exhibit 21, have you continued coming further down the hill?
Yes.
And right where my cursor is at the top of these concrete stairs, is that a common doorway into the apartment building?
I believe so.
And exhibit 22?
Just turned around from where I was and took a photo up to the top of the hill.
Now that you have completed a kind of overview of all the different areas of the property, did you then come back to the area in which the body was reportedly found?
Yes.
Okay. Now, exhibit number 23, what are we seeing here?
A close-up of the blue tarp.
As you are taking photos of this pile, did you also observe at any point black plastic sheeting?
Yes.
Okay. When you are taking these photos, have you touched any of these branches or anything yet?
Myself, along with some of the other officers or detectives, we were starting to slowly remove some of the sticks and stuff that were over the tarp.
And as you started slowly moving those sticks off, were you taking photos as you went?
Yes.
Did there come a time where you stopped taking sticks off of this pile?
Yes.
When?
I observed twine or rope, and I also observed what I thought to be shoes at one of the ends, and I took my gloved hand and tapped the bottom, and I felt a shoe, and at that point I told Detective Condon that I felt that we had a body wrapped up.
Once you tapped and you felt what you thought was a shoe, what did you do next?
I advised Detective Condon that we needed to contact the medical examiner.
And was the medical examiner's office contacted?
Yes.
And subsequently, did an ME's office investigator and Dr. Scheel arrive on scene?
Yes.
While you were waiting for the medical examiner's office, did you continue moving the branches or unwrapping the tarp?
No.
Okay. Once the ME's office arrived on scene, what process started or continued?
We can continue to remove branches from the tarp. We worked in conjunction with them with photographs and removing items. They maintained custody of any items that they thought was relevant.
When you're looking at a scene such as this, you talked about earlier how you don't always know what items are relevant in an investigation. Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say.
And actually, no, I'll continue on. So moving on to exhibit number 24. What are we seeing here?
You can see part of a black bag as well as some rope.
Is this the area you were when you tapped what you thought was a shoe?
I couldn't be for certain with this photo.
Okay, that's fair. Moving on to exhibit number 25. Are we standing further back from the pile?
Yes.
Okay. Oops. Now, exhibit number 26. Have some of the branches and vegetation been moved back off of the tarp?
Yes.
Exhibit number 27, what kind of angle are we looking at here?
I'm probably standing a little bit closer and maybe a little bit more like over to get a more direct downward shot at the...
Okay, and if we look on the left side of exhibit number 27 where you see my cursor here, what part of the body was this part where my cursor is?
That would be where I thought I felt shoes, where I saw shoes.
Moving on to exhibit number 28. What are we looking at here?
An overview.
Are you seeing at this point any other ropes or twine that you talked about earlier?
Do you want me to mark?
I would love it if you could circle each twine that you see, please. Your Honor, I would ask that this be screen captured and marked as Exhibit 28A.
It will reflect the 3 green circles the witness has identified. Just pause a moment until my clerk verifies that the capture is complete.
Of course.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Moving on then to Exhibit 29. What, if anything, of evidentiary value do you see in this photo, Specialist Nelson?
Just some rope that's up in here.
Okay. At this point, when you start removing the branches, I do not need that screen captured.
All right, it will reflect that the witness did indicate.
You guys, that was my oncologist. My iron's low. So I'm getting iron infusions. They've only ever been like one-time infusions before. But now it's going to be three different infusions over 3 weeks. 2 hours at a time. So we got Tupac coming up. Wait. Okay. It's on the other coast. So if I make the infusions in the afternoon and we miss stuff, then we can do it in the morning. When we miss in the afternoon, we can do it in the morning. It'll work. We'll make it work. It'll be fine.
Okay, to the right of the picture on Exhibit 29, we can clear that.
As you start removing branches, once the medical examiner's office gets there, do you find what are believed to be human bones outside of this tarp or black plastic sheeting that you referenced?
I believe so.
Do you see any of those in Exhibit 29 or not yet?
I can't tell if it's hard to say with all the debris that's in there.
Okay. Moving on to Exhibit 30. There's obviously an arm in the top right-hand corner.
Yes.
Is that yours or the medical examiner's office?
Medical examiner's.
It's not that kind
And
of iron deficiency.
in looking at what
I wish it was that easy.
the ME's office employee is holding, it looks like a regular paintbrush. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Why is she using a paintbrush? What's the purpose of that?
To cautiously remove debris.
When we're looking at Exhibit 30 then, can you start to see the outline of a foot?
Yes.
Is that the part of the body in which you are standing by, the feet?
Correct.
Okay. Exhibit number 31, what are we seeing here?
Some clothing.
Okay. Does it appear as if it's coming out of that black plastic sheeting?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, this is where we initially stopped as the packet was still buffering, so I would move Exhibits 32 through 54 into evidence as we continue and ask to publish to the jury.
Sure. Let's take the screen down, Madam Clerk, for the public. It'll remain on for counsel table and the witness. And Attorney Thompson, if you could scroll through the remaining exhibits then.
This is going much faster.
All right, you went to 53,
Yeah.
is that right?
That one was 52. This is 53.
And this is as far as you're asking to go?
No, I still have 54.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. There we go.
The state has moved for admission of 32 through 54. Mr. Lychwick, do you have any objection to those pictures being received into evidence?
No.
They will be received. And any objection to publication of those exhibits with the jury, Mr. Lychwick?
No.
Then they will be able to be used with the jury.
Okay, now Specialist Nelson, in looking at Exhibit 32, has the medical examiner's office and yourself started the process of, or continued the process of removing all of the sticks and vegetation and debris from the tarp area?
Yes.
Do you still see the twine that you previously referenced in this photo?
Yes.
Why not just scoop up all of the vegetation and put it in a bag so you can get to the tarp and the plastic sheeting quicker?
Because there could be other evidence that we would miss in doing so.
How long were you on scene, not only taking photos, but then also processing this particular area, if you recall?
There was hours.
Moving on to Exhibit 33, are we now getting closer to the area we just saw in Exhibit 32?
Yes.
Now in Exhibit 34, what are we looking at here?
You can start seeing some bones.
Can you circle for me on Exhibit 34 where you start seeing bones? I would ask this be screen captured and marked as Exhibit 34A, please.
It will.
Thank you. Now, when we were just talking about how you can't just scoop everything up because you might miss something, based on where these bones were, would they have possibly been in that big vegetation scoop that I just referenced?
Probably not.
You would have felt them, or?
We may have missed them.
Okay. Now moving on to Exhibit 35, what are you focusing on with this picture here?
The twine and the knot.
Do you recall which section of the body this particular piece of twine was from?
I do not.
Okay. Exhibit 36?
The knot.
Okay. Now, did there come a time at the medical examiner's office where the twine was removed from the tarp and the plastic sheeting?
Yes.
And was the twine cut at all?
I don't recall if they did. If they did, the medical examiner's office did that.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did anybody on scene untie these knots?
No.
Looking at Exhibit 37, what are we looking at here?
More of the twine and the knots.
And this appears to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, a different set of twine than what we just looked at in Exhibit 36. Is that fair?
Yes.
And Exhibit 38?
Close-up of those knots.
Exhibit 39, what are we looking at here?
A different section with the twine and a different set of knots.
Is this where the head of the body is located?
Yes.
And so the rope appears to be around, you know, if the skull is in this circular part here, then the twine appears to be kind of towards the neck or upper chest area. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Exhibit 40, what are we looking at here?
Another angle of those bones.
Specialist Nelson, have you investigated crime scenes in the outdoors before in your career?
This was the first.
It was? Okay. Were the tarps and the plastic sheeting sealed around the body, or were there openings?
There were some openings.
Exhibit 41, please. What are we looking at here?
Just a different angle, farther down from where those bones were.
Now, in looking at Exhibit 41, if you can see my cursor, I'm kind of in the middle of Exhibit 41. Do you know what that piece of debris was?
We found cardboard.
Were there other pieces of cardboard debris near the body?
Yes.
Were those collected?
Yes.
Did we find any other pieces of cardboard debris inside the tarp or the black plastic sheeting, to your knowledge?
I don't remember if there was any inside or not.
Okay. I'm also moving a little bit to the left of the cardboard debris, and what I'm circling here, did you notice, as you were processing this scene, any tape on various parts of this tarp or black plastic sheeting?
Yes.
Can you circle for me on Exhibit 41 where you see tape? I would ask, please, that this be marked as Exhibit 41A and screen captured.
It will reflect the 2 green circles marked by this witness.
Was the tape removed from the black sheeting that we see in Exhibit 41 on scene?
No.
Okay. Is that to, well, never mind, strike that. Moving on to Exhibit number 42, what do we see here?
Close-up of the cardboard and just that general area.
I can schedule them in the morning before
In
the
Exhibit
trial
43,
starts.
what are we looking at in this picture?
That was some glass. I know we had found glass that night, and that could be a close-up of the glass we found.
Okay. Is this still, I mean, do we even see someone's gloved hand in the top right corner of Exhibit 43?
Yes.
So this is still the area right next to the body?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit number 44, what are we looking at here?
Another angle of the bones.
Do you also see the twine in this photograph?
Yes.
Exhibit number 45, what are we seeing here?
More of the bones uncovered.
Okay. Were all of the bones then taken or collected by the medical examiner's office and taken back to the office?
Yes.
Of course you did.
Moving on to Exhibit 46.
But you still love me anyway.
Another close-up.
You keep showing up.
By this time, is it darker outside or is it getting dark?
It's getting dark.
Okay. So now that you've shifted to processing the scene at night, are there any types of lights or equipment that you use to help ensure you're still gathering everything you can from the scene?
Yeah, we got some lights up there for us to work.
Okay. Did it end up raining at all that night while you guys were out there?
I think it started, but I don't recall exactly.
Okay. Moving on to Exhibit number 47. What are we looking at here?
Just another close-up showing some of the cardboard.
Do you see any tape at all?
Yes.
Do you also see 2 sections of twine?
Yes.
Exhibit 48 then?
Twine and some more cardboard.
And at this point, has all of the brush and sticks and debris been removed from the body?
Yes.
And now we are left with the tarp and the black plastic sheeting?
Yes.
Exhibit number 49, what is this?
Just another close-up of the twine.
What is Exhibit 50?
I believe it was a close-up of one of the arms or the hands.
What is Exhibit 51?
More close-up of some of the bones that were outside the bag.
Exhibit number 52, what are we looking at here?
A photo of what the ground looked like once everything was removed.
And so you talked about how the medical examiner's office and yourself did not open up the tarp or the black plastic sheeting. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, why take a picture of what is underneath the tarp and that sheeting?
Just to show what was left afterwards.
And in addition to showing what was left, did this scene continue to be processed, or once you remove the body, you just walk away?
No, we continue to dig through.
Why?
In case there was items that we may have missed.
In this particular scene, were there any bugs collected?
The medical examiner did take bugs.
Okay, that was the medical examiner's job then. Is there anything else that, besides taking these photos, that you collected at this very particular spot with the body?
The medical examiner pretty much took everything.
Okay.
That night.
Okay. Moving on to Exhibit 53 then. Is this still the same area?
Yes.
And Exhibit 54.
just another photograph of that same area.
Okay, and the top layer of the ground that was right underneath the tarp, was that debris also collected by the medical examiner's office for examination?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you attend the autopsy of these remains that we recovered in the woods at 1512 East North?
Yes.
And did that occur on November 1st of 2024?
Yes.
Why do you go to an autopsy?
To collect additional items for evidence.
Does the medical examiner's office have property inventory like police do?
They, similar, but not necessarily, I don't want to say like as detailed, but they have a sheet that they do give us of items that they have.
At the start of an autopsy, is there a piece of paper that is kind of like an inventory list of all items recovered from the remains by the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And at the conclusion of the autopsy, is it yourself or whatever other law enforcement officer is present for the autopsy? Do you sign off on that or acknowledge that you are taking the items that the medical examiner's office is not keeping?
Yes.
And in this case, do you recall taking items with you once the autopsy was complete?
I don't think I took them that day just because some of the items needed to dry. But yes, I did take custody of some of the items from the autopsy.
And then once you take custody of those items, then you go back to the police department that we talked about earlier and put everything on property inventory for subsequent processing?
Yes.
And by subsequent processing is one of those potentials to send evidence to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab for analysis?
Yes.
And are there different specialized fields within the crime lab that can assist in analyzing the various pieces of evidence?
Yes.
We talked a little bit about vegetation and debris that we found on scene. During the autopsy, were there particular items of vegetation that were of significance to you?
There was some, yes.
Okay. Now, those items, those particular landscape items, if you will, when you collected those, did the medical examiner's office suggest a agency who might be able to assist in the identification of those items of landscaping?
The medical examiner did not, but the state crime lab did.
Thank you for correcting me. So why did you ask the crime lab for that information and they offered it, or how did that work?
We have a pretty good working relationship with the crime lab, and through conversation of this case, they actually recommended a gentleman that works in vegetation.
Okay. Was that individual an employee of the U.S. Department of Agriculture?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen just in front of the witness, and I will be showing you what's marked as State's Exhibits 55 through 57. Okay. Now, first showing you 55.
Okay.
And 56 and 57.
Okay.
Did you take these photographs?
I did.
And do they show two specific pieces of vegetation that you asked the Department of Agriculture agent to assist you with in identifying?
I did.
And then was that individual able to give you an identification of those landscaping items?
Yes.
I would move exhibits 55 through 57 into evidence and ask to publish to the jury.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to 55 through 57 coming into evidence?
No.
They are received. Any objection to publication, Mr. Lychwick?
No.
And they may be used with the jury.
I'm going a little bit out of order, but starting with exhibit number 56, Specialist Nelson, what is this item that we're looking at?
It's called a catalpa pod.
And where was this pod located as it relates to the body that you found?
There were catalpa pods located inside the bag and on the body. This one I actually retrieved when I went back out and found out what I was looking for from Alex.
Okay, thank you. So this is not the one that was specifically recovered from the remains. Do I have that correct?
Correct.
But it is the same type of pod that you saw in the remains at the medical examiner's office?
That I gave to Alex, who works for the U.S. Department.
Okay.
Ms. Nelson, do you know how to spell that?
Caltapa, I believe.
Thank you.
Now moving on to Exhibit 57. What does Exhibit 57 show?
Juniper.
And this is not the exact juniper branch that was located with the remains. Is that fair to say?
No, it's another one that I went out and retrieved the same day I took the photographs.
Okay. So this individual at Department of Agriculture had identified the two pieces of vegetation you sent him as a catalpa pod and juniper. Do I have that correct?
Yes.
And then from there, you went back to the scene at 1512 East North to see if there were any juniper or catalpa pod landscaping items at that scene. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did you specifically go to the area where the remains were located?
I went on the premise, the property.
Okay. Now, in looking at exhibit number 55, tell me what I'm looking at here.
That's one of the trees that lines East North Street.
Is this tree, was it overhanging on, or was it hanging over the remains that you found?
No.
Okay, it was further down the driveway, closer to the street?
Yes.
Okay. What is this tree?
It's a catalpa tree.
Did you see these trees anywhere else on the property as it relates to the location of the remains?
No.
Okay. How close then is this tree to the remains that you found?
Can you put the map back up of
Sure.
So these would be the catalpa trees right here, and the body would have been up in here.
Okay. The record will reflect that the witness is identified with a green line where the trees were and a green dot with where the body was found.
Thank you.
Do you want that memorialized, Attorney Thompson?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, then.
Is that what she's saying?
I do not have any other questions for this witness. Thank you.
Yeah, I think
Mr. Lychwick, cross-examination.
Catalpa.
The only thing I would like to request the court to do is to provide the jury with the markings from the expert of the property, the satellite view of the property where she marked in green.
Just the one that she had up there?
Yes, please.
Sure, we can do that. So, Attorney Thompson, if you can pull up Exhibit 1 again.
Yes.
And Ms. Nelson, I'll have you re-indicate on that exhibit where the catalpa trees were and where the body was found.
Okay.
So he's saying the body wasn't found where they're saying it was found. That means he didn't do it. Okay.
Catalpa, and the body was up in here.
All right, she did place the same type of markings on there, so we will memorialize this as Exhibit 1B. Mr. Lychwick, go ahead.
Otherwise, Your Honor, I have no questions for the witness.
Okay, thank you. You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we take a break at this time? We've been going at it here for a little bit. We'll take about a 10-minute break for you to use the facilities and take a stretch, and we'll convene when you're ready.
All right, for the jury.
Thank you. You may be seated.
you're
The state
sick
may
and
call
you
its
don't
next
know it
witness.
because you
Thank
don't
you. The
go
state
to a
calls
doctor.
Talisa Maldonado.
You got a family member of the victim.
Ma'am, come on up to the witness stand. When you get up by the seat,
Unless
please
that's an
remain standing
extreme
and raise your right
coincidence.
hand to be sworn in by our clerk.
Chicken Pentatoni's last name is Maldonado.
This matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
And Sarah Boone's attorney's
Okay,
last
have a
name is
seat.
Maldonado.
That black bar with the red dot in front of you is our microphone. Get yourself seated nice and closely to that. And when you are ready, start by stating your name, spelling your first name and your last name.
My name is Talisa Maldonado, TalisaMaldonado.
Thank you. Miss Maldonado, are you familiar with an individual named Carlos Maldonado?
Yes,
Who is that?
that's my dad.
And were you aware of your father living in an apartment building in the city of WAUKESHA?
Yes.
Had you been there previously or not?
I had been there. I dropped him off there before, yes.
Okay. Now, I'm taking you back to April of 2024. The year or year and a half or so leading up to that time
You
frame,
don't get to see this witness.
were you and your dad close?
Yeah, we were.
Had there been a time in your lives where you were not as close as you were in the year leading up to April of 2024?
Yes, yeah.
And in that process of reconnecting, did you guys talk on the phone often in that year leading up to April of 24?
Yeah, it was almost weekly, sometimes daily. It was, yeah.
And was your dad working at that time?
Yeah, he, for a time he was working at Amazon, and then he stopped working there, and he was trying to start his own business.
Do you know what business he was trying to start?
He was a jack of many trades, I guess, if that's the verbiage. He wanted a window tinting business, and then he wanted to like refurbish furniture.
Okay. Now, when he was at work, were there times where you would call him but he couldn't answer because he was at work?
Yes.
Did you ever get a response after he didn't answer from him saying that he would call you back or anything like that?
Always, yeah.
So there was always an acknowledgement of a call that he missed from you. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Would like to direct your attention to April 13th of 2024. On that date, did you have a phone call conversation with your dad?
Yes, yeah, I did.
Do you remember what you guys talked about?
Yeah. Do you want me to elaborate?
Yes, please. What did you talk about?
We talked about my boyfriend Mark that I just started seeing at the time, and he wanted to meet him. We talked about my FAFSA because I wanted to go back to school. And then we talked about going out to eat.
Okay. Now, as far as the FAFSA, you said you wanted to go back to school. What field did you want to study?
The medical field.
Okay. And was your dad encouraging you to go back to school?
Yeah.
What would he say to you about that during that conversation?
He was always like, Dalisa, you're so wise. You're so smart. You should go back to school. Like, you would do great. I just see, like, he saw a lot of potential in me that I didn't see in myself.
You also talked about how you guys were having a conversation about going out to eat that week. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Did you and your dad have any kind of routine, if you will, in the sense of trying different kinds of restaurants together?
Mexican food. We always went to a Mexican restaurant, and we would try different Mexican food. It was mostly for the chips and salsa because
I'm a chips and salsa girly, so I would try the different chips and salsa. I would be like, this one's good or this one not so much. I was kind of a critic, I guess.
And that's something that you and your dad had planned on either the week after that phone call or maybe the next week after. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, yeah.
Did you get a chance to do that?
No.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you please place the screen on in front of the witness only, please? Ms. Maldonado, I'm showing you what is marked as State's Exhibit number 65. Do you know what this photo is?
It's my dad.
Is this a photo that you provided to my office for purposes of this trial?
Yes.
I would move Exhibit 65 into evidence and ask to publish to the jury.
Any objection to admission?
No, none.
It is admitted. Any objection to publication?
No.
It may be published and used with the jury.
Ms. Maldonado, why did you pick this photo?
Because it showed how happy he was. I always saw my dad as this happy person and who loved me so much. And this is who I saw. So I wanted other people to see that too.
After you had this phone call on April 13th, did you attempt to contact your dad at all later that week?
Yeah, I did.
Did you try calling him, texting him, or something else?
Both.
Did he ever respond to any of those calls or texts?
No.
And was that unusual based on the contact you guys had been having leading up to that point?
Yeah, it was.
The following week then, when you still didn't get any calls or texts, what's starting to go through your mind? What are you feeling?
I was worried. I was confused. I didn't understand what was going on. Part of me was like, did something happen to him? Another part of me was like, did he ghost me? But then I'm like, my dad wouldn't do that. It was just, I had a lot of different feelings.
Did you have family members reaching out to you asking if they had seen, or if you had seen your dad?
I did have my aunt reach out to me in May.
Had she seen or heard from him at all?
No, and she was curious if I had as well.
Okay. Did there come a time in May of 2024 where you went to reported to the City of Waukesha Police Department that you hadn't seen or heard from your dad since April 13th?
Yes.
And were officers able to develop any leads at that time about whether he was missing or where he would have gone?
No.
Do you remember going to your dad's apartment building and being let into his apartment by one of the residents?
Yeah.
Do you remember her name at all by chance?
Glenda.
And when you went in, did you go inside your dad's apartment?
Yes.
And when you went inside, what did you notice about the inside of his apartment?
Everything was left behind, which wasn't usual. Yeah.
Is there anything that you saw in the apartment or were thinking that if you saw it, you knew he wouldn't have just fled because this wouldn't be left behind?
His birth certificate and his diplomas.
Did you see those anywhere in the apartment?
Yeah, they were above his refrigerator in a cabinet in a bag.
So at this point now, you haven't heard from your dad, you haven't seen him, nobody's had any contact with him. You see these items that he wouldn't have left behind. What thoughts are starting to go through your mind then? Does the worry increase or decrease or something else?
I had a feeling that he may be passed because, or something bad happened to him because he wouldn't leave that stuff behind. He wouldn't leave that stuff behind.
Would it be fair to say that your heart knew something before your mind did?
Yeah.
Over the next few months, May turns into...
I don't know. I think if I had to leave in a hurry for some reason, I don't think I would think, I gotta grab my birth certificate and my diploma. I don't think those, I think, would stay behind. I don't think that would be something that I'd say, oh, I gotta grab this before I go on this emergency because my life is in danger or whatever, you know? That's my phone, my purse, wallet. Make sure I got my ID, which will be in my wallet. Like, birth certificate wouldn't even cross my mind.
You know, the summer, and we come to October 30th of 2024. Were you personally trying to find your dad?
Yeah.
What were you doing?
It's kind of embarrassing. I would call like homeless shelters and stuff, and then I would call hospitals, and then I got to a point where like I was so desperate, I started calling psychics.
Oh, geez.
Because I just wanted to know what happened, where he was. Yeah.
When you, or do you recall, after that October 30th date, having a conversation with law enforcement officers and them telling you that they had found your dad's remains?
Yeah.
And were you aware of whether they were found on the property of his apartment building? Did they tell you that?
Yes, because prior they told me that they found a body at his apartment complex, but they couldn't confirm if it was him, and then later they confirmed it was him. So I knew where it was prior.
When you were having that conversation and you got that notification, what were you feeling?
Part of it was like relief of knowing, but another part was like a lot of pain. Because it wasn't supposed to happen like this. It wasn't supposed to happen. It was painful. I don't know.
Was he supposed to meet Mark?
Yeah.
Was he supposed to see you graduate college?
Yeah.
Ms. Maldonado, what do you do for employment now?
I'm a caregiver with dementia residents.
And so is that one of the areas of the medical field that you were talking about maybe going back to school for, or at least in that field?
Yeah. It was either going to be nursing or psychology.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so now you take care of individuals with dementia, you said, right?
Yeah.
Do you work with friends, or is it like a company or something else?
So I do work for a company, but I do work with my friends as well, yeah.
Okay. Is that something that you enjoy?
Yeah, I do really enjoy it.
Thank you, Ms. Maldonado. I do not have any other questions for you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Lychwick.
Outside of expressing my condolences for the loss of your father, I have no questions for this witness.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lychwick. You may sit down now. The state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, we called Dr. Alice Wiedenhoff.
I'm glad he didn't prosecute her. At least he had the decency to not do that.
Doctor, if you would please come up to the witness stand. When you get up to the chair, remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn by my clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you. You may have a seat. That black bar with the red dot in front of you is our microphone. Get yourself situated nice and close to that, and start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
My name is Alex Wiedenhoft, A-L-E-X, last name W-I-E-D-E-N-H-O-E-F-T.
Attorney Tom Bosco.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, and good afternoon, sir. Can you please tell the jury where you're employed?
I work in the Center for Wood Anatomy Research at the Forest Products Laboratory in Madison, Wisconsin.
And how long have you been so employed, sir?
I've actually worked there since I was a freshman in college.
And do you have a educational background that qualifies you to hold your current position, sir?
I have a bachelor's, a master's, and a PhD, all from the Department of Botany at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, where I'm also an adjunct professor of botany.
And in terms of your training and or experience, do you have any specialized training or experience that qualifies you for your current position, sir?
I've had extensive coursework related to plant identification and tree identification. I give guest lectures in the tree identification course at UW-Madison. And then I do forensic work for the federal government, specifically typically pertaining to wood specimens as a part of my normal employment and research.
And throughout your career, have you ever testified in court regarding any botanical findings before?
I've had, I appeared in court one time in 2020, and I've had numerous reports and evidence reports and things filed in cases, civil and criminal.
If you had to estimate, sir, about how many reports have been utilized in court proceedings that you've authored?
Oh, probably at least a dozen, maybe more, yeah.
And if you had to estimate how many times you've testified in court, not counting today, how many times would you say you've testified, sir?
Just the one time.
Okay. And you testified just a few moments ago that you're also a college professor, is that right, sir?
I'm an adjunct associate professor in the botany department at UW-Madison.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So you've actually taught the science of botany at the collegiate level before?
I give guest lectures in plant anatomy and dendrology, and then I co-teach the forensic botany course.
And sir, have you ever been published regarding any specific botanical issues?
Yes, I have on the order of 100 scientific publications.
And are you familiar with a document, sir, that's known as a curriculum vitae, or CV for short?
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury, what is a curriculum vitae?
A CV it's basically like an academic resume on steroids. It's excruciatingly detailed, talking about professional accomplishments.
And do you regularly keep a copy of your curriculum vitae as part of your career?
Yes, that's common for scientists.
And if I was to show you a copy of your curriculum vitae here today in court, do you think you would recognize it, sir?
I presume so.
Okay. Madam Clerk, if we could just show this exhibit to the witness. It's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 58.
Exactly. Answer the question you were asked. Give us a timeline. How many years, dude?
So are you able to see this exhibit in front of you?
I can. That is my CV.
And I'm just going to scroll down here. Just this entirety of this document is 21 pages. Is that right, sir?
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay, I can scroll down if it makes it easier for you, sir.
Oh, I see. Yep, there's the page count there, yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure we go through all the pages here just to make sure that we don't miss anything here. And I've scrolled down through all 21 pages of this. Is that right, sir?
Yes.
And this is your CV?
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, right now move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection, Mr.
No
Lychwick?
objection.
It will be received.
Doctor, as it relates to this particular case, I'd like to turn your attention to that now. Do you know a specialist by the name of Nikki Nelson?
I did meet Specialist Nelson, yes.
Can you please tell the jury how you came into contact with Specialist Nelson?
In fall of, I think it was actually Halloween Day of 2024, I was giving a guest lecture at UW-Platteville. A colleague of mine, Dr. Jana Marie Truesdell, was teaching a forensics course and asked me to give the guest lecture on forensic botany. And my understanding is that she also works part-time as a medical examiner or something to that effect, and became involved in this case just a few days after I had been there lecturing about forensic botany.
Doctor, how do you spell that name that you referenced?
Jana Marie is all one word, Janamarie, and I think her surname is Truesdell, Truesdell, but I'm not certain.
Thank you.
Okay. So was this class that you were guest lecturing at, the instructor for that class was the go-between between you and Specialist Nelson, is that right, sir?
That's my understanding, yeah.
Okay. And let me just back up and ask you this as well, Doctor. As a doctor of botany, is it fair to say that you're comfortable identifying plant life based on photographs?
Yes, within reason, yeah.
Okay. And was there a point in time in which a Specialist Nelson met with you in person?
Yes, we arranged to transfer the evidence collected at the scene that I could take it to my laboratory for analysis.
And when you met with Specialist Nelson, was that on November 8th of 2024?
Yes.
And you may have just answered my next question, but at that point, what, if anything, did Specialist Nelson give to you at that point in time, sir?
There were sealed evidence bags, brown paper bags with various, I mean, at the time I didn't know, obviously, but with material inside, including botanical material.
And before you received this botanical material from Specialist Nelson, did you know anything about this plant material?
The only thing that I knew was from a conversation with Specialist Nelson, and that indicating that it was associated with a body.
And sir, as far as the location where this plant life was specifically recovered before you received it from Specialist Nelson, had you physically ever set foot on the site of the murder, sir?
I have not.
Okay. And the vegetation that you received from Specialist Nelson, can you just tell the jury a little bit about how it was specifically packaged when you received it?
The bulk of the material was in sealed paper bags, but there were a couple items. There was one item that was in a sealed plastic jar, but it had like an SKU number on there and an evidence number for individual items that we use to track as we go through, so that we can associate whatever's found back to the correct context, I guess, in which it was collected.
Is it fair to say that each of these items of vegetation were packaged together, or were they packaged separately?
There were several individual bags, separate bags of evidence.
Okay. And then after you received these plants from Specialist Nelson, what did you do next then in order to analyze them, sir?
So to be able to, because we, with a case like this, you don't know what's in there. You have no idea what you're dealing with. So I started by setting up a clean area in my laboratory and then putting down a laboratory tissue, like a giant Kleenex, basically, so that I could separate out individual items, because there were little pieces of leaves and broken twigs and dirt and other detritus in there. It wasn't just like a pristine, perfect, leaf or something. And so I was able to then keep all of the material in one place and sort through and say, well, these are twigs from like broadleaf trees, and these are twigs from conifers and things like that for each separate bag of evidence.
And you might have covered this already, but just so we're clear, so after you received the bag from Specialist Nelson containing the plant life, you then transported it back to your lab. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's when you that's where you actually performed the testing on this plant life, was at your lab?
Correct.
And was that in Madison, sir?
It was.
Okay. And when you arrived at your lab in Madison with the plant life, did you physically eyeball it first, sir?
Yeah, the initial question is, what do we even have in the bag, and is there anything for me to operate on? People sometimes don't always know how to collect botanical evidence, so it's kind of it can be questionable sometimes whether things are in good condition or not. And so every time you open a bag, you don't know what you're going to get. And so it begins just with a naked eye analysis, trying to separate out into different groups.
And did you have enough where you were able to then physically test after you observed it with the naked eye?
Some of the material was testable. Some of the material were just tiny broken fragments of leaves. There's not much for me to do with that. But yeah.
And did you utilize any sort of equipment then when you were testing this plant life, sir?
At various stages, I would use a magnifying glass, a hand lens that I have on me right now, and then also transmitted light microscopy. So I'd make microscope slides. Transmitted light microscopy.
Were you able to make an identification on any of the plant life, sir?
Well, one of the items in there was a seed from a catalpa, and then another item looked like was probably a decayed catalpa fruit itself.
I see. And when you use the word catalpa, is it accurate? And please help us if we're not stating this correctly. Is it accurate to call it a catalpa pod, or is it just catalpa?
The catalpa is the name of the plant, and so catalpa, it has wood, it has bark, it has leaves, it'll have flowers, it'll make fruits, and so when we're talking about the catalpa pod, that's really the fruit. It looks like kind of a dried out gray to brown long string bean.
And are they fairly common, catalpa pods?
Catalpa trees will produce them once they're of sufficient age, and an individual catalpa tree can produce quite a few, and they tend to hang on the tree. They're rather distinctive. Catalpas themselves are typically found as planted landscape trees in this part of the world, and I don't have any expertise to say how abundant they are in the Waukesha landscape.
I see. And was there a point in time in which you informed Specialist Nelsons of your findings in terms of being a catalpa pod?
Yes.
And did you inform her of your findings on December 2nd of 2024?
That's correct.
And did you then have a conversation with her in terms of the vegetation that was located on the site where this catalpa pod was found?
Yes, because if you think about, now I just said I don't have a specific expertise in the abundance of catalpa, but maple trees, for example, are extremely common. So if we found a maple fruit, that wouldn't be all that interesting or informative. When we find a catalpa fruit, that means that we're going to be in fairly close proximity to a catalpa tree, because those fruits don't get moved around much by animals. They don't blow away in the wind. They often typically will hang on the tree on into the next growing season. So typically you would expect to find a catalpa in fairly close proximity to where you would find a catalpa fruit.
Was there a point in time, sir, in which you asked Specialist Nelson to go back to the scene where this catalpa pod was found and do something for you at that particular site, sir?
Just to see if there was, in fact, a catalpa nearby.
And do you know whether she actually did that for you, sir?
She did.
And do you know whether she later sent you some pictures of what she had located at that particular location?
That's correct. She sent me a picture of a catalpa fruit.
And if I showed you those pictures here today in court, would you recognize them, sir?
I believe so.
Okay. Madam Clerk, these exhibits have been previously received as States Exhibit 55, 56, and 57 as well. I would ask that we place these on the witness's screen as well.
Attorney Tombasco, they've already been published to the jury, so if we want
Okay, great. Yeah, then if we could publish them, that would be great as well. Doctor, this has been previously received as State's Exhibit number 56. Are you able to see that, sir?
I can.
Okay.
Looks like 55.
Oh, 55, excuse me. I apologize. Do you recognize this photo that's depicted on State's Exhibit 55, sir?
Yes.
And there are a series of items that are hanging down from this tree branch. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Do you recognize those, sir?
Those are catalpa fruits.
And was this the picture that Specialist Nelson sent to you, sir?
One of them.
Okay. And again, it is your testimony that you can positively identify these as catalpa seeds?
This is a quintessential kind of winter silhouette of a catalpa
And now directing your attention to what has been previously received as State's Exhibit number 56. Is this a picture that you received from Specialist Nelson as well?
It is.
And are you able to identify the plant that is depicted in State's Exhibit number 56?
It's a catalpa fruit.
Okay, and why are you so confident, sir, that State's Exhibit 56 is a catalpa fruit?
I don't mean this to be flip, because that's what catalpa fruits look like.
Not a problem, sir.
Yeah, that's and so when they mature, they crack open, and there are papery little seeds inside, and you can actually see some of those here.
Okay, and then finally, turning your attention to State's Exhibit number 57, is this also a picture that you received from Specialist Nelson?
It is.
Is this a catalpa seed, sir?
This is not.
What is this vegetation that's depicted, sir?
This is a little branch with some of juniper. You can see what people call the juniper berries. They're not actually berries, they're technically little cones, but everybody calls them juniper berries. So yeah, this is a sprig of juniper.
Did Specialist Nelson tell you the vegetation that's depicted in State's Exhibit 57, did she tell you where she found this?
My understanding is that it was at or near the site of the body.
Okay. And again, with respect to the previous two exhibits, did Specialist Nelson tell you that those had been also received on the site where the body was discovered?
Or in the immediate vicinity thereof, yeah.
All right. Just one moment, sir. These photographs that you received from Specialist Nelson, did you receive them on December 10th of 2024?
I believe so.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Lychwick, cross-examination?
No questions.
Okay, doctor, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
The state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, we called Detective Christopher Bloom.
Detective, you may come up to the witness stand. When you get up to the chair, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do. Thank you. You may have a seat. Get yourself situated nice and close to the microphone in front of you. And start by stating your name, spelling both your first and last for the record.
First name is Christopher. Last name is Bloom. Christopher, Christopher. Last name is Bloom, Bloom.
You may go ahead.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. Is it detective or specialist? To make sure I'm calling you by your right title, sir.
I'm a detective.
Okay. Detective Bloom, which agency do you work for, sir?
The City of WAUKESHA Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with the WAUKESHA Police Department, sir?
A little over 12 years.
Directing your attention to November 4th of 2024, did you respond to a particular storage unit at 1512 East North Street?
Yes.
And did that storage unit belong to the deceased individual in this case, sir?
Yes, it did.
And did you recover any items of significance at that particular individual's storage unit?
Yes.
And what was that item, sir?
There was a miter saw that had been rented from Home Depot by the victim in this case.
Do you know when the victim rented that miter saw, sir, based on the investigation?
Yes.
When was it rented, sir?
On April 14th, 2024.
And how do you know that, sir?
One of my partners recovered video surveillance from the Home Depot located in Delafield, Wisconsin that showed the victim, Carlos Maldonado, taking possession of that miter saw.
Just 1 second, sir. Okay. Detective, do you know an individual by the name of Nathan Poley?
Yes.
How do you know Mr. Poley?
He resided at 1512 East North Street, Unit Number 1. He was a maintenance man or groundkeeper that would do work on the property.
And just to remind the jury, 1512 East North Street, was that the same address where Mr. Maldonado was also found in this case?
Yes, Carlos was found on the property of 1512 East North Street.
And was there a point in time, sir, in which you had a conversation with Mr. Poley?
Yes.
And was that on November 2nd of 2024?
I spoke with Nathan on Friday, November 1st, 2024.
Okay. And was there a point in time in which you asked Mr. Poley for consent to do something particularly?
Yes.
And did you ask him for consent to search his apartment?
Formally on November 2nd, which would have been a Saturday, he provided consent to Detective Condon to search his apartment, his vehicles, his storage unit, and he consented to provide buccal swabs for testing.
In terms of Mr. Poley's consent for his unit, his storage unit, his vehicles, is it fair to say he was cooperative in terms of that request?
Yes.
And then you mentioned that at some point in time you asked him for a buccal swab. Is that right, sir?
He was asked to provide buccal swabs, yes.
And can you please tell the jury, what is a buccal swab?
It's a sterile instrument, much like a Q-tip, with a cotton or foam on one side, used to collect, in this case, mucosal DNA from the cheek.
And do you obtain a buccal swab by swabbing the inside of an individual's cheek?
Yes.
And by swabbing the inside of an individual's cheek, does this collect their DNA?
Yes.
And when an individual's DNA is collected, then is it subsequently, can it subsequently be sent to a lab for identification?
It can be, yes.
And did Mr. Poley provide 2 buccal swabs to you?
Not to me personally, but he did, yes.
He did to law enforcement?
Yes.
And again, he provided them both consensually?
Yes.
Did you or did another officer at some time ask Mr. Poley for consent to search his booth mobile phone?
Yes.
And once again, did Mr. Poley give consent for a search of that particular phone?
He did.
And did Mr. Poley ever revoke consent for the police to search his phone?
No, never.
And to your knowledge, was there any information located in Mr. Poley's phone that would suggest that he had any connection with Mr. Lychwick in this case?
None whatsoever.
Any connection in terms of the alleged victim in this case?
None whatsoever.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Lychwick.
Detective, did you ever come across any indication that Mr. Poley knew the victim, Mr. Maldonado?
Yes.
And what would that be?
He acknowledged that he would come across Mr. Maldonado in passing, stated that they would smoke a cigarette from time to time. I believe at one point he assisted Mr. Maldonado in bleeding the brakes on his vehicle. So he described their relationship as acquaintances, folks who would come across each other in passing.
But yet they did have a cigarette together and they did auto work together. Which,
yes.
Which is what friends usually do.
I'm not sure. He characterized their relationship as acquaintances.
How convenient. I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Any redirect on that scope?
No.
Okay, Detective, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
The state can call its next witness.
The state calls Detective Lucas Hallmark.
Detective, you can come up to the witness stand. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you. You can have a seat. Please position yourself nice and close to the microphone, and when you are ready, start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
Lucas Hallmark, Lukas, Hallmark, Hallmark.
Sir, how are you employed?
City of Waukesha Police Department.
As a police detective?
Correct.
How long have you been with the Waukesha Police Department?
Approximately 19 years.
And as a detective with the Waukesha Police Department, do you have a specific type of case that you investigate, or is it more of everyone investigates a little bit of everything?
I am assigned specifically to financial crimes, so white collar, fraud, embezzlement, those type of crimes.
When there is a death investigation within the jurisdiction of the City of Waukesha Police Department, are there times where detectives who may not necessarily only investigate homicides might pitch in to assist in the investigation with whatever additional work might need to be completed?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to October 30th of 2024. And on that date was a body located at 1512 East North Street.
Yes.
Were you one of the detectives who responded to the scene that night, or no?
I was not.
Did you subsequently provide assistance in investigating who the individual was and building a timeline of that deceased individual's last 24 hours?
That is correct.
In a death investigation, why is it important for law enforcement to build that 24-hour timeline prior to the decedent's death?
Well, it's important for many factors. In this particular case, it was very helpful to go back and determine where the individual was, what they were wearing, especially with in my line of work with financial crimes, we were able to determine what the person purchased, those types of things, to kind of identify what patterns of life the person had prior to them being killed.
In this case, with the remains being discovered approximately 6 to 7 months after he was last seen, would obtaining information about those last 24 hours also help corroborate the date that the individual would have died?
Yes.
In this specific case, were you aware that the identification of the remains had been made and the individual was Carlos Maldonado?
That's correct.
And were you made aware then, as part of your investigation with your other officers, that he was a resident at that apartment building on North Street?
That's correct.
What did you do in this investigation to build that 24-hour timeline of Mr. Maldonado's, of the day that he died?
So through investigation, we learned that Mr. Maldonado completed his financial transactions through Educators Credit Union. So I submitted a subpoena to Educators Credit Union to determine where his debit card was used during the course of the period of time where we thought that he might have last been alive.
And did you notice any purchases that were made on April 14th of 2024?
Yes. In reviewing financial records, you are able to determine if a charge is usually like a point of sale service. So like if someone goes into a store and they actually use the card physically, either tap or insert in a chip or a swipe, you're able to kind of determine that on the credit card statement opposed to like a reoccurring charge or something that's purchased online. So we were able to determine that the last point of sale service or purchase by Mr. Maldonado was on April 14th.
Was that at a Home Depot located in the city of Delafield?
Correct.
Once you saw that purchase on Mr. Maldonado's financial records, did you go to that Home Depot location?
I physically didn't go there. I spoke with a security asset protection manager from Home Depot, but I am familiar with that store.
Okay, have you been there before?
I have.
And having been there before, would you be familiar with the layout if you saw it on surveillance video?
Yes.
And are you aware of this particular Home Depot store, but Home Depots in general have video surveillance cameras throughout their stores?
Correct.
And have you, in prior investigations, even if it's a financial crimes case, obtained or been asked to obtain video surveillance from either Home Depot or Menards or any other stores like that?
Yes.
And are you aware too, if Home Depot, as with any store, in their normal course of business, they keep receipts or copies of rental contracts when individuals or customers come in to either rent or make a purchase?
Yes.
And did you, based upon Mr. Maldonado's visit to the Home Depot on April 14th, obtain any paper documents or receive any of those of that nature, whether it was a rental agreement or a receipt or something like that?
I did. There was 2 documents that I received. One was a rental for a miter saw at the tool rental area, and the other one was a transaction, like a purchase transaction of items that he actually purchased there.
Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen in front of the witness?
Yes.
And while we're doing that, as part of your building of Mr. Maldonado's last 24 hours, did you also locate other purchases that he would have made in person on April 14th?
Yes.
Was one of those locations a Quick Trip in Waukesha?
Correct.
And then did he make a purchase at Harbor Freight in Waukesha?
Yes.
Did you obtain receipts from those 2 businesses showing what would include a date and timestamp of Mr. Maldonado's purchases?
Specifically with Quick Trip, we were able to obtain the receipts and the transactions for what occurred. On Harbor Freight, when we went to the location, they didn't actually have a physical receipt to give us due to the time that had passed. However, they were able to pull up the transaction on their computer and show us the items that were purchased. However, they weren't able to give us the exact time that the items were purchased on that day.
On the screen in front of you, I'm first showing you what is marked as State's Exhibit number 60. 61. 62. 63. 64. And then Exhibit 59. Have you seen each of those exhibits prior to your testimony today?
I have.
Would those be the either video or documents or screenshot from Harbor Freight that you just referenced?
Yes.
I would move exhibits 60 through 64 and 59 into evidence and ask to publish to the jury.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to receiving those exhibits?
No.
They will be received. Any objection to publication?
No.
They will be published as well.
Detective Hallmark, I'd like to first start with the financial statement for Mr. Maldonado. How did you obtain his financial documents? I know you said that you found out he banked at Educators Credit Union, but how did you actually get this document?
We found Mr. Maldonado's debit card, and we were able to identify the numbers on the card, and we were able to submit the subpoena to Educators Credit Union.
And the subpoena prior to its submission, was it approved by a judge here in Waukesha County?
Correct.
Is that a standard practice for any warrant or subpoena that yourself or other detectives serve on a company or an individual?
Yes.
Now, when you received the financial records back from Educators Credit Union, was there a time frame that you had asked for?
Yes, there was. I don't specifically remember the large scope of the time frame that we requested, but I believe it was January 2024 through, I actually don't recall the end date that we requested it. Yeah.
Okay. In looking at Exhibit 62, is this a 3-page statement of the monthly statement for April 1st through April 30th of 2024 for Mr. Maldonado's Educators Credit Union account.
Yes.
Okay, and now when you reviewed this, if we go down to April 14th of 2024, do you see the Home Depot purchase at Delafield, or at the Delafield location that you just talked about?
Yes.
Okay. Is this what I am highlighting here with my cursor? Is this the one of the purchases that he made at that Home Depot on April 14th?
Correct.
And we noticed that withdrawal POS, which you defined for us earlier as meaning he was in person. Is that fair to say?
I mean, most likely, it's the POS means point of sale. I mean, there's a potential that there's a possibility that the point of sale could be included on the credit card statement, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the person was in person, but it routinely or commonly does refer to that, yes.
Okay. What did you learn Mr. Maldonado was doing at this Home Depot location in Delafield on April 14th?
So in review of the camera footage, we're able to determine that he rented a miter saw through the tool rental, and he also had other items that he had purchased, a paintbrush, an extension cord, there was some polyurethane and some other items.
In looking at Exhibit 60, which should be on the screen in front of you now, is this the receipt for the items separate from the miter saw that Mr. Maldonado purchased on April 14th at approximately 10:23 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay. Now, going to then Exhibit 61, what is Exhibit 61?
This would be the tool rental purchase from the Home Depot in Delafield.
And is this the rental agreement for that miter saw?
Correct.
Was this miter saw ever recovered from the property of 1512 East North?
It was.
Were you one of the individuals that recovered it?
I did not take possession of it, but I was there when we searched the area and we located it, yes.
Okay. Now, on this rental agreement, can you see when the miter saw was due to be returned?
It was due back on April 14th at 2:21 p.m., so it was a 4-hour rental.
And because you located it on scene at the property, is it fair to say that was not returned?
It was not.
Now, looking at Exhibit 63, what is this exhibit?
This exhibit is is a photograph of the computer at Harbor Freight showing the transaction of Mr. Maldonado's Educators Credit Union card at that location.
And we can see the transaction date on the right-hand side of Exhibit 63, and that's April 14th of 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then going to Exhibit 64, what is this?
This is a receipt of a transaction that occurred at Quick Trip store number 527, which is located at, I think it's 1700 Pewaukee Road in Waukesha, Wisconsin.
After April 14th of 2024, were you able to see any other activity on Mr. Maldonado's educator's account or any other financial records that you got?
There was some activity after the 14th, yes.
And what kind of activity was that?
There was a charge for Instacart for, I don't know the exact amount, it was for like $100 some. And that we later submitted a subpoena to Instacart as well to determine what that charge was for. And we learned it was a reoccurring subscription fee.
So it was already set up. It wasn't Mr. Maldonado making a purchase through Instacart.
Correct.
I do not have any other questions for this witness. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Lychwick?
I have no questions either.
Detective Union.
Actually, Judge, I did just think of one more question that I forgot to ask Detective Hallmark since he's still here.
All right, I'll allow Detective to be recalled because he's still in order. There were no cross-examination questions, but I'll allow Mr. Lychwick to ask a cross-examination question if it's
yes.
Detective, you may sit down again. Attorney Thompson?
Thank you. Detective Hallmark, I apologize. We talked about video surveillance, but I did not play it with you. I'm showing you what is marked as State's Exhibit number 59. What are we looking at here?
It'll take a moment for the screen to come up.
That's one question.
All right, it's up.
Thank you. What are we looking at Exhibit 59?
This is the tool rental area for the Home Depot in Delafield. The camera's pointing down towards the clerk cashier area. And if you look to the screen to the left is where Mr. Maldonado is standing with a cart with a 4x4 piece of wood. And he's got a darker color pants and a gray shirt and a blue hat. And then that's the actual entrance to the store. And if you look to the right, out that way towards the garbage can, that is the exit out towards the parking lot.
Does Mr. Maldonado, when you watch the video, end up coming closer to the counter?
Yes.
And is that when you see he is making a purchase?
Correct.
Okay. What evidentiary value did this video have later on in your investigation as it relates to what Mr. Maldonado is wearing in this video?
So the shoes that Mr. Maldonado is seen wearing in this video right here match very consistently the color, the shape, the formation of how the two patterns come together. The white and the blue on the shoe matched with the shoes that were located on the individual located at 1512 East North Street.
And as far as the date and timestamp on this video, is that contained in the bottom left-hand corner in the title of this video?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to play not the entirety of the video because it is 6.5 minutes long, but I am starting at the 0-second mark, and I will indicate the timestamp when I stop. I am pausing at 1 minute and 5 seconds. Detective Hallmark, can you please circle on the screen in front of you which individual Carlos Maldonado is? Can we please capture that as Exhibit 59A?
It will be captured. Just one moment while my clerk confirms.
Now, I do not have any other questions for Detective Hallmark. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lychwick, do you have any cross-examination questions?
Not for the detective, but since the prosecution enjoyed re-examining this witness, I think it would only be fair that I could re-cross-examine Ms. Glenda Rose.
All right, I understand that request. I made an exception for the state here because the witness was not taken out of order, so I'm denying the request at this time to recall the other witnesses for cross-examination. All right, Detective, you may step down. Thank you. Attorney Thompson, timing-wise, do you want to call another witness at this time?
I had one on the way. I'm not sure if she is in the hallway right now. Otherwise, oh, she is now.
Let's call the witness, and we'll go till, I don't want to go all the way till 5 because it's been a long day, but let's take some testimony as long as our witness is available.
Thank you. The state calls Detective Jessica Barrett.
Detective, you may come up to the witness stand. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn by our clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth and the whole truth and the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you may be seated. Position yourself nice and close to that microphone there, and when you are ready, start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
Detective Jessica Berendt, Jessica Behrendt.
Detective Barrett, how are you employed?
I'm a detective with the City of Waukesha Police Department.
So Lychwick, these are the physical copies of the receipts that Detective Berendt will be testifying to. So I'll let you go through those while.
Thank you. And how long have you been employed with the City of Waukesha Police Department?
Over 19 years.
And do you have a particular area or type of crime that you investigate?
I'm considered a general crimes detective, and I specialize with frauds, domestics, stalkings, death investigations, things like that.
Have you ever assisted on a death investigation?
Yes.
And do you know approximately how many times in your career you have?
I would have no idea. There's been a lot.
Okay. Now, when you are investigating a death, whether it is suspicious or a homicide or something else, is it uncommon for the police department to take kind of an all hands on deck approach?
An all hands on deck approach would be a very serious case that we work. Typically, you could have 1 or 2 people helping you out on a case at a given time. In this investigation, it was all hands on deck.
And why was it all hands on deck for this one?
Because it was clearly the manner in which we discovered the body was clearly a homicide, given the bounds and the wrap that the body was covered in. It's evident that someone did this to an individual. So we knew we were looking at a homicide. We just didn't know at that point initially who or when or how. So we wanted to quickly kind of address all different areas, and we needed a lot of resources for that. We know that based on the level of the severely decompositioned body that we were already behind in our investigation, so we needed as many resources as possible to try and catch up.
Now, when we are talking about this investigation, we're talking about the remains that were found at 1512 East North Street here in the city of Waukesha. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And were you one of the detectives that responded to the scene that night on October 30th?
Yes.
What was your role when you arrived on scene?
So I assisted Detective Stern. I was there to canvass the area for witnesses and statements and things like that. I was also there to check apartments, other apartments. I checked apartments' histories to see what kind of calls for service we had over the last 6, 8, 10 months, whatever it was that we were looking at the time. And then also just to conduct any follow-up that was needed afterwards.
You talked about looking into potential missing persons, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the term premise history?
Yes.
What would that be?
So in our system that we used for our reports, and every single call for service generates an address, and that address holds a history. We call it a premise history. So I looked at the premise history for this apartment complex, and I noted that in, I believe it was May 21st of 2024, that Talisa Maldonado called in her dad, Carlos Maldonado, missing. And so we didn't know who the body was, so we were looking at different facets of the investigation. First of all, where is Carlos and is he okay? And also, who is this body? We didn't know that the two were related at the time. So I was looking at premise history and also other missing persons cases in the city of Waukesha and even outside of the city.
When you're talking about looking outside of the city, would that be within Waukesha County?
So there is a federal database for missing persons, and we were even considering looking into that before we had identification.
Did you ever expand the scope that far into the federal database, or were you able to focus in on Carlos Maldonado in your investigation?
In my investigation, I focused on Carlos.
Okay. And was law enforcement subsequently notified of an identification of the remains that were found as Carlos Maldonado?
Yes.
So now you know who this individual is or was, and now you start working on figuring out how this person died. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah.
And did there come a time in this investigation where law enforcement had identified an individual by the name of Kevin Lychwick as a suspect in the death of Carlos Maldonado?
Yes.
Okay. Now, once that information is learned by law enforcement, did you review a report or a CAD summary regarding a traffic stop conducted on Mr. Lychwick in mid-May of 2024?
I did. It was May 23rd of 2024.
And in reviewing, I'm sorry, I'll back up a little bit. Do your patrol officers in the City of Waukesha Police Department wear body cams?
Yes, they do.
And were you able to review a video of that traffic stop on Mr. Lychwick from May 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
Did you notice what color hair Mr. Lychwick had during that traffic stop?
It was gray.
Did there come a time in this investigation where you had in-person contact with Mr. Lychwick?
Yes.
Do you recall the approximate date that happened?
I believe it was the end of November, May 29th, possibly.
What color hair did he have at that time when you met him at the end of November in person?
It was jet black.
Now, I'm backing up a little bit to after this traffic stop, but now back to this investigation into Mr. Lychwick as the possible suspect that killed Mr. Maldonado, okay?
Okay.
On or about November 19th of 2024, were you in charge of organizing a cadaver dog search of the property at 1512 East North?
Yes, I was.
Prior to that, had you been the one to reach out to the handler of that canine?
Yeah, so I learned that we had a resource in Wisconsin that was Canine Search Company, and Karen Corcoran is the owner of that company, who owns a dog named Moxie, who was available and willing to come out to do a cadaver search at the property.
Prior to that search occurring, did you conduct any kind of premise history of the apartment complex on North Street, specifically related to deaths on the property?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Because Karen, the owner of the dog, had informed me that the dog may hit on areas where there is previous death investigations, even if it has been some time. So I wanted to look at the premise history of that apartment complex to check any death investigations or deaths that were reported, or any significant exchanges of bodily fluid. For example, there was a stabbing there in 2017 in the driveway and the common hallway in the downstairs portion. So we wanted to make sure that the dog wasn't going to hit on something that would adversely affect the results of the canine.
And so part of this premise history from your end is trying to protect the integrity of any subsequent search or alert by this dog. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And
Is it fair to
when
say
you
you're
looked at that premise history, I know you just referenced the stabbing, were there other deaths reported at this premises or at this apartment complex?
Yes, there were death investigations in apartment 3, 5, 1, 12 and 14, I believe. And then the most recent was in February of 2024. That was apartment 3. So that is on the lower floor, and it's quite a distance away from apartment 13, which was Carlos's apartment.
And the deaths of the residents related to those apartment numbers, did they, aside from the stabbing in the driveway, were those individuals found deceased inside of their apartments?
Yes, they were.
We'll talk later, the jury will hear later from Ms. Corcoran, but moving on then to, or kind of through your parts of this investigation, because is it fair to say you were not involved in every single step of the investigation?
Correct.
Okay. There were times where you would come back to assist while also maybe working on some of your other cases that you had ongoing?
Correct.
Did there come a time then where you assisted on a residential search warrant that was executed on Mr. Lychwick's apartment at 1512 East North?
Yes.
And that occurred on November 26th of 2024, is that correct?
Yes.
Would that also have been the first time that you met Mr. Lychwick in person?
Yes.
Were you part of the search inside Mr. Lychwick's apartment?
No.
Where were you during that search of his apartment?
There is a common area on the second floor, and Mr. Lychwick and Detective Stern and I were in that common area.
And is it fair to say that there was a significant amount of paperwork and documents that were located in Mr. Lychwick's apartment?
Yes.
And were those documents and papers brought back to the City of Waukesha Police Department for further analysis?
Yes, they were.
Did you assist in reviewing any portion of those documents?
Yes.
What area or what topic of documents did you review as it relates to Mr. Lychwick's spending habits?
So Mr. Lychwick had all of his monthly statements and receipts for spending, as well as he could keep track of them, folded up every month. So I had January through October of 2024 in all his financials, including his bank statements and receipts of purchases from stores and gas stations and things like that he spent his money on throughout those months.
And I'm sorry, I might just ask you to slow down just a little bit. You kind of picked up at the end there. Now, these receipts that you had found, were they for stores located here in the City of Waukesha?
Yes, they were.
And were there certain receipts that you notated in your report that had evidentiary value as it related to the timeline of Mr. Maldonado's death?
Yes, I noticed that his spending has increased in certain months. Specifically, the receipts that I had looked at, you could see from Woodman's, Dollar Tree, Walmart, things like that. They included a lot of cleaning supplies, an excess of cleaning supplies, what I would say. Typically, when someone shops somewhere, they have if they go to a dollar store, they have one that they prefer, whether it's close to their home or work or things like that. Mr. Lychwick was going to multiple dollar stores, multiple Walmarts, and even in the same day within a few hours to purchase things such as rubber gloves, bleach, what I would consider an excessive supply of salt, flyaway spray, air fresheners, candles, things like that.
Detective Barrett, Your Honor, this is the one physical exhibit with Detective Barrett. I would ask permission to approach the witness.
You may. What exhibit number will this be?
This will be exhibit number 140. It is an envelope containing the receipts that Detective Barrett just discussed. And I have shown a copy of these to Mr. Lychwick. I provided them to him for review as Detective Barrett started testifying.
Okay, you may approach with witness.
Okay, Detective Barron, I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 140. Can you go through those, flip through them and let me know when you're finished?
Not in Florida.
Okay, I'm finished.
Exhibit 140, are those some of the receipts that you discussed reviewing back at the police department that were taken from Mr. Lychwick's apartment?
Yes.
And before I keep going, do you see the individual whose apartment was searched, Kevin Lychwick? Do you see him in court today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please identify him by where he is seated and the article of clothing he's wearing?
He's seated right there with the gray suit on and gray hair and glasses.
I would ask the record to reflect the identification of the defendant by this witness.
All right, the jury will make that determination.
Thank you. Now, I'd like to focus on a particular timeline of these receipts. Were you made aware during your investigation that Mr. Maldonado's date of death was determined to be April 14th of 2024?
Yes.
And so if we focus on the receipts that you reviewed after that date, those would be included in the receipts you have in front of you, is that correct?
Yes.
Starting with April 15th of 2024, the day after Mr. Maldonado's death, there was a purchase by Mr. Lychwick at Dollar Tree on Sunset Drive in WAUKESHA. Do you see that receipt?
Yes, I do.
And what can you tell was the item purchased during that visit?
It's abbreviated, but it's long cuff gloved, a box size large.
Okay. Now, is there a receipt from the Dollar Tree there with you on or about the same date where he purchased Scrub Buddies heavy duty scoring pads 4 count?
I have one from the Dollar Tree. Looks like the 29th. The receipt is a little faded at 18-16 hours. There would be another box of size large gloves, masking tape that was a concern, multiple candles, dish soap again, Febreze, more air spray.
Is that the Dollar Tree located at 1230 West Sunset Drive in Waukesha from April 29th?
Yes.
Okay. Is the time of that transaction at 18:16?
Yes, it is.
And would that be 6:16 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything on there about Greenbrier Kennel Club XL heavy duty pet training pads?
Yep, it says training pad XL on there.
And were you aware of, or during your preparations or your briefing for the search warrant on Mr. Lychwick's residence, were law enforcement officers aware if Mr. Lychwick had any pets?
We believe that he did not.
And were any pets observed in the apartment during the search?
No.
I am next looking at a receipt from the Walmart location in Pewaukee from April 28th of 2024. Do you have that receipt in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and on that date, is this receipt timed at 21:48?
Yes.
And that would be 9:48 p.m.?
Yes.
What are the purchases made at the Walmart in Pewaukee on that date and time?
That's why.
So there's some just regular purchases like toilet paper, vitamin D, but the thing that was a concern to me was the large latex gloves.
On April 28th, 2024, is there a separate Walmart receipt for a WAUKESHA location?
Yeah, so this was the purchase that I was talking to, 2 different Walmart locations within the same date and a very close time frame. This one's at 22:33 hours.
Which is at 10:33 p.m.?
Yes.
And what purchases were made at the Walmart in WAUKESHA at that time?
The item of concern on here is the trash bags.
Okay. Can you describe for me how many gallons were those trash bags?
It doesn't say on here, but Walmart has a way you can look up receipts and then subsequently look at the exact visual items that were purchased. And so I looked that up, and I believe they were 30-gallon. They were large.
Okay.
Bags.
This is a squirrel.
Now,
but
is there a receipt there from April?
Speaking of Walmart, why? Speaking of Walmart, they have this new thing now. I haven't seen it yet. I've only read about it. But if you're looking for an item, you go to their app and you put in the item you want. And then when it pops up on your phone, if you want to find it, it tells you what aisle it's in on the app. I do it all the time. But now they have this new feature. You can activate a flashing light on the item, on the aisle where it is. So you can follow the flashing light to the item. What the heck? What if everybody's doing it at once and there's like 10 flashing lights all over the store? I don't know if it's going to work out or not. Some people say they love it and some people hate it. I read that on an article today before I started. I was like, I don't know how that's going to work. I haven't tried it yet. Like I said, I use the app all the time to find what aisle things are in. But I don't know if a flashing light thingy's going to work.
29th of 2024 at the Walmart in Pewaukee.
It's always done
and
that?
Is
well,
that
I've never seen
timed
it.
at 1912?
Yes.
Is that 7:12 p.m.?
Yes, it is.
What items are purchased on that date and time?
Size medium and size large gloves, as well as some regular household items, it looks like.
In looking at a Dollar Tree receipt from May 7th of 2024 from the 120 East Sunset Drive location in WAUKESHA, do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and is the time of that transaction 1812?
Yes.
Is that 6:12 p.m.?
Yes, it is.
What was purchased at that time?
64 ounces of bleach.
On May 13th of 2024, is there a Woodman's receipt that you recovered?
So I made a mistake in my report. It is not May 13th. This one is June 13th. I mistyped it in the report.
Okay. Is it from Woodman's?
It is. It's the same time, 6:53 p.m.
Okay, that was my next question. Did it say 1853, but you said that's 6:53 p.m.?
Yes.
And what was purchased at that time?
So Woodman's, one of the issues that I had with the financials of Lychwick, if you don't mind me backing up for a second, his May bank statement was not included. It was just a printout that he had of some things, and I could see that he went to Woodman's several times. So I asked Woodman's to provide copies of the receipts from the store. So that's why these receipts are a bit different. And he did purchase quite a few regular household items, food, things like that. The items of concern for me on this receipt is 3 separate purchases of iodized salt. It's 26 ounces each, so 78 ounces of salt, which is it's just shy of 5 pounds of salt, which I felt was excessive for an individual who lives alone. A 70-ounce bottle of blue dish soap and a 30-ounce bottle of white tea antibacterial soap. And the rest, like I said, is just regular household items or groceries.
Was there a purchase you noted on May 16th of 2024 at Woodman's at a transaction time of 10:10?
Yes.
And what, if anything, caught your attention on that particular purchase?
Tide Hygienic Clean Free Liquid, 146 ounces, which I thought was a lot for one person. Hefty multi-purpose strong trash bags, 56 count. Simply Done heavy duty scouring pads, 3 count. And 2 pounds total of Food Club baking soda.
On the last one I'm looking at here, on May 16th of 2024, was there a Walmart receipt from the WAUKESHA location for a transaction time of 12:58 p.m.?
Yes, there is.
And what was purchased then?
30-gallon trash bags.
In reviewing the totality of the either receipts or other financial records from Mr. Lychwick's apartment, did you notice any change in the pattern of purchases as it specifically relates to garbage bags on or about the time that Mr. Maldonado was killed and after?
Yes, so according to the bank statements and receipts and things that I looked over, there seemed to be an excessive amount of purchases regarding cleaning supplies and trash bags and things like that in April, May, and June.
With these trash bags, were you able to note whether they were clear or white or black?
A lot of them were black.
I'm skipping ahead a little bit as the jurors will hear from other witnesses kind of in between, but did there come a time where Mr. Lychwick was arrested?
Yes.
Okay,
And
Attorney Thompson, I'm going to stop here in the interest of time. I don't want to stop mid-witness, but we've been going all day here. So it's 4:45, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're going to take a break for the evening at this point. Unless, Attorney Thompson, you were on the verge of finishing.
this was my last topic.
Okay, then let's continue. We'll go just a few more minutes. I'll certainly allow Mr. Lychwick a chance to examine too, but go ahead then.
Thank you. I'm sorry, No, I know, sorry, thank you. You just indicated that Mr. Lychwick had been arrested at the conclusion of this investigation, is that correct?
Yes.
And was he brought back to the City of Waukesha Police Department?
Yes.
Was he in an interview room with Detective Stern when you entered the room?
Yes.
And did you what was your reason for going in the room?
I was assisting in the interview, and I also obtained buccal swabs from a DNA warrant that we obtained for Mr. Lychwick.
And you were the one then personally who would have taken those swabs from that buccal kit and swabbed the inside of Mr. Lychwick's mouth?
Yes.
Once you executed that warrant for his buccal swabs, what did you do with those swabs then?
So those swabs, I used gloves and they remained in my custody until I was able to place them on our inventory, which is a secured location that's locked. And then that's essentially sent to the crime lab through our specialists.
Okay. Yeah, I do not have any other questions for Detective Barrett. Thank you.
Attorney Thompson, are you moving Exhibit 140 into evidence?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, any objection to that, Mr. Lychwick?
Yes, I do have objections to that, Your Honor.
Okay, what is your objection?
Those are general receipts from my everyday life. They have nothing to do with the murder of this poor man.
Okay, so your objection is relevance?
Relevance.
All right. I think based upon the testimony of the witness, I'll overrule that objection. The state can draw inferences from the evidence. You can draw inferences from the evidence. But on a relevance ground, I'm overruling that objection. So Exhibit 140 will come into evidence. Do you have cross-examination, Mr. Lychwick?
Yes, I do.
All right, go ahead.
Detective Barron, is it against the law for a man to dye his hair?
No.
So why are you making an issue out of the fact that during a traffic stop earlier in the year of 2024, my hair was gray, I hadn't had a chance to dye it. And then when I met you during your investigation of this poor man's death, my hair was jet black because my girlfriend liked my hair black. Why was that an issue with you?
Mr. Lychwick, the witness was answering a question posed by the state's attorney. The question was asked, the witness answered. That's the reason for that answer. So you can ask another question.
Your Honor, she also made an issue out of it in her police report.
Okay, well, ask your next question, Mr. Lychwick.
So then, you seem to indicate that I'm buying a lot of certain materials, but yet you find that suspicious because I live alone. You don't know what I'm doing all of my time, and if I'm alone or not. I have a love life as well, Detective. And you're well aware of that too, because we discussed my girlfriend at one point. So why you're leading the jury on to believe that I'm living alone and buying pounds of salt that I don't need and things like this? It's just an exaggeration, which is quite a habit with you and Detective Stern.
Ask a question.
During this investigation into my private life
Ask
and trying to link me to this crime.
All right, Mr. Lychwick, you have to ask questions. You cannot testify, and you can't editorialize either. So if you have a question for this witness, now is your time to ask it.
Why would you think, why would you assume that I'm living alone, and, why would you insinuate that I'm buying all these materials for my private life and that they have something to do with something they do not, the death of this poor man?
Can you restate that question? I didn't understand what you're asking in that. It was a little long-winded.
How can you come to the conclusion that I'm living alone all the time when you don't personally know me? And how can you make assumptions as to what I'm buying is in association with my private life?
Okay, so to answer your question about how can I assume that you live alone, you told me. And I am just making observations based on the receipts and purchases that coincide with some of the items that we located on Carlos Maldonado's body.
But Detective, I told you I don't live alone all the time. I had at that time a love life, and I was seeing somebody else as I was breaking off my relationship with the woman we discussed. I was already starting another relationship with another woman. I was not all the time living alone.
Okay, Mr. Lychwick, I'm going to instruct the jury to disregard any potential testimony of Mr. Lychwick at this time. Mr. Lychwick, you have to ask a question. You cannot testify at this time. So ask a question, make a statement in the form of a question for this witness to answer.
How could you come to the conclusion that I'm living alone all the time when you don't know me personally and you're not there all the time to see what I'm doing, Detective?
Like I stated before, you told me that you were living alone and that your girlfriend lived out of state. She did not live with you. There was nothing in the residence to indicate anybody, let alone a female, was living inside the residence.
Okay, Detective, but how do you know how much time we spent together?
I do not.
That's correct. My personal habits and what I buy, I mean, there again, you don't know me personally, do you?
No.
So how could you assume that whatever I'm buying is out of character, out of order for someone to buy particularly what I bought.
Can you restate the question?
Sure.
How can I assume?
How could you attach such significance as to connect what my personal habits are and my personal tastes are with your investigation?
Because
that one hit the camera.
About 4.875 pounds of salt for a man that lives alone seemed excessive to me, especially when during the course of the search warrant we did not find an excessive amount of salt. These are just observations I made that may or may not be connected to this case.
They're just observations that you made.
Correct.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Okay, thank you. Any redirect?
No.
Okay, Detective, you may step down. I'll take Exhibit 140.
Thank you.
All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for the day. So a couple things. I recognize that we've had a long day today, and I appreciate your patience and your attention throughout the day. This case is not ready for you to decide. It's not ready for even preliminary deliberations to take place. So when you go home tonight, don't discuss this case with loved ones. Don't talk about what you heard. Don't ask them what they heard about this case, if anything. If you come across any news reports or any stories about this on social media or the news, please turn it off or close your web browser or whatever you need to do to avoid reading or seeing anything about this case. Ultimately, you will have to decide this case based only upon what you hear in court and what I have allowed you to hear as evidence in this.
One with Raven Frederick, F.
We're here for day 2 of Lychwick.
Yeah, you know why they lock up everything now? It's because of shoplifters. Why we can't have nice things. Are you going to catch this one? You are? Are you sure? You're sure? You're absolutely positive. You ready? Watch it. 1, 2, 3.
The state of Wisconsin versus Kevin Lychwick, 24 CF 1881. Appearances, please.
The state appears by Chelsea Thompson and Dan Tombasco. Also at council table is Detective Ben Stern. Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Lychwick, good morning, sir.
Good morning, nothing, Your Honor. I'm not well. I need to lay down.
Okay.
I protest these proceedings. I'm being railroaded. I am not prepared to defend myself in this matter.
Mr. Lychwick, we'll get to that in just one moment. Attorney Thompson.
You've hamstringed me every attempt I've made to defend myself. You've denied me my rights of the disposal of tampered evidence and the dismissal of this case. It should never have come this far.
Mr. Lychwick.
I am not feeling well today.
Mr. Lychwick,
You have dragged me here and brutalized me. Look at this. Look what they did to me. Offered no resistance. They dragged me out of my bed. I question your rationality, sir.
Mr. Lychwick, I will let you be heard, but I want to warn you first that if you are speaking out of turn or speaking disruptively or yelling or otherwise causing a disturbance, I may have to remove you from the courtroom. I will let you be heard. I'll let you make a record. Now is not the time to do that, though, okay? Attorney Thompson, is the state in victim rights compliance?
Yes, we are.
All right, we're here for day 2 of the trial. It's now 9:10 a.m. We were scheduled to begin at 8:30 a.m. We got off to a little bit of a late start. Earlier, the court was advised by my deputies that Mr. Lychwick was still remaining in his cell. He was not dressed, and he was refusing to come to court. I had my
deputies check with the jail staff to see whether Mr. Lychwick needed more time, whether he was going to voluntarily come up to court, or what the situation was. So we gave Mr. Lychwick about another 35 minutes or so while we explored some other options of how he could be produced for this trial if necessary. So Mr. Lychwick, what would you like to say about your condition today and your ability to proceed to trial?
Well, thank you for letting me finally speak, Your Honor. Again, I reiterate what I first said when I entered here. I am not well today. I need to lay down and rest.
Why is that?
That is the utmost, that is the primary topic right now.
Why do you feel that you need to lay down and rest?
Because I'm sick. For one thing, I have a tear in my belly that needs to be repaired. And I refuse to take responsibility for the delays in the length of these proceedings because I needed medical attention, and you're saying I put it off. I did not. I did not receive the proper consultation. I wasn't even allowed to consult with another doctor before I had the last procedure done that I needed. And I have not received all the surgeries that I need. I again reiterate, I have a tear in my belly that might be part of the cause. I am exhausted. How would you like to sleep on for 18 months, Your Honor, a concrete slab, being starved, tortured with lights on you, 24 hours a day, guards harassing you when you're on the toilet, can't even shower in peace or sleep in peace. I can't take this anymore.
Okay, Mr. Lychwick, you've made your record previously when the court has heard your concerns about your medical condition. We've taken testimony previously from the jail administrator. We've heard evidence from your treating physician. And the court has already made rulings about your condition leading up to the case, the previous delays in the case, and the readiness for trial this week. So that matter has already been settled. What I'm concerned about is your present condition today and why you think you have an inability to continue today, this morning.
You're being harassing, Your Honor. I just told you, you're making me repeat myself. That's harassing. I reiterate, I am exhausted and I am not well and I'm nauseous. I have a rip in my belly. What more do you want me to say, Your Honor?
Okay.
I don't mean to raise my voice. I am exasperated. I feel that I am not speaking to somebody who's rational at this point. I don't think you can, you're hearing what you want to hear. So at this point, you know, you're trying to make a fool out of me on top of it. I refuse to be part of this.
You're doing that all by yourself.
You're railroading me, I say again.
All by yourself. You don't need
my
any help with
constitutional
that.
rights and my 8th Amendment rights for one under the Constitution are being violated. My human rights.
Mr. Lychwick, I'm going to give you a few different, I understand, I'm going to give you a few different options. I'll let you know, though, that every one of those options leads to the same conclusion and endpoint, which is that the trial is going to continue today and will continue this week. So here are the options that I'm going to present to you. Number one, we can give you a little bit more time this morning to compose yourself, to do what you need to do, to get dressed into your suit that you were in yesterday, because I'll make a record that today you are in the jail orange and we produced you in a wheelchair. You've been handcuffed for the safety of everyone because we don't know what condition you're in or what your attitude was going to be. So I can give you more time to compose yourself, to get ready for trial this morning, maybe until about 10 a.m. That's another 45 minutes. You can freshen up, you can get dressed into your street clothes and resume the trial in the chair at counsel table with your legs secured to the floor like you were yesterday. So there's no outward sign that you're in custody. That's option number one.
No, he'll just tell them he
Option
is.
number two, if you're not going to refuse, or if you're going to refuse option number one, is we can keep you in the courtroom as you are now. You're going to be obviously in jail orange. You're obviously going to be in a wheelchair, and we can, I'll defer to my deputies, but we can likely make arrangements for just the leg shackle to be used. But then you are going to be viewed as in custody by the jury. We can give them a cautionary instruction to make sure that that's not used against you in any way. But again, as I said yesterday, efforts were undertaken to make sure the jury was aware that you are not aware that you are in custody. So that would certainly change today. That's option number two. Option number 3 is if you are going to be disruptive in court today, I may have you produced in one of the holding cells in the bullpen here. It's a white room. It doesn't have any outward signs, at least while it's displayed on video, that you would be in custody. I would give you the option to be in that room dressed in civilian clothing, or you could appear in your jail orange there. You would have all your materials there. We could still make arrangements for you to have access to standby counsel. If you want standby counsel to consult with you on anything, we could put you in a breakout room over video for that. And then you would participate in this trial by video. So you would be displayed on the video screens. The jury would see you on their screens. We would see and hear you. You could still make objections. You could still interject. You could still cross-examine witnesses just like you would if you were in the courtroom. That's option number 3. Option number 4 is the most drastic option, really, Mr. Lychwick, and that is that if you refuse to participate and conduct yourself accordingly, I may have to have you removed from the courtroom and just not produced at all for your trial, in which case there is a way that the court could make findings that the trial would have to proceed with you in absentia. The reason why that is a very drastic remedy here and a drastic option, Mr. Lychwick, is because you are representing yourself. You would not have the benefit of an attorney continuing to represent your interests at trial if you are not here in person. You have standby counsel. I likely would not have Attorney Galaviz suddenly become your advocate counsel and advocate for you because you specifically wanted Attorney Galaviz to withdraw. You wanted to represent yourself. I took the colloquy of your waiver. I find that you are still competent to represent yourself. You asked good questions yesterday. You raised objections yesterday. You gave an opening statement. You're clearly qualified and competent to represent yourself. So I would not have Attorney Galaviz step in and represent your interests, which means that there just would be no presence by the defense. I don't want to exercise that option. That would be only in the event that you're unable to comport yourself and abide by my rules and abide by decorum in the court. So those are essentially your 4 options, Mr. Lychwick. Do you want time today until about 10 o'clock to get into civilian clothes, freshen up, get your materials up here into court, and continue with the trial?
This is not rational. You haven't listened to a word I said, Your Honor. With all due respect to the court and the people of Waukesha County, I am not up to being here today. I need to lay down and rest. I am not well. That's all I can say. I've said it before. I've said it twice since I came in here. I've told your deputies and the jail staff at least 4 times on the way up here. And the fact that they were hurting me. So I'm not being heard. You're refusing to listen to me. What more can I do?
Mr. Lychwick, I'll ask you again. Do you want time this morning to get into civilian clothes, to freshen up, to meaningfully participate in your case this morning in court like you were yesterday? Are you going to answer?
I've tried to answer. You won't listen to me.
Okay. Well, Mr. Lychwick, the trial is going to proceed whether or not you are actively participating or whether you're protesting or refusing to participate. So now the question is, do we have you stay there in your wheelchair, secure, in jail clothes, so that at least you're in the courtroom and can choose to participate when and if you feel like participating? Do you want to remain in the courtroom, or would you rather be in the holding cell by video?
This is not rational. I've answered your question already 3 times. I don't know what else to say. I need to lay down, Your Honor. I need to go back to my cell and lay down. That's all I can tell you. When I feel better, I'll let you know. That's all that's the final word here. I don't know what else to do.
Well, that's why I'm offering Mr. Lychwick to delay this a little bit more this morning, to give you an opportunity to freshen up, to do what you need to do and get into civilian clothes. and then come back in the courtroom and participate. But we can't put the trial off today just because you don't feel well. I'm willing to give you more time this morning, but it's going to resume this morning, probably about 10 a.m. We'll bring the jury in. They've been waiting patiently for 50 minutes now. I can have them wait a little bit longer. Is that what you want to do, Mr. Lychwick?
I told you I'm not well. I don't think an hour is going to make any difference, Your Honor, with all due respect to your title. I don't know how to answer you anymore.
Okay. Mr. Lychwick, I want to be very clear. This trial is proceeding whether or not you participate. So I'm giving you the option, either you're going to be here in person, you're going to be in the holding cell, or if you're, I mean, right now you're not being disruptive. So I'm not going to force you to go back to your cell and just continue the trial without you here. But if you are just going to sit there, that's fine. The jury's going to understand that you're in jail orange. I'll give them a cautionary instruction that they're not to consider that in any way. If you exhibit disruptive behavior, though, if you yell, raise your voice, speak out of turn, it may become necessary to remove you from the courtroom. Do you understand that, Mr. Lychwick?
I understand perfectly well.
Do you have your trial materials with you right now?
No, because I am not well. I do not have my glasses with me. I am not well. I am not up. I am done answering these questions. This is insane. I have answered your questions. I have been polite and answered your questions, even though I am under extreme duress and in pain and not well and nauseous and tired beyond belief. I don't know what more to tell you. You refuse to listen to me. I hope this is being put on the record.
We're on the record.
Your stenographer recording all this, Your Honor?
My court reporter is taking down everything that's been said so far. All right, Mr. Lychwick, what I'm going to do is have the jail staff produce your trial materials.
No,
Did you hear me?
I do not want that taken out of my cell, Your Honor.
We are
Please, no.
forever and
I am not
always
up to looking at it. I am not up. I need to lay down. It will not, it's going to get lost and disheveled like yesterday. Your deputies dropped it all over the floor. It took me hours to put it back together again.
I thought he was a judge
Mr. Lychwick, either they gather your materials and bring them up to you, or we're proceeding without your materials in front of you.
I thought Zach was a judge now. He is here.
I don't want them brought up here. And I am not, I'm telling you again, Your Honor, I am not up to being here right now. I need to lay down.
Mr. Lychwick, yesterday I saw you taking a lot of notes during trial.
Your stupid phone,
you were
Joe.
taking notes after hearing certain answers. You were taking notes when the court was talking to you and citing some cases. So I know that you've been taking notes during the trial. I want you to have those notes. I want you to have your materials that you
I won't. Buffering on my end.
Your Honor, I won't be able to use them. I don't know what to tell you. I am not well. I don't need that. If you bring them here, they're going to get lost and spilled all over the floor again and manhandled. Just leave them alone, Your Honor. When I feel better, I will. I'm repeating myself again.
That's not
You're
how
making a fool out of me, Your Honor. I will let you know when I'm feeling well. That's all I can tell you.
Mr. Lychwick, then I am going to bring the jury in and we're going to resume this trial. I'll give you one more opportunity to have about a 45-minute recess, get yourself into street clothes, get your materials, get your glasses, and prepare yourself for trial. Do you want that time, or should we bring the jury in?
I'm telling you, Your Honor, I am not ready. I am not well. I don't know what else to tell you.
Of this freak out, and
All right.
I didn't watch what he decided.
Attorney Thompson,
so I don't know what
does the state have any
next.
position at this point?
No, I think that the options the court laid out are the available options. Mr. Lychwick has not really made a decision. He's non-responsive to the court, so I think we proceed with the trial. The state has witnesses here, and we are prepared to proceed.
Okay, Mr. Lychwick, one more time, I just want to roadmap here where this case could go, depending on your behavior as we go forward. As I said, I'm going to bring the jury in. I will give them a cautionary instruction that they are not to consider your current clothing, your current restraints. On that note, deputies, with courtroom security in mind, can Mr. Lychwick be secured just with the ankle harness?
We could do that. Remove everyone first.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that's an option. All right.
So Mr. Lychwick will make sure that your hands are free and that you are secured by the ankle restraint, but you will still be in jail clothes. I'll tell the jury that they are not to consider anything about your appearance today and infer anything from that and not hold that against you. And we'll proceed with the trial. If at any point you want to stop and get your materials, I can allow you to do that, but they'll be brought up to you. We're not going to have you go down to your cell at this point and gather those materials up. They will be brought up for you to assist you in your defense. If you become disruptive or interject or talk out of turn or speak loudly or continue to raise objections on things that the court has already ruled on, I may have to remove you from the courtroom and place you in the holding cell there. By that step, you would still be produced by video. You would still have an audio feed. We would still be able to hear you. That would give you an opportunity to still participate, but it would also give me an opportunity to mute your microphone if you are continuing to be disruptive. I would continue to give you warnings about your disruptive conduct, and if the disruptive conduct continued to the point where it was impossible to continue, then I would have to remove you and place you back in your cell. And at that point, the trial would continue with you in absentia. And I would not be appointing an attorney to represent you because you are proceeding pro se and you wanted your last attorney to withdraw. So, Mr. Lychwick, that's the potential outcomes here as we go forward. Otherwise, if at any point you want to get your materials and get into civilian clothes, we can talk about that. Understood?
No, it's not understood, Your Honor. I don't understand a thing you're saying because it doesn't make any sense. I told you what I told you, you refused to listen to me.
All right. In order to change the defendant's restraints, we are going to have to clear the courtroom again. So I'm going to ask all of the public to exit the courtroom so that the deputies can take care of that, and then we will reopen the courtroom and proceed.
Case. They're not on the state's witness list. I don't.
And that reminds me, after we...
He did have a flash drive. He did have a flash drive given to him yesterday after we broke for the day. It contained all of the state's exhibits up to this point and some that have been marked and just not admitted yet. Exhibits 82 and 83 on that flash drive were photos. I replaced them with different photos, so I will get Mr. Lychwick a copy of those as well. But that way, because he doesn't have anything with him, at least he can follow along with all of the paper discovery in court as the witnesses go up. All of those exhibits and documents have previously been provided to him through Attorney Galavi's via an evidence.com link.
Okay, thank you. And that reminds me, after we concluded yesterday, we had a brief off-the-record discussion about the state preparing hard copies of all the photos that have been admitted so far. It would be the court's intent that the parties talk about whether or not exhibits would be returned to the jury if they request them during deliberations, and the court's preference would be that photos, color photos of all of those exhibits be printed so that they can be more easily accessed by the jury. I just wanted to make a record of that.
The last thing is, after court yesterday, while Attorney Galaviz was present, the attorneys were still in court, along with Mr. Lychwick. As I was handing him that flash drive, he told me he was still missing the recorded calls. I think one of the last names that he gave was Smithy. That's Smithey, which made me think that he was referencing several recorded phone calls for individuals that officers spoke to in this case. They're not on the state's witness list. I don't intend to call them, but I did, in an effort to make sure that he had what he was asking for, I went back to review the property sheet. There are 3 specific recorded calls, one with Kurt Lychwick, one with Raven Frederick, Fredrick, and Jackie Smithy, Jacki Smithey. I confirmed that all 3 of those calls are on the evidence.com link that was previously provided to counsel, which Attorney Galaviz advised us he had given the entirety of everything he had received from the district attorney's office to Mr. Lychwick. So just so there's a record made of that, he does have everything, and he has those calls that I believe he was referencing to me yesterday when we broke for the day.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lychwick, anything on those matters?
Yes, the flash drive, Your Honor, that was given to me yesterday kindly by the prosecution was taken away from me by the jail staff. So they've denied me access to it, ultimately. I do not have access to that flash drive.
And Attorney Thompson, everything that was on the flash drive was previously provided to the defense via the evidence.com link?
Yes, with the caveat of, for example, the Exhibit 2, which is the floor diagram of Ms. Rose, Mr. Maldonado, Mr. Lychwick, that was created as a demonstrative. So there are a couple demonstrative exhibits on that flash drive, but otherwise everything else was on evidence.com, yes.
Okay, thank you. Anything else before we bring the jury in?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lychwick?
Yes, I just want to go lay down, Your Honor. I'm not well.
All right, I understand. Let's call for the jury then.
Delay the inevitable. Get in there and get it over with. I don't know. My personality type is just somebody else take care of it. As I said, my thing is let somebody else take care of it. Travis does laundry every Sunday. It has to be done on Sunday. Every Sunday. Not before. Not even if we need clothes. Before. It's gotta be done Sunday. Because I did something wrong. I forgot what it was. Same reason I'm not allowed to clean the kitchen because I load things into the dishwasher wrong. Fine, you do it, honey. I will be glad to give that job.
Thank you. You may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for the delay in getting going this morning, but we are ready to continue now with the trial. I have one other instruction to give you at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you can see that the defendant is dressed differently today by his choice. You are not to infer anything from that, nor use that in any way against him. All right, we are ready to proceed with the trial. The state may call its next witness.
Yeah, we call Anthony LaFave, please.
Mr. LaFave, come up to the witness stand, please.
I just put dirty clothes in the hamper and you do whatever you want.
When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
You're about to give this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. You can have a seat. That black bar with the red dot in front of you is our microphone. Get yourself situated nice and close to that and start by stating your name, spelling both your first and your last name.
Anthony, A-N-T-H-O-N-Y, LaFave, L-E-F-E-B-V-R-E.
Attorney Tombasco, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. And good morning, Mr. LaFave. Can you please tell the jury where you live, sir?
1512 East North Street, apartment 7, WAUKESHA, Wisconsin.
And how long have you lived in that location, sir?
Since 2013.
Okay. So over 10 years?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, are you employed?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I just work at Walgreens, stock room.
And do you know an individual named Kevin Lychwick, sir?
Yes.
Do you see Mr. Lychwick in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Can you please point him out and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Orange clothing.
And he's the gentleman seated directly to my left, is
Correct.
that right, sir?
Correct.
Yeah, I've asked the record reflect identification of the defendant, Kevin Lychwick.
The jury can make that determination.
You live in the same apartment building as Mr. Lychwick, sir?
Yes.
And which level of the apartment complex do you live on? Do you live on the ground floor or the second floor?
The first floor.
Okay. And does Mr. Lychwick live on the first floor or the
He
second floor?
lives on the second.
Okay. And did you ever interact with Mr. Lychwick, sir?
Just in passing, doing laundry, coming and going in the garage.
Okay. And based on your interactions with Mr. Lychwick, do you know whether he has a particular first name that he prefers to be called by?
Everybody in the building usually just referred to him as Conrad.
Okay. And do you know an individual named Carlos Maldonado?
Yes.
And how do you know Carlos, sir?
He also lived in the building on the second floor.
Okay. And so directing your attention to the springtime of 2024, did you install a trail camera at your apartment complex at about that time frame, sir?
Yes.
And why did you install a trail camera?
So my mother could watch our garden. I also have one up by her so I can watch her garden. So.
And so you were building a garden then on the property?
Correct.
And did you talk to the property management staff about you wanting to start that garden on the property?
Yes.
Did they give you permission to start that garden?
Yes.
And did you similarly have a conversation with the property manager about installing the trail camera so you could keep tabs on that garden?
Yes.
And did the property manager give you permission to install that trail camera?
Yes.
Can you just tell the jury a little bit generally about what this trail camera looked like?
It's a white 2x3-ish square box. Just stuck it on the tree.
And when you say you stuck it on a tree, can you just give the jury a little bit of a sense? There's a hill and a wooded area to the back of the apartment complex. Is this the area where you put the camera, sir?
Correct.
And did you put one camera or did you put multiple cameras?
I have multiple cameras.
And does this particular trail camera run on what is known as an SD memory card?
Yes.
And an SD memory card, does that capture the footage that your trail camera is recording on a particular date and time?
Correct.
And if a person has a copy of that SD memory card, would they be able to go back in time and review footage from a prior time date?
Yes.
And does the trail camera that you installed, does that work on motion detection?
Yes.
Does it continue to record footage even if it's late at night, say after midnight?
Oh, yeah, 24/7.
And was there a point in time, sir, in which a law enforcement official came to you and asked you for the particular footage that was on your trail camera?
Yes.
And let me take a step back and ask you this as well. In terms of the footage on your trail camera, to your knowledge, when you initially installed the camera, did you ever change out the SD memory card?
No.
So the original SD memory card that you installed the camera would have been recording throughout the time of April of 2024?
Absolutely.
It would have also been recording around the same time of May of 2024?
Yep.
And I asked you just a few moments ago about an official from law enforcement asking you for contact you in reference to your trail camera. Was that Detective Ben Stern of the WAUKESHA Police Department?
Yes.
And he's the gentleman that's seated a couple of seats to my right?
Yes.
And did you cooperatively turn over those two SD cards to him?
Right away.
And did Detective Stern threaten you or coerce you in any manner to hand over those SD cards?
Nope.
You did that voluntarily?
Absolutely.
And you made no modifications or any changes to the SD card until that time that you turned it over to the police department?
Correct.
Was there a point in time, sir, in late November of 2024 when you were contacted by a specialist with the Waukesha Police Department?
Yes.
And this particular individual wanted you to review some particular footage from your trail camera, is that right?
Yes.
And specifically, this individual wanted to show you some footage and see if you recognized anybody from your trail camera. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you agree to review that footage with that individual?
Yes.
And prior to your testimony in court here today, sir, have you had an opportunity to review some snippets from your trail camera?
Yes.
And if I showed you those particular snippets of footage, would you recognize if they came from your trail camera or not?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask that we place on the witness's screen what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 66. Sir, are you able to see this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this exhibit, I should say, runs about 8 seconds in length. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I should ask you, sir, is there a timestamp on these particular clips?
There is.
Okay. And to your knowledge, just give me just a second, sir. Is the timestamp accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Now, sir, I'm going to play this particular clip from the beginning. I'm going to back it up here, and just let us know after you finish reviewing this clip if you recognize it.
I do.
Okay. This is your trail camera, sir?
Yes.
This is from the trail camera that you installed at the back of the complex?
Yes.
May I now move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received?
Any objection to the receipt of the evidence, Mr. Lychwick? I'll take silence as no objection. The evidence will be received.
Thank you. And Your Honor, at this point, I would ask permission to publish to the jury.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to publication to the jury?
If I could address the jury for a minute, Your Honor?
You may not. Any objection to Exhibit 66 being used with the jury?
I am not well. I told you that already. I am not up to sitting here and participating in these procedures. I am sick, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lychwick, I've already made a ruling on that. The trial is continuing. Without objection or over the defendant's silence, the court will allow Exhibit 66 to be received into evidence and used with the jury.
Thank you. If we could just have the TVs turned down, please. Anthony, may I call you by your first name?
Yes.
Anthony, just so we're clear, these clips do not have any sound associated with them. Is that right?
I don't believe so.
That's okay. Yeah, if you don't stamp on this particular video, sir?
Yes.
Okay, and the timestamp is?
Is May 2nd, 2024 at 0:4100 Hours, 31 seconds.
So this clip.
12.
I'm sorry.
Hang on. Okay, the question was answered. What's the next question?
Sure. That's 12:41, so that's 12:41 in the morning, sir?
Correct.
Thank you, sir. Okay. If we could just, take the TVs down, please, Madam Clerk. Just one moment, sir. Yeah. Anthony, I have a few other video clips.
Attorney Tom Bosco, in court, it's Mr. Lefevre.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, okay. Mr. It's Lefebvre, is that right, sir? Okay. Mr. Lefebvre, I have several other clips I'd like to show you as well. If you don't mind, can we just bring those up on your screen as well, sir? And this has been previously marked. Do you see that, Mr. Lefebvre?
I do.
And this has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 67. And do you recognize this clip, sir?
I do.
Is this from your trail camera as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, I now move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to the receipt of Exhibit 67, Mr. Lychwick? All right, no answer from the defendant. The evidence will be received.
Now turning your attention, Mr. Lefebvre, to State's Exhibit, was been previously marked, I should say, State's Exhibit 68. Are you able to see this footage, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Is this from your trail camera as well, sir?
Yes.
Your Honor, I now move State's Exhibit number 68 into evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to Exhibit 68, Mr. Lychwick? Without objection, the exhibit will be received.
Mr. Lefebvre, turning your attention now to what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 69. Do you see this on your screen as well,
Yes,
sir?
I do.
Okay. Is this from your trail camera as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, I now move State's Exhibit 69 into evidence.
Any objection to Exhibit 69, Mr. Lychwick? The record will reflect that Mr. Lychwick is sitting still in his chair with his eyes closed and he is non-responsive to the court. Court is speaking in a loud enough voice to wake up anyone who would legitimately be sleeping. The defendant is choosing not to answer the court's inquiries. Exhibit 69 is received into evidence.
Mr. Lefebvre, showing us been marked now as State's Exhibit number 70. Do you recognize this footage as well?
Yes.
Is this from your trail camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, I now move State's Exhibit number 70 into evidence.
Any objection to Exhibit 70, Mr. Lychwick? The defendant continues to not answer nor open his eyes. Exhibit 70 is received.
And Mr. Lefebvre, I have two additional clips for you. This has been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 71. Do you recognize this footage as well?
I do.
Is this from your trail camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, I now move State's Exhibit number 71 into evidence and ask that it be received.
Exhibit number 71, Mr. Lychwick, any objection to that? The defendant does not answer. Exhibit 71 will be received into evidence.
And finally, Mr. Lefebvre, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 72. Do you recognize this footage, sir?
I do.
And is this from your trail camera?
Yes.
Finally, Your Honor, I move State's Exhibit number 72 into evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to 72, Mr. Lychwick? The defendant does not answer. 72 will be received.
Thank you. Mr. Lefebvre, was there a time when you knew Mr. Lychwick that you took note of any particular change to his hair color?
About a year previous to him being vacated from the building.
Okay. Do you remember about the approximate time frame, like what month you first made reference to this?
No, I don't.
Okay. For a period of time, did Mr. Lychwick have gray hair?
Yes.
And was there a point in time in which you noticed that he no longer had gray hair?
Yes.
What color hair did he have instead of his normal gray hair?
It was just a lighter color. It was no longer silvery gray.
Okay. Was there a point in time?
Ma'am, come all the way up to the witness stand. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by my clerk.
During your 30 years as a law enforcement officer, Did you have any kind of specialized training as it related to police canine dogs or working dogs?
I began working a cadaver dog independent of the police department in about 1999, and then proceeded to work cadaver dogs throughout my career. I'm currently on my 5th, and I also was a full-time patrol dog handler for 10 years for the city.
Do you currently own your own business?
Yes, I have a small business I started in 2005 called Canine Search Solutions. It's focused on providing training to law enforcement canine handlers who run tracking dogs. And then separate from that, we do cadaver dog work when we're requested, but it's on a voluntary basis. We don't get paid anything.
As part of your continued work as a trainer and a teacher, do you have a curriculum vitae that you keep up with in order to kind of keep track of everything that you do?
Yes.
And Madam Clerk, if you could please turn on the screen in front of the witness only, please. I'm scrolling down to the bottom of page 1. Do you see an exhibit sticker there, Ms. Gumman?
Yes.
And is that states exhibit 75?
Yes.
In scrolling through exhibit 75, is this an 11-page document that is your CV?
Yes.
And this is something that you personally prepare and keep up with, you said, right?
Yes.
At this time, I move exhibit 75 into evidence.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to exhibit 75 being received into evidence?
I told you already 1,000 times, Your Honor, I'm not well today. I don't know what to tell you.
Exhibit 75 will be received.
Ms. Gumman, we talked about how you were a City of Madison police officer for 30 years, and you have been training and handling working dogs for 24 years. Now, you talked about how you have had 5 dogs. Is that correct?
5 human remains detection dogs, yes.
Thank you for correcting me. Now, you yourself as a handler, how many searches over your career have you participated in, whether it's search and rescue missions, as a cadaver dog handler?
Thanks. For human remains detection dog cases, I'm at 294 cases, and I count a case once. So often we get involved in a missing persons case, and we repeatedly go back, but 294 cases.
Now, can you describe for the jury, please, your education, starting from when you were a police officer and then kind of going through the dog training as well?
I graduated from the University of Wisconsin-Madison a long time ago, and I got my degree at that time, a Bachelor of Arts in Behavioral Science and Law, and then I started in the Madison Police Department the day after I graduated. I had a minor in criminal justice, which was offered at the university, and a minor in African studies, and I think that's about it.
Okay. And now, is there a section on your CV that specifically focuses on the dog trainings?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be fair to say, and looking at exhibit number 75, you have routinely participated in various trainings involving police canines or human remains canines from 1995 through April of last year?
Yes.
And do you have any continuing education or training that you participate in to make sure that you are kept up to date with any advancements in this area?
For myself?
For yourself, yes.
I do a lot of, trying to do a lot of research on what science and research has been done with human remains detection dogs and scent-specific trailing dogs. And I'm, at this point, more involved in instructing both hands-on dog handlers, and then also I do some online instruction for the Center for Forensic Training and Education, where they have me teach handlers.
Are you also, in this field, are you also a certifier for
Yes.
newer canines?
Yes, so I became a national certifying official in the realm of human remains detection through an organization called NNDDA. It's National Narcotic Detector Dog Association. It is one of several national organizations that test working dogs at least once a year. It says narcotics because in the 1970s is when it was developed as a narcotics entity, and it has since grown to be patrol dog testing, explosive dogs, human remains detection dogs. So I became a certifying, I test through there, but I'm also a certifying official in just human remains detection. So teams that can qualify to take that certification once a year, I evaluate them through a series of unknown blind testing, and then they either certify or they don't.
And in addition to being a member of the NNDDA, do you have any other memberships with associations as it relates to cadaver canines?
I mean, I'm on the board of a small search and rescue entity in Illinois, and I'm also a International Bloodhound Training Institute is an organization that's worldwide that trains dogs to be scent specific, looking for live missing people, and I instruct that, and I'm also a certifying official in that entity, separate from human remains detection.
In continuing through your CV, I'm looking at page 4 on Exhibit 75. Do you have any certifications as it relates to human remains detection?
Yes. So whatever cadaver or human remains detection dog I'm working, once they're grown and ready to be in the field, I participate also, and I am tested and certified once a year to demonstrate the dog's proficiency. And that test is single blind, which means the certifying official places the height of the remains, and I work it unknown and identify with my dog where it is at, and it's odor recognition.
So I'll come back in a little bit to proficiency testing. When you first obtain a new canine, what is the process on how you start training the dog?
Okay. So it's evolved over the years, just like anything else. So the dog that was utilized in this case, Canine Moxie, her mother was brought in to rescue a pure German Shepherd, and the Madison Police Department evaluated her to possibly take her on as a police dog. She didn't want to bite anyone, which is great. So one of my colleagues took her and started her training in scent-specific trailing and in human remains detection. When Talia was brought into rescue, who I volunteer and help to the best of my ability when potential working dogs come through Wisconsin, Shepherds, Malinois, that sort of thing, I try to help place them in a working placement. And Talia came into rescue pregnant, and she had a litter of 9 or 10 puppies. And so whenever one of my working cadaver dogs is getting older, I begin the process again. After this one, I'm done. And so I had a working human remains detection dog, Canine Molly, and she was about 7 or 8. So I went and looked at the puppies that Talia had produced, and I was given the impression by everybody involved that we thought they were going to be all black German Shepherds, which is my wheelhouse at the time. And I brought someone along, another trainer, and we selected Moxie at 8 weeks old. So I brought her home earmarked to start her training in human remains detection only. She turned out not to.
I appreciate that.
I'll have
Attorney
a next
Thompson, go ahead
question.
and ask another question.
Thank you. Ms. Gumman, do you see what's marked as State's Exhibit number 168 on your screen?
Yes.
And what does Exhibit 168 show?
It's a picture of Canine Moxie and I in Texas after our first certification.
I would move Exhibit 168 into evidence and ask to publish to the jury.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to Exhibit 168?
Your Honor, in the name of God, I just want to go lay down. I'm not well.
All right, Exhibit 168 will be received. Any objection to its publication, Mr. Lychwick? All right, Exhibit 168 will be able to be used with the jury.
Thank you, Judge. And just for the record as well, all of these exhibits have previously been turned over to Mr. Lychwick, but he doesn't have papers with him, so I'm providing him paper copies. The exhibits I'll be using with Ms. Gumman going forward are 75, 76, 77 through 87, 165 through 167, and now 168. And I would ask then, Madam Clerk, if you could please turn on the screen for the courtroom.
The record will reflect that those paper exhibits have been provided to Mr. Lychwick.
And there are no staples. I took those out.
Thank you.
Okay. Is this you and Moxie in Texas then, as you discussed?
Yes.
Okay. And is Moxie still working, or has she been retired?
She retired in December of 25 at 12.
Okay. Now, once you have Moxie, and we'll use Moxie as the specific example because she is the dog that you used in this case here. So once you have obtained Moxie, how do you start that process of being able to detect the odor of human remains?
First of all, you have to use human remains, so we obtain anatomically donated, legally, human remains in different stages of decomposition. When they're young, I like to let them grow up a little bit till they're about 9 to 12 months. And in the meantime, you're just establishing what their reward or favorite toy is. And you're also imprinting where whenever they smell the odor, it's a positive experience. You feed them treats. I do 90 days to an indication once they hit about a year, depending upon the maturity of the dog. So the first 30 days would simply have the remains out in some high grass and the wind's blowing in her face, and I take her favorite toy, which is a ball, tennis ball, and lob it to the aide and give her the command to go find. She ranges out, gets to the toy, and is having a positive experience around the odor. And we do that for about 30 days. Usually it's 2 sessions, 15 days. When she's showing the ability to range out and that's starting, and you're moving different areas, different aids, you then move to the next 30 days, which is now the toy is being concealed with the aid, and you're giving her that same picture of holding her and giving her a command to go find. And the ball is not cueing her or being lobbed at the odor, but she runs out anyhow. She finds the toy again, and another good experience, making that the positive. On the final 30 days, you identify what you want your trained final response to be, which is, in her case, a sit. Some dogs down, some bark, some touch. I do a sit. I've taught that to her at a close distance and then worked a little range from it. Now I have the toy again. The aid is out there. I give her my same picture of go find. She gets to the source. The toy's not there, but she then looks and I tell her to sit and she gets her toy at source again. So when that becomes proficient, then you begin to teach mini problems and then it just progresses from there.
Now, Once the proficiency of the dog is established, does that mean that at this point the dog is detecting the odor and not looking for that toy or that specific item that you were initially starting the proficiency training with?
The toy is now with me. And so while we're searching, she's out ranging and she knows this is of high value, this odor. And it's the odor of human remains that's the only thing she gets paid or rewarded for.
Are there, or is there a different reward toy if she works but does not give a trained final response?
Because of the nature of the work of cadaver work or human remains detection work, which is often a lot of elimination work, I work my dogs for a short period of time, and regardless of if they give an indication or they find anything, they get that toy and they get a break to play. Then we take the toy away and ask them to go to work again. And I find that that supports the dog maintaining a full day of working. And also the dog has no reason to false indicate because she knows she's, well, she gets paid for working, not finding and sitting.
Okay. Have there been times in Moxie's career where she has given you, during these searches, the trained final response?
Yes.
Are there times in Moxie's career where, as she's working during these searches, she does not give a trained final response?
Yes.
Okay. Now, once the proficiency training is completed, then do you then move to the stage of certification of the dog?
Yes.
And can you tell me, how does a canine become certified in human remains detection?
The certification entity that I participate in as a handler is National Narcotic Detector Dog. My first year I went to Texas where a master trainer is, and that person sets out human remains in different environments. There's different categories. There's hidden, buried, rubble, exposed. The list goes on. And to certify, you have to complete at least 3 finds and no false alerts. The dog cannot urinate or eat the remains. Sorry. Usually my certifications, there's about 4 to 5 areas that I search and locate in. And I do that once a year for a certification.
When was Moxie first certified as a canine in human remains detection?
She first certified in, she was born in 2013, the fall of 2015.
Okay. And up until the time that she retired, had she been successfully recertified each year since?
Yes.
And on or about November 19th of 2024, did Moxie still have, or was she still certified?
Yes.
During these proficiency trainings that we talked about with the NNDDA, as part of those scenes, are there times where there are no human remains present?
During testing?
Yes, during testing.
During the certification, there's no blank area.
Okay.
You search nothing, 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 find something. Search nothing, 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 find something.
Okay, so the placebo that I'm talking about, is that maybe more for proficiency training?
Yeah, your regular monthly maintenance training you may have where you know you have an area and you don't know if there's anything in it or not.
When you are attending the certification trainings, specifically a handler, not an official, as a handler, are you given any information about the areas in which Moxie is expected to search as part of her training?
Yes, usually an area is marked off as this stretch of rubble or this 1 acre of woods.
Are you, as the handler, specifically told where in the woods or where in the rubble the human remains are?
No.
Why is that?
The testing needs to see what you as a team can proficiently locate and identify that the dog knows its odor and that you read your dog to say, yes, they're on it.
So during these certification trainings and searches then, not only is Moxie being evaluated, but also you as the handler, are you being graded as well?
You and that dog become a certified team. So Moxie and I were certified together each year. Someone couldn't slip in, and they could probably work her, but they were not certified with her. So yes.
What is your role then as the handler when Moxie is searching an area? What are you just standing there, or are you making observations of your own or something else?
Depends on the area. I like to work them off lead as much as I can, but sometimes we have to have them on lead for safety purposes. And
I'm sorry, let me interrupt you. What do you mean by on lead?
We usually have them off lead, but if they're on lead, they may be on a leash, a 6-foot or a 15-foot long line. And that's to keep them out of traffic or what other issues there are.
Okay. Now, when you are, as a handler, when you're observing Moxie, are you also responsible for interpreting any behaviors that you see her engaging in?
All dogs all dogs have what I call tells before the trained final response, and every dog has a different cadence. Some dogs may make an audible snort and then hesitate and then perform. Some may have a flag of their tail different. Their cadence can change from forward to a 90-degree investigating and then an indication. So you really learn that dog's body language that cannot be cued prior to the indication, and that is something the dog naturally does.
And what does Moxie's tell, if you will, before her trained final response, if she gives one?
Some of Moxie's tells would have been, I could hear an audible snort. She may be going, moving forward and then turn hard left or hard right. Nose drops down to investigate. And then for her, she would, prior to an indication, almost always make eye contact with me, probably to see if I was watching her or if I had caught up to her, and it was just part of our dance.
What is Moxie's trained final response then?
Moxie's is a sit.
Okay. And the eye contact happens first and then she sits?
Most often, yes.
Okay. Now, when you are acting as a handler with when Moxie is searching, are there times where a dog may show, or where you have seen Moxie show those tells in an area or over an item or object, but not alert to it?
Yes.
What would be some of the reasons why a dog might, come to an object or an area and show those tells, but not actually alert?
It could be that they're investigating something that is not human remains, so they have to check it and they move on. It could be it's not strong enough for that dog's threshold indication. It could be that the dog is checking the area to try to, in dog world we say they drive to odor. They're trying to get to the closest, strongest odor they can get to. Those would be the most common.
Sorry, I'm just writing a note here. Thank you. What is the command that you give Moxie when you want her to start searching?
Go find.
Okay. And do you have a command for her to give a final trained response?
No. When she's young and learning the program, we give them the sit or the down, and they get paid for it. But you work to a proficiency where you don't ask that of them anymore. Or if you're going to do that, it's what I call alert work, where I want to polish them. So once a month, we'll go out and it's all about, you smell this odor, I need you to sit, just to tighten it up. But I don't actually have a command for that because either she's going to commit to it or not.
And that's not something that when you're out in the field doing an actual search with law enforcement, let's say, you are not the one telling her, or you don't have the ability to tell her, give a trained final response right here.
No, because she has the nose, not me.
We've talked about human remains detection, but as part of that proficiency training, are dogs trained to recognize or separate out the smells of animal remains versus human remains?
Yes.
Okay. And in all of your years with Moxie, has she ever given a trained final response on animal remains?
Not that I can recall.
You mentioned it a little bit earlier. You mentioned the phrase false alert. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the American Academy of Forensic Science?
Yes.
Are you a member? Are you certified through them? Or how are you familiar with that organization?
During my journey in this work, American Academy of Forensic Science is several categories of different uses in investigating. So there might be tire mark impression people and blood spatter people, and detection dogs is one of them. The people that advise on it are scientists and dog trainers. And so there is this entity that kind of like talks about best practices, industry standard, terminology.
Is there a definition of the term false alert that is provided by this American Academy of Forensic Science?
A false alert is identified as when you're absolutely certain the odor the dog is trained in is not present. The dog gives its trained final response, and the certified handler says, yep, this is a hit.
Okay, so it would be possible for a dog to hit on a object or a location where there are no human remains, or the odor would not be there, but it only gets counted as a false alert if the handler confirms and says, yes, that is a trained final response.
Yes.
Okay. Has Moxie ever had a false alert in your experience with her during trainings?
Oh, not that I can recall.
Okay. Is that more difficult to tell maybe when you're out in the field because you let Moxie go and this is not like a training where you know exactly where the odor would be placed?
Correct. In the field, we're just there to collect information, so I can never say if she's right or wrong. I just have to articulate where she indicates if she does, and if she doesn't, that's okay too.
At that point then, it would be up to the law enforcement agencies who are investigating whatever they're investigating to be able to either corroborate that, or they look at the evidence they have to see if there are any consistencies with the location where Moxie gave her trained final response and what they know about their investigation.
Yes.
Okay. I have one final kind of general question before moving on to a specific search with Moxie. Over the years, as a human remains detector handler, have you received training about how long the odor of human remains can remain in a space?
I have anecdotal experiences, and then some science in the back of my head, but it's not coming to me. In an indoor environment, the odor of human remains can last a very long time because there's no wind, no rain, no ventilation to get that odor out. In an outdoor environment, the odor of human remains will last, but probably not as long as indoors. And a lot would depend on how long it was there and in what condition.
Hypothetically, let's say you have a scene where there was either a gunshot wound or a stabbing. In that case, would you expect the odor to be stronger based on the amount of fluids in those particular kinds of traumatic injuries?
Comparing that to a strangulation, there would be a lot more biological that spills out and gets into the ground or into the air, into in an indoor environment, the floor, the carpet, that sort of thing.
Okay. I'd like to direct your attention then to November 19th of 2024. And Madam Clerk, if you could just turn on the screen in front of the witness, please. Were you contacted by a detective with the City of Waukesha Police Department to assist in a death investigation?
Yes.
And was that location 1512 East North Street in the City of Waukesha?
Yes.
Once you were contacted by this detective, were you, or did you agree to assist by bringing Moxie to this scene?
Yes.
Okay. So now on November 19th of 2024, when you arrive at 1512 East North, what do you do once you arrive on scene?
Arrangements were made to meet at the address, and when I first got there, I didn't want to take her into the area until I gave her a break because we had driven quite a while. So I parked on the sidewalk in front of the facility, or I'm sorry, the building, and had her go potty just there on the terrace, and then relocated once I talked to the detectives to where to put my vehicle.
Okay. Where did you end up leaving your vehicle?
I pulled into the parking lot and I would have been facing southwest.
Okay, and I have up on the screen in front of you State's Exhibit 1, which has previously been admitted. Is this an aerial view of 1512 East North where you went with Moxie on the 19th?
Yes.
Okay, so can you, that screen in front of you is actually a touch screen. If you could circle where the general area is that you first parked,
okay,
and then where you ended up moving your vehicle before Moxie got out.
And I use this?
Yes, please.
Approximate.
Okay. And then, I'm sorry, there's an arrow and there's a circle.
Yeah, I don't know why that happened.
Okay, let's try again. Madam Clerk, can you erase the screen? And actually for this one, since it's already been admitted, can you please turn the screens on for the jury again? I apologize.
All right, exhibit number 1 will be published again.
Okay, now in looking at Exhibit 1, can you please first circle where you first parked when you arrived on scene?
I believe it was like right in there on the sidewalk and terrace, not in the road.
Okay, then where did you move your car prior to Moxie getting out to perform a search?
I think I did it right in there.
Okay.
So the first green marking was along East North Street. The second green marking was in the small grouping of trees just to the northeast of the apartment building.
Thank you, Judge. I would ask that this be captured as 1C, I believe we are on for this exhibit.
We will use this as 1C, then wait for my clerk to verify the capture.
Now, when Moxie gets out of the car, does she immediately just start running around a property or field or wherever you guys end up?
No.
Okay, what is the process of how you get Moxie ready for a search or let her know it's time to go to work when she gets out of the car?
Try to have a routine, put a vest on her for visibility, and either hold on to her, get a reward toy, kind of point to the area. If we were in a field, I would just simply tuck the toy away and say, go find, and she would start ranging out. If there's a safety issue, then I have her usually on a long line, 15 feet the longest, or a leash.
Okay, and in this case, were there any safety concerns that made you decide to keep Moxie on a lead?
Oh, yes. The road, that East-North Street, is very busy. So I had to start the initial sniff effort with her on a leash.
Okay. Is there anything about having her on a leash that allows you to somehow send her a message that give a trained formal response in this location?
No.
Okay. Now, once Moxie gets out of the car and you put the vest on for visibility, did you do that in this case?
I don't recall. Most likely.
Okay. Then, once she is on the lead, do you tell her, go find?
I then say to her, go find, and she begins to move about and either begins to follow odor or just starts casting, like almost like a hunting dog.
What do you mean by casting?
Casting would be, you'll see a dog out in a field catching the smell of something. They may go far left and then cut across far right, their heads up, and it's a natural cadence they use to scent.
Is it almost the way you were moving your hand in front of the jury, almost like a snake or a serpentine style?
Yeah, it's like a triangle that the dog is bouncing from one edge of across it to the other edge.
Okay. Now, when you arrived on scene in this particular case on North Street, how much information from the city of Waukesha detectives that were there did you know about the investigation?
The initial information I received was that body had been located on this property. They only believed that, they said they believed it had been there a while. How long, I don't know. And so I explained, if you want me to help with any information, you need to understand the dog is going to indicate where this body most likely was last at, because that odor's still going to be there, given how short a time frame between when it was located and when I was there.
Did law enforcement tell you where that body was specifically discovered?
I knew it was outside, up in the woods. I don't recall if I knew exactly where it was. I can't remember.
Okay. Is that generally something you may not want to know prior to starting the search?
I prefer to go into searches with enough information to know how to get the dog into an area. But I prefer not to know a lot. It just feels more authentic for me.
Okay. So now Moxie is out of the car. And before I do that, Madam Clerk, can you turn on the screen just for the witness, please? Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 76. As I'm scrolling through it, it's a 3-page document. Do you recognize Exhibit 76?
Yes.
After a search in which you're assisting law enforcement, do you prepare a report of any findings or final responses that Moxie or any other dog you're handling made?
I record in a police-style report what I did. Whether the dog gives indications or not, I just document the areas that were the dog had its nose in and any information like that.
Do you also include times of any changes or any of those tells or any trained final responses?
Always try to record the time starting, and then if there are any trained final responses, to try to capture as close to the time it occurs as possible.
Why is that necessary?
I find that through years of working the dogs, more specifically in an indoor environment, they're either going to get it right away or not. And I don't want to stay in a space too long for the dog to inadvertently think, oh, mama wants me to do X, Y, or Z. So I have a routine, and if we don't get anything, we're done, and we move on to the next thing. And the articulation is the dog is not indicating that it's getting the odor of human remains. It's not eliminated, it's just the dog's not identifying anything.
Okay. Now, I'm showing you on your screen a 14-page packet of photographs marked exhibits 77 through 87 and then 165 through 167. I'm going to scroll through these and then I'll have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
Have you seen the location in these photos prior to today's date?
I've physically been there. I guess I don't understand the question.
I'm sorry, I'll reword it. Thank you for clarifying. The photos in exhibits 77 through 87 and 165 through 167, are those various locations of the property of 1512 East North?
Based off of my recollection, they are, yes.
Okay. Now, do those photos then also document the areas of the property in which you observed Moxie give a trained final response during her search on the 19th of November?
Many of the photos do, yes.
Okay. Now, 165 through 167, those were photos of the underground garage of 1512 East North. Is that correct?
Yes.
And these photos were taken not at the time of Moxie's search. Is that correct?
I don't recall pictures being taken while we were sniffing the area.
Okay.
I believe they called someone, and while I was still on scene, someone came and took some.
Is this, even though you weren't the one taking photos, do you recognize this garage as an area in which Moxie gave a trained final response?
Yes.
Okay. I would move exhibits 77 through 87 and 165 through 167 and 76 into evidence.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to 76 through 87 and 165 through 167? The defendant is not giving a response. Those exhibits will be admitted into evidence.
Okay. Now,
Such a waste of taxpayers' money.
once Moxie is out of the car and you give the go find command, where does she go first on the property?
From the parking lot, she moved across it to like a concrete steps that went up a hillside. And then she pulled to what I would describe as the east along the top of the landscape wall of the parking lot, got to an area along the wooded area and dropped her nose down, sniffed, turned around and gave me her trained final response that she detected the odor of human remains.
On the screen in front of you, and Madam Clerk, this can be turned on for everyone, please. I'm showing you what has previously been admitted as State's Exhibit number 7. Now, Ms. Gumman, when you were on scene on November 19th, is it fair to say that this pile of sticks smack in the middle of Exhibit 7 was not there?
I don't recall those sticks being there.
Okay, so if I were to tell you this was a photo taken from October 30th of 2024 that someone else has already testified to, that would not be the same date as your search, is that correct?
Correct.
But does Exhibit 7 show the correct area of the property in which Moxie gave her first trained final response?
Yes.
Okay, do you see in here that kind of retaining wall or the driveway area that you referenced?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at this point, you still have Moxie on a lead, is that right?
Yes.
Because of the road being so close to where she is?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you notice any of her tells before she gave a trained final response?
I'd have to review the report.
And that would be Exhibit 76 that you've testified to. So I'll direct your attention then to this middle paragraph here, starting with, I believe, the perimeter.
Should I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Okay. She was pulling me towards that wooded area, lowering her nose, and then she stopped very quickly, and I observed her put her nose to the soil, and then turn around, look directly at me, and conduct her trained final response.
Is her nose being down towards the soil of significance to you versus her nose in the air?
Yes.
Why?
If she is at a distance from a source of human remains odor and just by the wind currents, she will keep her head high and she may give a trained final response, but I know she's not on it because she's facing somewhere, turns around and indicates. Whereas if she's dropped her nose to a specific spot, then conducts her trained final, I have to assume there's either source there or the strongest amount of odor for her.
And that's what Moxie is always looking for, the closest, strongest odor of human remains?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what was the time that you gave the command to go find?
I started at 1:10 p.m. and she gave her trained final response approximately 1:11 p.m.
Is that, in your world, a very quick trained final response, or is there any significance to that approximate minute in which it took her to give a trained final response?
At that point in Moxie's career, that she really knows her odors and knows her job. So that was very quick for the average cadaver dog. And for her, it was normal.
Okay.
Attorney Thompson, would now be a good time to take a short break?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, we're going to take a short break here. The court has a hard stop at about 11:50 this morning, so you're going to get lunch around 11:50. So if we take a break now, we'll go for another 50 minutes or so this morning.
Okay.
So I will excuse the jury at this time.
All right, jury. He's not throwing up or having used the bathroom this time.
Okay, so my deputy inquired if Mr. Lychwick wanted to use the facility. As he indicated, he did not. He was happy where he was at and was just happy that he was not throwing up or otherwise sick. Mr. Lychwick is seated once again in his chair with his arms crossed, his head down, his eyes closed like he was prior to the break. So we will continue. We'll bring the jury in. Okay.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Ms. Gumman, you remain under oath. Attorney Thompson, you may proceed.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen in front of, or for everyone? And also, while we were on break, Ms. Gumman, I provided a paper copy of your report that's been admitted as Exhibit 76. That way you can refer to that if you need to as we go through the other final responses in this case while keeping the photographs up for the jury. Now, we were just finishing talking about the first trained final response on that footpath in that wooded area by the retaining wall across from the parking lot. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And in that search, or in that response, had Moxie had her nose to the ground?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this initial sniff, is that conducted to allow Moxie to find the area that had the strongest odor of human remains?
Yes.
Okay.
Attorney Thompson, just to interrupt, sorry, I don't believe the state moved for publication of the exhibits that were introduced through Ms. Gumman. Are you so moving for those?
I would ask to publish those previously received exhibits now that we are at that point.
So that would be the photographs 77 through 87 and 165 through 167?
That is correct.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have any objection to the publication of those exhibits that have already been marked as evidence?
As I told you, Your Honor, I'm not up to being here today. I protest.
That is noted. Those exhibits may be used with the jury.
Okay, thank you. Now moving to exhibit number 77, once that trained final response is observed on the foot trail, do you and Moxie then enter that ground level parking garage?
Yes.
Do you take her off the lead while she's in the garage?
Yes.
Okay. Now, exhibit 77, is this when you first walk into the garage and you're looking to your left?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 78, is that the same angle, just brighter, and now we're moving into that room that was first on the left?
Yes.
Is that, or was it described to you as like a boiler room or a maintenance room?
Yes.
When you walked inside, did that appear to be consistent with what you saw in that room?
Yes.
Okay. So now Moxie is off lead. Do you give her the go find command into this boiler room?
No.
What do you do?
We start at the entrance to the garage doors of this parking ramp or underground parking, and I gave her a command to go find, and she was off lead. She ranged out. She circled around in the garage one time, and I just always try to move along so I can observe her, and then she tucked in on her own into that room, and as I began to move in that direction to catch sight of her, she stepped out, made direct eye contact with me, and gave her trained final response, basically in the door frame.
Okay. Now, if we move to exhibit 79, is that a view of inside of the boiler room or the maintenance room?
From that doorway looking directly in, that's the picture of that.
Okay. And you said that Moxie gave her trained final response in the doorway of this room?
Yes.
Did she give any trained final responses inside of this room?
So based off of missing whatever it was in that room by her moving so quickly in there, I walked into the room and started moving around with her. I don't recall if I said go find again. By this point, we're kind of automatic. And she went and started sniffing and dropped her nose under that workbench and back out, made eye contact, and gave me her trained final response.
In going to exhibit 81, is this a brighter version of exhibit number 79 that we just looked at?
Yes.
Okay, and can you circle for me on the screen the area in which Moxie's trained final response was?
Yes.
It relates to the workbench.
I would say that's approximate.
Okay. Can we please capture this and label it as 81A?
We will do that. We'll capture it with the green circle. It'll take a moment for my clerk to double check it.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, was there another location in this boiler room where you observed Moxie give a trained final response?
Yes, after that indication, I began to move through the space more methodically with her. She was self-sniffing, but moved past the workbench, and then in that far corner, there's remnants of carpet. She dropped her nose underneath. I don't recall if she snorted or not, but she backed right out, looked at me, and gave her trained final response.
Okay. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, thank you. Going back to Exhibit 80, is this now the corner of the boiler room in which you were just talking about with the carpet remnants?
Yes.
Okay. And, oops, I'm sorry, I don't have a brighter version of this one. But if I make the screen larger, in that back corner there, you see all those rolled up carpets?
Yes.
Can you circle on Exhibit 80 where you saw Moxie give her trained final response?
Approximately that green circle.
Okay, can we please screen capture this and mark it as Exhibit 80A, please?
We will make this 80A.
I don't know. Travis has money. Don't
Once
complain about the
Moxie
heat.
gives this trained final response,
His is real
does she
close-shaven,
end up
though.
leaving this boiler room?
We continued a methodical movement through that room. She did not indicate anywhere else in the room, and we exited out to move through the rest of the garage.
And is it fair to say that Moxie is guiding herself? You're not telling her where to go. Is that fair?
I prefer to always let them first commit to odor by giving their trained final response. And if I think I can, I'll try to methodically move with her in a detailing format to see if we can get closer to whatever it is that's the human remains odor for her. So everything she does is independent unless she gives a trained final. Then I do work a little harder with her on trying to get to where it might be coming from.
Okay. Now moving then to, does Moxie go through the garage at all?
Yes.
Okay, and if I move to exhibit number 167, we're kind of coming back to exhibit 77 where we're at the threshold of the underground garage door, and that door there is for the boiler room that we just saw photos of. Is that the correct orientation of this photo?
Yes.
Okay, so then as Moxie is independently coming out of that boiler room, do you observe her go through the garage?
Yes.
Okay, now in exhibit 167, we see the door of the boiler room, and then 166 is the okay. In exhibit 166, is this the part of the garage that's facing North Street, from what you can remember?
No, I think, I got disoriented, like where our cardinal directions are. I thought the back of the garage, as we're looking at it, was more parallel with, is it Westmoreland? Or
Moreland Boulevard.
Moreland Boulevard. That's where I thought it was.
Okay.
I might be wrong.
No, that's okay. But this is the underground garage. As it continues, it's on the same side of the boiler room. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Then if we go to 165, is this, if you're standing in the threshold of the garage, you're looking to the right?
Correct.
Okay. Does Moxie walk throughout the entirety of this garage?
Yes.
Does she give any trained final responses in this garage?
She did.
Where?
In this picture, where would you like me to start?
I'll start here.
Okay.
Since she came out this doorway.
So she moved along, passing dumpsters that were there. I don't know if those were the exact dumpsters. I don't know what cars were there. And then she moved between the car, the gray car, and the wall. She moved along the wall. She ended up giving a trained final response in that vacant portion in the back area of the parking stalls.
Can you circle for me?
To the best of my ability, it was not that car, and it was somewhere approximately around that pillar, but not that car.
Okay. Can we please screen capture 166 and mark it as that, as letter A?
That will be included into the record as Exhibit 166A.
Now, you indicated that to the best of your recollection, this area in 166A, that parking stall or that area was empty on that date of your search. Is that correct?
From what I recall, there wasn't a vehicle right there.
Okay. Now, does Moxie then continue along that wall and go to the opposite side of the garage?
I would have gotten her going again, knowing that we're just looking for information. And so we moved along that back far wall with no indication from Moxie that she detected the odor of human remains. And then we came along this wall and whatever was in the area, and she conducted another trained final response in this area.
This is now Exhibit 165 that's on the screen.
Thank you. And can you, to the best of your recollection, can you circle please where Moxie gave a trained final response in Exhibit 165?
I thought there was some stuff there, and it was in that area, is what I recollect.
Okay, can we please screen capture 165 and mark it as letter A, please?
That will be part of the record as 165A.
From the garage, did you then go inside of the apartment building at 1512 East North?
Yes.
Did you specifically go to apartment number 13?
Yes.
How did you get from the garage threshold here to apartment 13?
We exited the garage door, and we again went along that side of the building, up a staircase, and made entry on what I would describe as the west side of the building.
Okay, so if we're looking at Exhibit 1, which I have in front of you, if I'm following my cursor, are you walking around North Street here, up the side then of Moreland?
No.
Okay, can you draw for me your path once you left the garage?
We would have gone in right about there.
Okay, so the door right up at the top of those concrete steps?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as you are walking up those steps, once you're in the building, is there a long hallway?
From what I recollect, yes.
Okay, and so do you give Moxie the go find command prior to going into apartment 13?
I did not.
Okay. Now, once you're inside apartment 13.
Clear the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going back to exhibit. We'll start with exhibit 83. Now, when you open the door to apartment 13, is this the view that you have when you're still in the threshold of the doorway?
Yes.
Okay, and it appears that if you go down the hallway, it leads to a bedroom. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you go straight to the left where we see that orange iron on the counter, would that be the kitchen of this apartment?
Yes.
Did Moxie give a trained final response in the kitchen of apartment 13?
Yes.
Okay. How did you observe that happen?
Entered the apartment, would have had the door closed behind me, released her from leash, gave her a command to go find, and she is allowed to move about freely. And she ended up moving through the apartment and stopping near the kitchen sink. And then with her head more up, she gave a trained final response that she detected the odor of human remains.
We've been talking about her trained final responses with her nose to the ground. So did it make any difference to you that her head was slightly upwards in this trained final response?
To me, it's she's doing the best she can. This is what she can give me, but she's not specific to anything around that area. So it lends itself, it's either fainter, older, or there's nothing she can put her nose on.
If we go to, going backwards a little bit, but Exhibit 82, do you recognize this area of the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay, and was her trained final alert underneath inside this cabinet, or because her nose was in the air, was it more of the area?
It initially was the area.
Okay.
Yes.
Did she give a trained final response then in a more specific area of the kitchen?
I don't recall how we got those cupboard doors open. I most likely would have asked somebody if we can open them. And once the doors were open, she did again indicate, but nothing very pronounced, giving her trained final response to the odor of human remains.
Okay. Then as we go back to that front hallway at the threshold of the door, and we continue down the hallway, Exhibit 84 is a closer up version of exhibit of the one we just saw going towards the bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And once Moxie is inside that bedroom, does she give any trained final responses?
She self-initiated going in there. She did extend her nose up to an empty dresser area up higher and conducted her trained final response that she detected the odor of human remains.
Okay. Once you are finished in apartment 13, is there any other location on the property where Moxie is taken?
We did an exterior around the actual building, and she did not indicate around the building to the fact that she detected the odor of human remains. And then we went up the concrete stairs to the northwest, and I took her off traffic lead, and she pushed forward again, and then she cut more into the woods. And as I was following her, she dropped her nose down along a log, nose straight down, and then turned around and gave me direct eye contact and conducted a trained final response that she detected the odor of human remains.
Okay. If I'm showing you on the screen now what has previously been admitted as State's Exhibit number 19. And do you recall seeing, strike that. We see concrete stairs more towards the left of Exhibit 19. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are these the stairs that you came out of the building on?
We used those stairs to go in the building, came back out, and then used one more time to get up the hill.
Okay. And then this is the hill that you're referencing?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we look further to the right of Exhibit 19, that's the direction where we're going higher up this hill. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then at the top of that hill, is there a clearing area?
There was some area that had been maybe cleaned up from brush.
Okay. Now, in going then to Exhibit 85, are we now looking up the hill that we just looked at in State's Exhibit 19?
We are looking to the almost north.
Okay. And if you can see my cursor here, circling the top left corner, is that the top of the hill that we are going to be talking about with Moxie's last trained final response?
Yes.
Okay. Now, moving on to Exhibit 86, now we're more centered and we will go up this hill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. 87, is this now the top of the hill?
Yes.
Is Moxie off lead at this point?
Yes.
At what point was she given the go find command? Was it at the bottom of the hill or when she got to the top or something else?
We got to the top of the stairs, got her a little bit away from traffic, released her and said, go find.
And so she went up this hill herself?
Yes.
And she's detecting or trying to detect the strongest odor of human remains?
In that area, yes.
Okay. Now, once Moxie is in this area that we see in Exhibit 87, do you see her nose towards the ground or up in the air?
She was moving forward. As I caught up, I observed that she had stopped her forward motion, dropped her nose down, and was sniffing along a log. She then looked at me and conducted a trained final response that she detected the odor of human remains.
Can you circle for me on Exhibit 87 where Moxie gave her trained final response in this area?
To the best of my ability, it's that green circle against that wooded area.
Can we please screen capture this and mark it as Exhibit 87A?
It will be captured. Please wait just a minute to confirm the capture. Okay.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Gummin, we've talked about a lot of different areas of the 1512 East North property where you observed Moxie give a trained final response. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did you find, and let me make sure I'm very specific with this question, after Moxie gives a trained final response, do you go to the area of that response to see if there are in fact any human remains?
Whenever she gives a trained final response, I'm up by her to look around and observe if I see anything. That is correct.
In any of these responses, when you were by Moxie, did you see any human remains in any of these areas?
I saw no human remains.
Now, if I were to tell you that that first photograph that we observed, or that photograph of the footpath area where Moxie gave her first trained final response, if I were to tell you that there had been human remains located in that location that had been there for approximately 6 to 7 months, what, based on your training and experience, would that tell you about the intensity or quickness of Moxie hitting in that particular area?
Based off of my life experience, I would guess that there was still bits of odor from the body decomposing into the soil, and for Moxie's nose, she could detect the odor of human remains, and maybe at a much finer tune level than anything laboratories can use to prove it.
So if human remains were found, let's say October 30th of 2024, and now Moxie is hitting in that area on November 19th of 2024, that odor could still be in the soil? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
What if somebody were to, after the remains were removed, walk through that area? Would the odor attach to something maybe that person is wearing?
Yes.
If someone were potentially gardening in that area, and let's say they take those gardening tools and put them back in the boiler room where you saw gardening tools, could the odor of those human remains follow that gardening item into that boiler room?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that Moxie is not detecting the odor of human remains of a specific person? Is that fair?
That is correct. They're trained to detect the odor of human remains. Upon death, we become generic human cadaver odor.
Stay safe.
Okay.
We'll miss you
So,
if you leave us. Don't leave us.
without finding any human remains as you were next to Moxie during her responses, and if I were to tell you that a body was not recovered in apartment 13, based on your training experience, how could you account for the fact that Moxie gives a trained final response in apartment 13 knowing there's no body there?
Based off the information that a body was decomposing for 6 to 7 months, for a human remains detection dog, everything is probably contaminated within that driveway, anybody that's been walking around in that area. And that was the only apartment we sniffed. So I couldn't say if everybody was contaminated by it, but it gets into everything.
Would the analogy of the smell of a skunk help explain this concept of the odor transferring between objects and being in a location where there were no human remains in the investigation?
The odor of human remains could be described for us humans, because our noses aren't like it, like a skunk. When you're driving along, you smell it as you get closer. You probably go past its carcass. You keep on going, and it takes a while to miss it. If you were to drive over a skunk or where it's just been killed, chances are your car's going to smell like it. So I think it is very safe to say that due to the time of that body staying outside near the driveway and all of the gardening and yard work that's being done, couldn't help but be carried into the building by whomever was around it.
So the fact that Moxie's responses in the garage, the boiler room, apartment 13, the fact that there were no human remains there, but in taking into account this concept that the odors can move with the objects, that doesn't mean her alerts were inaccurate in these locations where we know there were no human remains. Is that correct?
Detection dogs are trained to detect the odor of something. We would love for it to be source, but often it's just odor. So where that dog's threshold begins and ends, more mature, seasoned dog is going to be catching odor finer tuned, faster, more specific than maybe a brand new dog whose database hasn't grown as much. So she is trained to detect the odor of human remains. Would love to have source, but I can't control that part of it.
I do not have any other questions for this witness. Thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, this is your opportunity to ask cross-examination questions. Do you have any questions for this witness? All right, Mr. Lychwick is not acknowledging the court. Therefore, Ms. Gumman, you can step down. Thank you. Yes, I'll take that. Attorney Thompson, do you have another witness ready?
Yes,
we do, Your Honor.
All right, Attorney Tom Bosco, you can call your next witness.
We call Detective Tyler Bauer.
Detective, you can come up to the witness stand. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by my clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
You can have a seat. When you situate yourself nice and close to the microphone and are ready, please start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
It's Detective Tyler Bauer. Tyler, Tyler, Bauer, Bauer.
Attorney Tom Bosco.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective. Are you a specialist at the WAUKESHA Police Department, sir?
I'm a detective.
Okay, so your rank is detective. Sir. How long have you been in law enforcement, sir?
A little over 11 years.
And as it relates to your role in this case, were you assigned to help investigate the death of an individual in this case?
Yes, I was.
And that individual was Carlos Maldonado, is that right?
Correct.
And in the course of your work in this particular case, did you ever have any contact with Kevin Lychwick in this case?
I did.
And directing your attention to November 26th of 2024, did you assist with the execution of a search warrant at Mr. Lychwick's residence?
I did.
And for the record, Mr. Lychwick's residence is at 1512 East North Street, apartment number 11?
Correct.
And this was a unit that was rented by Mr. Lychwick, correct?
That's my understanding, correct.
And when you assisted with the execution of the search warrant for Mr. Lychwick's apartment, were you assigned to search a specific area?
I was.
Which area of his residence were you assigned to search specifically?
Specifically, I was tasked with his bedroom and then the living room area.
Turning your attention to the defendant's bedroom, was there a particular item on a chair next to the defendant's bed that stood out to you during your search?
Correct. There was a rope.
I'm sorry?
There was a rope.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was that rope ever photographed?
It was.
And if I showed you copies of several photographs of that rope, do you think you would recognize them here today in court?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, at this point, can we please just project this for the witness? Okay. Detective, are you able to see what's on the screen at this point?
I am.
Okay. And this has been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 88. Is that right, sir?
Correct.
Do you recognize what is depicted in this photograph, sir?
Yes, I do.
Can you please describe it?
It appears to be a knotted up or tied white piece of rope around what appears to be a folding chair.
And this is the rope that you located in Mr. Lychwick's bedroom?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I now move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have any objection to the receipt of exhibit number 88? The defendant is refusing to acknowledge the court. Exhibit 88 is admitted.
Thank you. Now, Detective, turning your attention to what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 89, do you see that on your screen as well?
I do.
And can you please identify what is depicted on this photograph, sir?
Again, it appears to be a white rope knotted or tied on what appears to be the leg of a folding chair.
And this is the same rope that was recovered in Mr. Lychwick's bedroom, sir? Yeah, and I move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have any objection to the admission of exhibit 89? Mr. Lychwick is not acknowledging the court. Exhibit 89 will be admitted.
And Detective, I have one additional photo for you at this point. This has been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 90. Do you see that on your screen as well, sir?
I do.
Okay, can you please tell us what is depicted in this photograph as well?
Yeah, it appears to be a white rope, either knotted or tied. This looks like the back of the folding chair.
And you're asked that this exhibit be received into evidence as well.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have an objection to exhibit 90 being received? The defendant is not acknowledging the court. Exhibit 90 is admitted.
Thank you. And at this point, I would ask permission to publish all three exhibits to the jury.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have an objection to publication of the exhibits? The defendant is not acknowledging the court. Those exhibits may be used with the jury.
Less than half an hour. I believe it. I believe it.
Detective, this is exhibit number 88?
Correct.
Okay. And this is exhibit number 89?
Correct.
And finally, this is exhibit that you justified to number 90. Is that right, sir?
Correct.
Thank you. Detective, do you know whether this actual white rope was collected specifically from the residence?
It was my understanding that it was collected.
And when a piece of evidence is collected pursuant to a search, what typically happens to that piece of evidence?
It would be brought back to the police department typically and property inventoried.
And is it sealed or in some way made sure that it is not contaminated in any manner?
Depending on the item, it would determine how it was sealed. Most likely with this, it would have been in a plastic sealed bag. However, it also could have been in paper as well.
And if I showed you that particular item, would you be able to recognize it, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I do have two physical exhibits. I would ask permission to approach the witness to show the witness the exhibits.
You may approach. Make sure that Mr. Lychwick has an opportunity to view those first. Mr. Lychwick, would you like to see exhibits? Are they 91 and 92?
They are actually 145 and 145A. They're a little bit out of order.
Mr. Lychwick, would you like to view exhibits 145 and 145A? All right, Attorney Tombasco, you may approach the witness.
Thank you very much.
For the record, the witness has been given black latex gloves and a scissors as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, can you just look at exhibit number 145 and state's exhibit number 145A and just let me know if you recognize those two exhibits, sir?
Based on the description, it appears to be what we just talked about. However, I don't believe I was the one to package them.
I see. If and those exhibits are sealed, is that correct, sir?
Correct.
And you have been provided with a copy of latex, or with a pair of latex gloves and a pair of scissors. Is that right, sir?
Correct.
And if you were to break the seal on those two particular pieces of evidence, do you think that would assist you in recognizing them, sir?
Yes, it could.
Yeah, I would ask at this point that the witness be allowed to cut open the exhibit and review it.
All right, the witness may proceed.
Okay. Sir, have you been able to break the seal in one or both of the exhibits, sir?
Exhibit 145.
Okay. Do you recognize that exhibit, sir?
Yes, it appears to be the white rope from the chair.
And that's the same rope that you observed in Mr. Lychwick's apartment?
Yes, it appears to be consistent, yes.
Yeah, I remove the exhibit into evidence, ask that it be received.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the receipt of exhibit 145? Hearing none, that will be received.
And Detective, I'd ask that you do the same thing with exhibit number 145A. And that has been done, sir?
Correct.
Do you recognize the what is depicted in exhibit 145A?
Yes, it appears again to be the white rope from the chair.
And this is from Mr. Lychwick's apartment as well, sir?
It appears to be consistent, yes.
Yeah, I'd ask that this exhibit be received into evidence as well.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the receipt of exhibit 145A? Hearing none, it will be received.
Thank you. Judge, at this point, I would ask that the witness be allowed to show both exhibits directly in front of the jury. If it could just do a walk, two passes back and forth so the jury can see it.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the use of the exhibits with the jury? All right, the detective will be permitted to use the exhibits both together with the jury.
And for clarity of the record, is that 145 that you have in your hand right now, sir?
Correct, this is 145.
Okay, thank you.
The record will reflect the witnesses walked back and forth in front of the jury with 145. And he has now done the same with 145A.
Thank you very much. Detective, based on your role in this particular investigation, what, if anything, is the significance of those two pieces of rope that you just displayed for the jury?
It's my understanding that the rope on the chair was consistent with the rope located on the decedent.
Detective, You just testified regarding your role in the search of the defendant's bedroom. Did you also participate in a search of the defendant's living room?
Yes, I did.
And did you locate any items of significance to you during your search of the defendant's living room?
Yes, I did.
And can you please tell the jury what were those items that you located?
There were numerous files, photographs, articles in the living room area, either outside or inside file cabinets, or something of that similar nature, some of it including case reviews on prior criminals and notes on them or operations.
Was there one particular operation that caught your attention, sir?
Yes.
And was that an operation that was detailed as, quote, Operation Slop Shop?
That's correct.
And did you locate any notes that contained the phrase Operation Slop Shop?
Yes, I did.
And if I showed you that here today in court, do you believe that you would recognize it, sir?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask again the court's permission to approach the witness to show a physical exhibit.
Which exhibit is this?
This is exhibit number 146.
Mr. Lychwick, would you like an opportunity to review 146 before it is used with the witness? Mr. Lychwick remains unresponsive. Therefore, Attorney Tombasco, you may approach.
Thank you very much. And Detective, can you please describe what you are looking at for the jury?
Yes, it appears to be approximately a half sheet of a computer paper with handwriting on it.
Is the deceased's name, Carlos Maldonado, indicated in any way on that exhibit, sir?
Carlos Maldonado's name is on here, correct.
And is that the exhibit that you located in the defendant's living room?
Correct.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the note as you found it when you participated in the search of the defendant's residence?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would now move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to exhibit 146? Hearing none, it is received.
And Your Honor, I have a digital copy of that exhibit. It's been referenced as exhibit number 146A. I would just ask permission to publish that to the jury.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to exhibit 146A being used for publication purposes with the jury? There is no objection, therefore it may be used.
Good to go. Detective, is there any point on this exhibit where Mr. Maldonado is indicated as a threat?
There's a Operation Slop Shower. It references him connected to subjects and threats. I believe it says something along the lines of operation. It's hard to read the last word.
I see. And did you locate any other operation folders when you participated in the search of the defendant's living room?
I did.
And to your knowledge, did any of those operation photos, or excuse me, those operation folders contain any information about any additional operations in reference to Operation Slop Shop?
I believe they did, yes.
Did one of the folders have an indication regarding whether the threats from Operation Slop Shop had been neutralized?
I was made aware that there was reference to that, yes.
That's all the questions I have, sir. Thank you.
Hang on. Mr. Lychwick, do you have any cross-examination questions? All right, Mr. Lychwick is not acknowledging the court. Therefore, Detective, you may step down. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our lunch break now at this time. I will have you report back to begin again at, let's say, 1:10. That gives us some time to go find lunch and have a break. We will see you then.
You may be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury. The court will make a further note that Mr. Lychwick continues to not participate in his defense. He is still in his wheelchair. For the last portion of the trial, he's been a little more slumped over, a little more slumped to the side. His head remains slightly forward. He is not nodding or outwardly appearing to fall asleep. The court noted several times during the testimony that he changed positions, that he's wiping his brow, that he's moving his arms, and including one of the times when the court asked if he had any objection to the introduction of some of the exhibits. The court was met with no response just moments after seeing the defendant moving, so it's clear the defendant is not sleeping. He is simply not participating in his defense. Any further record from the state before we break for lunch?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, anything else from you, sir? All right, we will break for lunch, 1:10.
Your Honor, would the court like me to bring the exhibits to the clerk as well then?
Please.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. That's it for today. What a jerk. Okay, we will be back in the morning at 9 for more of this jerk's trial. What a waste of money, man. Why do people do this? I don't get it. I don't get it. He's just putting everybody through a bunch of garbage. Why? I can understand why people might want to... Like, what was that guy's name? He was in Nevada. Oh. He was on... Mike kept showing his trials all the time on Law Talk with Mike, and Mike had him on the show and interviewed him, and... Like, he wasn't a soft sit. He just wanted to do his own thing. Like, he wanted to represent himself, and... Blandino! That was his name. Blandino. I can understand people wanting to represent themselves, but if you're not going to do it, if you're just going to sit there... Jeez. Okay, guys, I will see you in the morning. Have a great evening. I'm exhausted. Oh, I'll be so glad after I get those iron infusions. Bye. 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 See you tomorrow.